In my opinion, Su Zimo's group is most probably doomed. That's right, even without Poison Sect, it was the 9 of them against a few thousand people. That's an overwhelming suppression in strength. With the inclusion of Poison Sect now, they've got no chance at all. That's not for sure, another cultivator remarked. Glass Palace had dozens of thousands of cultivators in the ancient city, but they were still destroyed nevertheless. It's different now. I heard that Su Zimo had the help of the Beast Stampede previously. Furthermore, Su Chang of Zephyr Thunder Palace alone is enough to hold down Su Zimo, while the rest of them are of no threat at all. The cultivators watching from far away started discussing in hushed voices. With the inclusion of Poison Sect, Lang Ming was certain that he had already won this fight. Corpse Refinement Cult's Situ Shi could go against Puppet Sect's Shi Jian. Chaos Essence Sect's Nya Hao could easily take down the gray-robed cultivator with the Iron Ruler, who claimed that he was a nobody. As for the most troublesome person on the other party, Su Zimo, Zephyr Thunder Palace's Su Chang and Poison Sect's Du Ren were enough to take him down. Finally, there's his junior brother. Lang Ming smirked. Little Fatty was indeed more talented than him in terms of sense of direction. However, he was firmly above Little Fatty in terms of strength. As for the remaining few beasts, they would be drowned by saliva if the several thousand golden cores around them spat once per person. The Yellow Springs diagram was already his. Roar! Groar! When Su Zimo withdrew Blood Quencher, Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, Ching Ching and the Golden Lion reverted to their true forms, revealing menacing glares and torrential ferocity. The surrounding cultivators were shocked and brought out their flying swords and weapons as though they were faced with a grave enemy. They felt an unprecedented pressure from the few demon beasts. It was a pressure that they had not experienced even against pure-blooded, ferocious beasts. Little Fox hopped out of Su Zimo's embrace and spun on the ground. A fragrance wafted out as a young lady with peerless features appeared. Her beautiful eyes shimmered brightly as though they could steal one's soul. Some of the cultivators had barely just withdrawn their weapons when everything fell to the ground with a clang. Of the several thousand cultivators present, most of them were dazed momentarily. Su Chang, Nya Hao and a dozen others were the only ones who could maintain their composure with frozen expressions. Although Little Fox seemed like she was the weakest among the 7 sworn siblings, in reality, her capabilities were the most frightening and beguiling. Demoness, how dare you behave so brazenly before me? Su Chang hollered. His voice was robust and strong, bursting in the ears of many cultivators like thunder and snapping them out of their stupor. This was a sound-killing move from Zephyr Thunder Palace. Green Thunder Shock. Previously, Su Zimo saw an incomplete sound-killing move in the Void Thunder manual and used it as a basis to create his own killing move, Thunderclap Kill. The complete version of the killing move was Green Thunder Shock that Su Chang had just released. Monkey and the others were strong physically and had frightening bloodlines. As such, they could withstand Green Thunder Shock more easily and merely frowned. However, Little Fox shuddered and her face turned somewhat pale. How irritating! Su Zimo sneered and Blood Quencher quivered in his hands with a metallic buzz. Spirit light shone brightly and a blood beam burst. The saber let out a shuddering blood stench. Boom! Su Zimo leaped and the mud beneath his feet was overturned. Wielding Blood Quencher, he was already charging towards Su Chang. Good timing! Su Chang was fearless and swiped his storage bag, causing a saber to appear in his palm as well. The saber was 9 feet long and 5 inches wide, comparable to a spear or halberd in length. Its blade was veiled by a green layer of electric currents that sizzled unnervingly. I heard that your Blood Quencher is a connate spirit weapon, Su Chang said coldly. Today, we'll see just how sharp your Blood Quencher is against my Green Thunder Saber. Before his sentence was completed, the Green Thunder Saber shone brightly with 6 spirit lights. A connate spirit weapon. Within the Great Zhou dynasty, there wasn't even a single connate spirit weapon. However, all of these legacy disciples of Super Sects would definitely have connate spirit weapons with them. Suddenly, Du Ren's voice sounded erratically. Su Chang, this man's body is incomparably strong and he is terrifying, almost invincible in melee combat. You've got to be careful. Duran shifted nimbly like a maggot behind Su Zimo. He did not attack and was merely awaiting an opportunity patiently. Someone like that was even scarier. It was like a venomous viper that was hidden. A single bite could take one's life away. On the other side, Situ Shi glared at Shi Jian coldly. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 30-feet-tall giant behind him charged forward. Roar! The giant roared into the skies, and the skin that draped its body tore into pieces, revealing an iron frame that reeked of a nauseating stench. The battle corpse was bronze in color from head to toe. However, there was a layer of thin white fur that grew on it. At the sight of that, Shi Jian's pupils constricted and his expression turned grim. The battle corpse was already starting to evolve into a silver corpse. Silver corpses were terrifying things that could fight against nascent souls. Shi Jian slapped his storage bag and withdrew the 5 puppets that he cultivated. He condensed qi into threads to control the puppets and surround Situ Shi's battle corpse. Compared to Situ Shi's battle corpse, Shi Jian's puppets were extremely short. However, the puppets contained the power of the 5 elements and formed a formation with their movements, counteracting against one another and restricting the battle corpse to the spot. The 2 successors of corpse refinement cult and puppet sect had now met earlier than expected in the ancient battlefield. It was difficult to tell who would stand victorious in this fight. The great battle had broken out completely. In a flash, Lin Xuanji fled into the distance like smoke, trying to seize the chaos to escape. Unexpectedly, a silver-white beam of light shot down with an extremely sharp and chilling aura that almost sliced the voids into 2. Lin Xuanji stopped in his tracks hurriedly. Boom! A gigantic ravine tore the ground asunder the moment the silver-white light descended. If Lin Xuanji had taken a half-step more, he would have been decimated by the silver-white light. Fuck! Lin Xuanji turned back and glared in a huff. Not far away, Nie Hao of Chaos Essence Sect had a mocking expression and held a horsetail whip in his hand. Its silver-white tail had just been retracted and was still swaying. You're thinking of escaping from my watch? Nie Hao sneered. Although Lin Xuanji cursed internally, he squeezed out a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist, I'm just a nobody who isn't in cahoots with them. Why are you trying to kill me? Enigma Palace maintained the Golden Core phenomenon ranking in the ancient battlefield. As the current generation's successor to Enigma Palace, it was inappropriate for him to sow grudges with other paragons. That was also the reason why he wore a mask and hid his identity. What can you do if I want to kill you? Ha ha ha. Nie Hao burst into laughter with a mocking look in his eyes. Lin Xuanji frowned. The reason why he endured things was not because he was afraid of Nie Hao. He was afraid of being scolded by his elder if he returned after causing trouble. Hey, let me tell you something. Lin Xuanji's face darkened as he said with extreme seriousness. It's truly better if you don't mess with me. What? Nie Hao could not believe what he heard and glared at Lin Xuanji as though he was looking at a dead man, snarling word by word. I want to mess with you? What can you do? I'll bash you up if you mess with me. Lin Xuanji leaped into the air towards Nie Hao. You must have a death wish. Nie Hao was enraged and the horsetail whip in his hands shone with a dazzling luster. 6 spirit patterns, a connate spirit weapon. Although he was undermined by Di Yin's reputation, Nie Hao was still in possession of a connate spirit weapon. It was obvious that his status in Chaos Essence Sect as a Golden Core was not weak. He was only beneath Di Yin. Swash! Nie Hao waved the horsetail whip in his hands and 3,000 silver-white threads turned into a spectacular beam of white light, slicing towards Lin Xuanji's waist like a sword. The light was blinding and traveled at an extremely fast speed. It was almost instantaneous. Lin Xuanji's expression did not change, as though he had predicted it beforehand, and he dodged downwards, avoiding Nie Hao's killing move by a hair's breadth. Swoosh! 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 He swung his arm in reverse and 3 supreme-grade flying swords tore through the air. The 3 flying swords split into 3 different directions and thrust towards Nie Hao's vital points with unusual movements. His sword maneuvering technique was already rather advanced. At the same time, Lin Xuanji made a series of complex and mysterious hand seals. Heaven dominating palm, root departure finger, frost palm, cloud stirring palm, Zen Qi explosion, trigreen phantom saber, icicle formation. After a series of confusing hand seals, Lin Xuanji burst forth with 18 spirit arts that surged towards Niehao like raging tides. Shocking. That was the only word in everyone's minds when they saw it. This? Amazing. What's the background of this man? There's spirit arts from different sects among the 18 of them. I can't tell where he's from. An uproar broke out from the crowd. In order to conceal his identity, there was naturally no way Lin Xuanji would release Enigma Palace's ultimate secret skills. However, he had vast knowledge and knew a little about everything. A simple attack from him could suffocate his opponents. Even Su Zimo could not grasp Lin Xuanji's true strength, let alone Niehao. Fuck! Niehao was scared out of his wits and cursed internally. This guy's playing cheat. How is this a nobody? He waved the horsetail whip in his hands, and the 3,000 strands of hair split into 3 directions to receive the incoming flying swords. The next moment, Niehao circulated his golden core wildly and released a secret skill of his sect, Chaos Essence Palm. Huff! 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 Niehao was flustered and released Chaos Essence Palm repeatedly. A series of palm prints materialized in midair and clashed against the 18 incoming spirit arts. Bang! 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 The collisions created deafening bangs and shockwaves. Niehao stood in the air with a frightfully pale expression. He was almost sent flying. He had expended almost half the spirit energy in his dantian with the successive release of his secret skill. What a lunatic! Niehao cursed and withdrew a few elixirs from his storage bag, ready to consume them to replenish his spirit energy. Let go! All of a sudden, a voice exploded in Niehao's ears, almost scaring him out of his wits. Unknowingly, Lin Xuanji had already arrived beside him, tapping him gently on the wrist that held the elixirs with an iron ruler. Ah! Niehao shrieked tragically and his wrist swelled instantly, causing him to relinquish his grip on the elixirs. How dare you attack me? Niehao's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his teeth. He wished for nothing more than to tear Lin Xuanji apart. In reality, Lin Xuanji had already shown mercy with that attack. If he had attacked with his full force, Niehao's hand would have already been crippled. In other words, that iron ruler could have been tapped on Niehao's head rather than his wrist. As long as he pondered calmly, Niehao would definitely be able to understand. However, he could not care less at that moment. The only thought on his mind was how to kill Lin Xuanji so that he could regain his dignity. I've already told you not to mess with me, but you refused to heed my advice. Lin Xuanji pouted his lips and murmured, Is there something wrong with your brains? You really believed me when I said that I was a nobody? What an idiot. Have you gone stupid after receiving daily beatings from Diin? Kill! Niehao was so angry that he was trembling with smoke steaming from all orifices. The horsetail whip in his hands quivered and all 3,000 strands of hair burst into the air before scattering down like a waterfall. It resembled a jail as it tried to envelope Lin Xuanji. Fufu! Lin Xuanji's eyes shone with mockery. In a flash, he had already darted far away. He declared with a raised voice, Hey! Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you mess with me, I'll bash you up. Ha 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 ha. Far away, a series of laughter broke out from the crowd. Niehao's face flushed red and he almost exploded from rage. Unable to contain himself any longer, he cursed, I'll bash your mother. As he said that, Niehao dashed forward once more. On the other side, Lung Ming and Little Fatty, the legacy disciples of Tomb Sect, had collided as well. This was an inevitable battle. The victor would be this generation's true successor of Tomb Sect. Junior brother, admit defeat. Lang Ming shook his head. You've joined the sect for 20 years and have fought me for 20 times. When have you ever defeated me? It's enough as long as I defeat you this time round. Little Fatty said darkly. Lung Ming's gaze turned cold as he remarked frostily, Junior brother, if you hand over the Yellow Springs diagram, I can consider sparing your life. If you insist on your folly, don't blame me for being ruthless. You're the one insisting on your folly, not me. Little Fatty withdrew a flying sword from his storage bag. There's no need to speak further. Let's fight. All right. Little Fatty bellowed and summoned his flying sword as well, fighting to the side with Little Fatty. Before the remaining thousands of cultivators could attack, Monkey, the spirit tiger, the golden lion and Ching Ching had already rushed into the crowd and brought forth a massacre. Their opponents had the advantage in numbers. If they waited, a single flying sword from each opponent would be enough to injure Monkey's group. Right now, they split into 4 groups and charged into the crowd, slaughtering wildly and causing chaos. The cultivators could only fight for themselves. Little Fox stood motionlessly on the spot and released her bewitching techniques from the fox race. She opened her mouth slightly and sent forth a fragrance that charmed dozens of cultivators before long, causing them to fight their comrades. Clang! A jarring sound of metal clashing rang, causing the ears of cultivators nearby to ring in pain as they winced. It was Su Zimo clashing against Su Cheng, the collision of Blood Quencher and the Green Thunder Saber. Sizzle! The blood beam and lightning, 2 entirely different powers, interweaved in midair and devoured one another. The stalemate lasted for a single breath. Su Cheng shuddered and his expression changed as he fell to the side. Zephyr Thunder Palace specialized in thunder techniques, and there were many body tempering methods in the Legacy of Void Thunder manual as well. Although they could not compare to top-tier body tempering sects such as Glass Palace and Overlord Palace, their melee combat strength was not to be underestimated as well. However, Su Cheng had not expected that he couldn't withstand a single slash from Su Zimo. He could not defend even though Su Zimo did not use his full strength. The power of thunder imbued on the Green Thunder Saber surged into Su Zimo's body as though it was treading through a swamp and did not even cause a single ripple. However, the power of Bloodline from Blood Quencher surged into Su Cheng's and caused his blood chi to turn chaotic. He was nearly ruptured on the spot from the reverse flow of his blood. Su Cheng retreated backwards as his eyes flashed with a grim expression. Although it was merely a single exchange of blows, his arms had already gone numb and his blood chi was fluctuating wildly. However, Su Zimo wielded Blood Quencher and charged over as though he was completely unaffected. I can't fight him head-on anymore. Su Cheng made up his mind decisively and gripped his Green Thunder Saber with one hand. His other hand conjured a hand seal before eventually releasing a spirit art that burst forth immediately. Zephyr Thunder Break! Su Cheng hollered. A wild wind gusted and fluttered towards Su Zimo. Sand was already flying everywhere before it arrived. In the wild wind, there was even a sizzling green lightning that looked extremely horrifying. Su Cheng also released the sound secret killing move of Zephyr Thunder Palace through his voice. His voice materialized into sound waves that surged towards Su Zimo, causing the entire void to quake. The combination of his spirit art and sound secret killing move arrived at the same time. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he put away Blood Quencher and clasped his palms together. His fingers interlocked into a grip, leaving only his forefingers upright as their fingertips touched. When he released that dermic seal, Su Zimo's aura changed entirely. A divine light covered his body. Lowering his head, Su Zimo ignored the wild gust coiled with lightning. In fact, he looked extremely dignified as he opened his mouth slightly, without even looking at Su Cheng. Pa! The entire world went silent with that Sanskrit exclamation. There were 6 different Daming dermic seals. This was the only defensive dermic seal among them, the immovable foundation seal. Daming Mantra. It was released together with the Daming dermic seal. This was a secret technique in the Daming True Sutra. However, this secret skill had been buried in the sands of time, lost with Daming True Sutra after the destruction of Daming Monastery. Nobody expected that secret skill to resurface in the ancient battlefield. Lin Xuanji was initially glaring at Nye Hao while bashing the ladder up. When he heard that Sanskrit exclamation, he was surprised and turned towards the voice. MMM? That is... As though he recalled something, Lin Xuanji's expression changed as he exclaimed, "The immovable foundation seal from Daming Monastery. Niehao was bruised from head to toe and had a swollen face. Flustered, he finally managed to catch a breath with Lin Xuanji's pause. However, when he heard the words Daming Monastery and Immovable Foundation Seal, his eyes were filled with disbelief. 10,000 years ago, Daming Monastery was destroyed. Although none of the legacy disciples from super sects had witnessed the true Daming Dermic Seal, all of them had heard of the famous Daming Monastery. Throughout all these years, countless cultivators have risked danger to head to the Great Qian ruins in hopes of locating the secret skills of Daming and Fahua monasteries. The Sanskrit rang throughout the world. Almost instantly, Su Cheng's sound-killing move dissipated. Against the divine light from the immovable foundation seal, the raging winds and shining lightning around Su Zimo dispersed as well. Su Cheng's eyes shone coldly. He had not expected his attack to be swept away by Su Zimo with such ease. All of a sudden, Du Ren appeared behind Su Zimo, throwing out a bunch of blue poison needles that were as thin as a cow's hair and arrived instantly. From his swaying robes, he tossed out another handful of green powder. Shoo! 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 Immediately after, iron needles that were an inch long appeared from Du Ren's fingertips. He circulated a unique force before shooting them towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's immovable foundation seal had just dissipated after colliding against Su Cheng's Zephyr Thunderbreak, and his defense was now at its weakest. After biding his time, Du Ren finally spotted a great opportunity. He released Poison Sect's most frightening killing move the moment he attacked. Poison Sect specialized in poison. In the sect, the 7 most frightening killing moves were known as the 7 lethals. The blue poison needles earlier on were one of the 7 lethals, the heart-seeking spike. Thin as a cow's hair, they were hard to spot with one's naked eyes. The moment they made contact with a person, they could enter the veins through the pores on one's body, dooming the person instantly. The purplish-green powder was another one of the 7 lethals, the purple corpse corrosion poison. This was the poison that Xiaoning was struck by previously. It was thanks to Night Spirit's blood as well as her mysterious elixir furnace that she did not turn into a pus of blood. The final 5 iron nails were even scarier and were also one of the 7 lethals, armor-bursting bone corrosion nails. Those iron nails possessed a frightening corrosive poison that could penetrate armor and robes. They were extremely difficult to defend against. Any cultivator that was struck by the armor-bursting bone corrosion nail would have their bones turned into powder within 10 breaths. 3 of the 7 lethals were flying towards Su Zimo at the same time. You truly have a death wish. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold as he circulated his golden core. His spirit energy gushed and he released the ancient dragonification art right away. A divine dragon dozens of feet tall appeared in the air with magnificent horns on its head. It coiled a few rounds around him upwards before hovering in midair. The divine dragon was lined with scales that shone with a cold gleam. With spikes on its back, it bared its fangs and claws menacingly towards Du Ren, who was not far away. A slight collision against the spiraling divine dragon caused all the heart-seeking spikes, purple corpse corrosion poison and armor-bursting bone corrosion nails to disperse immediately. When the armor-bursting bone corrosion nails struck the divine dragon, sparks merely flew before they scattered to the ground. The dragons once ruled over the 10,000 races and had the noblest bloodline that was the most terrifying and was immune to poison. For the dragons, the 7 lethals of Poison Sect was nothing but puny tricks. Alongside the birth of the divine dragon, a shuddering aura that was extremely frightening descended. Ah! A series of exclamations came from the crowd. What is this? Could that really be a true dragon? Goodness, that man is guarded by a true dragon? Just who is he? Could he be an immortal reincarnated from the upper world? Even cultivators who were watching from afar had shock on their faces as they sensed the repressive pressure, let alone the cultivators directly in the battlefield. Du Ren felt his limbs go cold after the divine dragon targeted him. His scalp prickled and his back was already drenched in sweat. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward. The divine dragon that spiraled around him soared into the skies with a divine light and horrifying aura, lunging towards Du Ren with a nefarious howl of wind. Ah! Du Ren was scared out of his wits. Senior brother, watch out! Many poison sect cultivators attacked one after another, aiming the divine dragon in midair with poisoned weapons. The divine dragon swayed its tail. The massive sweep of the dragon's tail ruptured the bodies of dozens of poison sect cultivators. They turned into blood mists and a trail of blood appeared in midair. More than half of the poison sect cultivators were dead. Realizing that he could not escape in time, Durin released his golden core phenomenon right away. "I'll send you down to meet your brother in hell," Su Zimo hollered. The divine dragon understood his intentions and extended its head, chomping down on Du-Ren while neglecting the latter's golden core phenomenon. Snap! Du-Ren's golden core phenomenon dissipated instantly. With a few bites, the divine dragon minced Du-Ren and swallowed the latter. Blood oozed from the side of its mouth. Du-Ren died on the spot. Poison sect cultivators were not proficient in head-on combat, even if they were legacy disciples. Du-Ren's golden core phenomenon could not even be ranked on the phenomenon ranking. The ancient dragonification art was a secret skill of the human emperor and could go against most of the phenomenons. The crowd was shocked. Poison sect had more than 100 cultivators. Nobody expected more than half of them to be wiped out by the divine dragon Su Zimo summoned before they could release their true strength. Even the paragon of poison sect, Du-Ren, died without a corpse remaining. The poison sect cultivators who managed to survive fled in all directions and did not dare to linger on the battlefield. Immortal. He's definitely the reincarnation of an immortal. How can ordinary cultivators be protected by a true dragon? Some of the poison sect cultivators were scared out of their wits and began mumbling incoherently. Fear was an infectious emotion. Against the repressive pressure of the dragon, it was already difficult for most cultivators to maintain their composures. When they witnessed the tragic state of the poison sect cultivators, even cultivators of the three supersects, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Chaos Essence Sect, and Corpse Refinement Cult, went into chaos. Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, Ching Ching, and the Golden Lion seized the opportunity to launch a series of powerful attacks. Little Fox made use of the cultivators' shock to penetrate their mental defenses, controlling even more cultivators to fight against their fellow comrades. Although the three supersects had the advantage in numbers, they suffered immense losses and could not handle the situation at the moment. "What are you guys getting flustered for?" Su Chang astutely sensed that something was amiss with the situation and yelled. He pointed at the divine dragon spiraling in midair before shouting, "Open your eyes! That's a fake dragon that's created by this man using spirit energy." There was no wonder why Su Chang was a paragon of Zephyr Thunder Palace. Although he did not know the origin of the ancient dragonification art, he could maintain his composure and deduce that the divine dragonu as a product of Su Zimo's spirit energy. Su Zimo sneered and said indifferently, "It's rude to not return favors. Have a taste of my sound-killing move too." Su Cheng's expression changed slightly and he felt fear. Su Zimo took a deep breath and his cheek puffed up like an airbag at a visible speed. It was swelling rapidly. The most beguiling thing was that the divine dragon spiraling in midair was taking a deep breath as well. Its body expanded as it puffed up its chest with surging air currents, forming a series of cyclones in midair. The man and the dragon seemed to be moving at the same time. There was a slight pause. Both of them opened their mouths at the same time. Roar! A roar that could tear through the clouds and metal was released. Su Zimo was also letting off a dragon roar. Instantly, the world changed and dust billowed. The sounds of killing, screams, spirit arts and weapons colliding seemed to have vanished from the battlefield. It was as though the dragon roar was the sound remaining in the world as it reverberated relentlessly. Some of the cultivators from the three supersects that were closest to Su Zimo bled from all orifices with lost gazes. Unable to withstand it, their brains were quaked into sludge on the spot. Figures fell from midair one after another. For Su Chang, who was facing Su Zimo directly, the blow he received was even more frightening. Most of the dragon roar's power was focused on him. Ugh! Su Chang grunted dully and staggered in retreat. Every single step created a deep footprint on the ground that flickered with electric currents. It took Su Chang more than 10 steps before he could stop, and his face was extremely pale by then. Su Cheng's blood qi moved as he gulped, causing a trickle of blood to ooze from the corner of his lips. That dragon roar had already penetrated his flesh and injured his organs. Cultivators of the 3 supersects received an immense blow from the dragon roar, while Monkey and the others fought even fiercer. The tides were slowly turning. Su Chang wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and swallowed a bunch of elixirs. He circulated his golden core slowly, and a scary aura began to emanate from his body as his eyes flashed with lightning. The only way they could turn the tides right now was if they killed their opponents as soon as possible. If things were to drag and the few demon beasts managed to break free, all of them would be doomed. "I'll admit that you are strong indeed," Su Chang said slowly. "However, you must be dreaming if you think that you can win me. Today, I'll let you have a taste of Zephyr Thunder Palace's golden core phenomenon so that you can give up completely." Snap! A thunderbolt that was as thick as a water bucket struck the divine dragon on the head. The power of phenomenon was released instantly. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracks appeared on the divine dragon's body. At the end of the day, the ancient dragonification art was merely a spirit art and could not defend against a top-tier golden core phenomenon. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. There was a chance that Su Cheng's golden core phenomenon was scarier than he had imagined it to be. Lin Xuanji reminded him that Su Chang managed to cultivate the strongest phenomenon in Zephyr Thunder Palace's legacy, the apocalyptic 5 thunders. If this was the power of Su Chang after releasing a single divine thunderbolt, things would definitely get sticky if he released all 5 thunderbolts. On another side of the battlefield at the moment, things were even worse for Nie Hao of Chaos Essence Sect. He was completely suppressed by Lin Xuanji without the chance to retaliate at all. Lin Xuanji had a lot of techniques, and it seemed as though there was nothing he didn't know. Up till this point of the battle, Lin Xuanji had not repeated a single spirit art twice. At the same time, he even released some of Chaos Essence Sect's spirit arts. "Hey, it's about time. You'll have a shot at survival if you hurry and escape now," Lin Xuanji reminded out of goodwill. "A while later, and you won't even be able to escape." Lin Xuanji had more than 10 chances of taking Nie Hao's life by now, but he did not do it. His words were truly earnest advice. However, Nie Hao was bruised from head to toe and only felt embarrassment after the beating in front of the crowd. Adrenaline surged through him, and he could no longer be bothered as he released his golden core phenomenon with a roar. Most golden cores could not release their phenomenons casually in a battle. Golden core phenomenons were the strongest methods available for golden cores. The release of a phenomenon meant that there was no going back between the two parties. They would have to fight to the death. Lin Xuanji frowned and cursed. "What a lunatic! You don't know what's good for you. Since you refuse to leave, I'll leave." Lin Xuanji was unwilling to get entangled further and turned to leave. "Where are you headed to?" Nie Hao's features were contorted and his expression was menacing. Killing intent filled his eyes as he charged towards Lin Xuanji while roaring, "Chaos Essence Hole!" Spirit energies visible to the naked eye spiraled and collided in streams before caving eventually. A black hole surfaced behind Nie Hao that gusted with an evil wind. Initially, the hole was cramped and small. However, it enlarged as Nie Hao circulated his golden core wildly, looking like the bloody mouth of a wild beast that wanted to devour everything. Chaos Essence Hole, the legacy phenomenon of Chaos Essence Sect that was ranked 28 on the phenomenon ranking. Essence Chi was indeterminate and one with chaos. Some of the distracted cultivators found the weapons in their hands sucked in by the Chaos Essence Hole. Crack, crack, crack. A supreme grade was swallowed by the Chaos Essence Hole immediately and disintegrated into dust. The black hole moved towards Lin Xuanji with a powerful suction force. Although Lin Xuanji gave in the entire time, Nie Hao kept pushing his luck. Instantly, Lin Xuanji's expression darkened and his eyes flashed with coldness. He was truly angered. "Hurry, look, they're using golden core phenomenons now." An ancient phenomenon ranked 28 on the previous phenomenon ranking. Chaos Essence Hole sure is frightening. Although that gray-robed cultivator knows many things, All his spirit arts cannot do anything against the chaos essence whole, and will disintegrate into nothing. The cultivators watching from afar discussed excitedly. They felt spectacular, able to witness the fight of ancient phenomenons earlier here. You're truly pushing your luck. Lin Xuanji no longer gave in and glared coldly at the incoming Niehao. His golden core circulated slowly, and an extremely terrifying aura rose in him. Suddenly, a hazy mist appeared around Lin Xuanji. The mist carried an ancient aura, as though they had returned to the beginning of the century, an age where chaos had yet to form. The hazy mist rumbled as though it possessed the most enigmatic energy in the universe. Even chaos essence whole could not envelope it. Niehao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the mist. Goodness! That gray-robed cultivator released his golden core phenomenon as well. What phenomenon is that? It seems like it can go against chaos essence whole. It looks like... As he listened to the discussions in the surrounding, Niehao's eyes flashed as though he recalled something. His expression changed starkly and he exclaimed, "Ancient phenomenon. Great expanding mist." The crowd's expression changed at the mention of those words. Not far away, Su Chang, who was fighting against Su Zimo, frowned and looked over as well. The great expanding mist was created by the ancient expert, Fairy Ling Long, and could only be released by the successor of Enigma Palace. Initially, everyone thought that the gray-robed cultivator was merely an itinerant cultivator with a mysterious background. But now, his identity was fully revealed. Fellow Taoist of Enigma Palace? Lung Ming had a vague feeling that something was amiss. The situation had gone completely out of control. Niehao calmed down gradually with a tinge of regret at the sight of the great expanding mist. Initially, his opponent had no intention of intervening. However, he was the one that pushed his luck and fought that man to the death, leading to the current irreconcilable situation. Lung Ming shifted his eyes and declared, "Why did Enigma Palace interfere in a fight between disciples of Tomb Sect?" The moment he released the great expanding mist, Lin Xuanji had no intention of hiding his identity. "I had no intention of interfering." Lin Xuanji removed his mask and put away the iron ruler. He pulled out his folding fan from his embrace and sneered, "However, someone refused to let me go." Lung Ming and the others glared at Niehao and cursed him to the core in their minds. "I had not thought things through for this. It was my mistake for pushing my luck when I did not know your identity, fellow Taoist." Niehao took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoist, feel free to leave. I'll definitely not stand in your way." "Fufu." Lin Xuanji sneered and shook his head. "It's too late for you to bow down now." He pointed to Niehao with a stern expression and said word by word, "I warned you a few times not to mess with me, but now, you've truly riled me up." Boom! Lin Xuanji took a stride forward, and the great expanding mist churned into a gigantic chessboard in front of him that seemed like it could engulf the entire world. Niehao had a conflicted expression. No matter what, he was a paragon of Chaos Essence Sect and possessed the pride of one. Fine. Let's see just how strong the great expanding mist of Enigma Palace is. Niehao hollered and controlled his Chaos Essence Hole, using it to devour the chessboard that was formed in front of Lin Xuanji. From the ancient era till now, although Fairy Ling Long was the one who set up the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking, no successor of Enigma Palace took part in the fight for the ranking spots. Most cultivators merely knew that this ancient phenomenon had a powerful background and extraordinary might. However, nobody knew just how strong it was or what position it could take on the phenomenon ranking. Right now, despite knowing Lin Xuanji's identity, the fact that Niehao was willing to fight bravely was proof that he was confident Chaos Essence Hole could devour the great expanding mist. Humph! A look of ridicule flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes as he sent the giant chessboard created by the great expanding mist into the Chaos Essence Hole without dodging or evading. The darkness of the hole tried to engulf the chessboard repeatedly. However, the chessboard spiraled and released streams of mysterious energy that tore the Chaos Essence Hole up instead. Niehao's mind was connected to the Chaos Essence Hole, and his expression changed as he sensed the changes in it. "Break it!" Lin Xuanji pointed forward and a streak of spirit light surged into the chaos essence hole. The chessboard expanded swiftly. Crack, crack, crack. Under countless gazes, a series of tears appeared on the chaos essence hole. Ah! There's an outcome to the fight between the two ancient phenomenons. To think that the great expanding mist would be this scary. Before their discussions were finished, a resounding bang reverberated through the world. Boom! The chaos essence hole exploded. Eft! Niehao shuddered and spat out a huge mouthful of blood, looking despaired instantly. The chessboard created by the great expanding mist merely dimmed significantly after destroying the chaos essence hole. However, it did not dissipate and continued spiraling above Niehao's head. A single thought from Lin Xuanji was enough to kill Niehao at the moment. Kill! At that moment, another battle elsewhere had reached its peak. Situ Shi controlled his 30-foot-tall battle corpse to fight against the formation created by the 5 puppets repeatedly. The battle corpse was extremely strong and every single punch and kick possessed frightening power. Shi Jian's 5 elements puppets could not hold on for much longer. Even so, there was no trace of panic in Shi Jian's eyes. He pursed his lips tightly and spirit chi threads coiled around his fingertips as he controlled the 5 elements puppets. Among them, the fire puppet blazing with flames and the water puppet attacked the battle corpse relentlessly, releasing different powers into the body of the battle corpse. At this point of refinement, the battle corpse was almost invulnerable towards fire and water. Plain fire or water could not damage the battle corpse. However, water and fire were irreconcilable. When the 2 different powers were used at the same time on the battle corpse, a violent clash would happen. Being irreconcilable, the different powers of water and fire would use the body of the battle corpse as a battlefield. Against the incomparably strong and resilient battle corpse, the clash had no impact on it initially. However, as time passed and the powers of water and fire were injected continuously, the clash stacked endlessly and finally, something changed. The movements of the battle corpse turned increasingly sluggish. Its skin and flesh showed signs of degradation, and even its bones that were comparable to spirit weapons turned extremely fragile amidst the fire and water. It was already too late by the time Situ Shi noticed it. Go! Shi Jian pointed forward and his earth, wood and metal puppets flashed, splitting into 3 directions before charging towards Situ Shi, who was not far away. The 30-foot-tall battle corpse was already rooted to the spot by the fire and water puppets and could not get close to Shi Jian. On one end it was battle corpses. On the other end it was puppets. Even if the battle corpse fought against the puppets for 3 days and nights, it would be hard to determine the victor. But now, that balance has finally been broken. Situ Shi could not protect himself any longer. Ah! Situ Shi exclaimed with fright in his eyes. Be it cultivators of puppet sect or corpse refinement cult, they spent most of their efforts refining their puppets and battle corpses. Cultivators of poison sect and tomb sect would have similar inclinations by spending most of their efforts on external objects. That was also the reason why they were defined as heretical doctrines. There were limits to a person's strength. Less accomplished in their personal cultivations, cultivators of the 5 heretical doctrines were also naturally weaker physically compared to cultivators of other supersections. There were even less cultivators who could cultivate golden core phenomenons. For example, Durin of Poison Sect was already a rare paragon for Poison Sect. Unfortunately, he was killed by the ancient dragonification art the moment he released his golden core phenomenon. Situ Shi's capabilities were completely tied to his 30-foot battle corpse. Now that his battle corpse was restrained by Shi Jian and 3 more puppets were heading his way, Situ Shi instantly realized that something was amiss. Go! He slapped his storage bag and summoned a flying sword, thrusting it to the metal puppet on the left. Clang! The flying sword was repelled instantly with sparks when it struck the metal puppet. The metal puppet had the toughest and most resilient body such that even Situ Shi's battle corpse had difficulty destroying it. If so, how could it be injured by Situ Shi's flying sword? In his panic, Situ Shi conjured a spirit art. The earth puppet created a shield using sand and defended against the spirit art with ease. Realizing that he could not win, Situ turned to flee. Unexpectedly, a series of green vines surged beneath his feet and bound them together. Before he knew it, the wood puppet had already arrived before him. The leaves of the vines were thin as paper and equally sharp, cutting wounds on Situ-Shur's thighs as fresh blood flowed. Ah! Situ-Shur shrieked tragically. The metal puppet had already arrived and used its palm as a knife, chopping down fiercely on Situ-Shur's head. It shone coldly with a chilling killing intent. Before the knife arrived, Situ-Shur could already feel his hairs standing on end. He had no time to hesitate as he waved the long rod in his hands. Clang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Situ-Shur felt a piercing pain in his ears as though they had gone deaf. Although he managed to defend against the attack, the earth puppet had already closed in. It stuck to Situ-Shur and wrapped him up in layers of mud. In the blink of an eye, Situ-Shur vanished, leaving behind a human-shaped mud block. Thump! A moment later, the mud block fell to the ground and shattered, revealing Situ-Shur's body once again. There was no longer any trace of life within the body of the corpse refinement cult paragon, and his eyes were widened with fear and indignance. They were the first group with a victor determined among the various paragons who were fighting. What a surprise! Situ-Shur has been famous for many years. To think that he would be killed by this unknown lad who looks like a dunce. He can multitask and control the 5 elements puppets to kill the paragon of corpse refinement cult. This dunce of puppet sect is about to get famous. At the end of the day, the Tao of corpse refinement is evil and is inferior. The cultivators watching nearby lamented with sad expressions. Huff! Huff! Shi Jian half knelt on the ground and panted heavily. His clothes were already drenched with sweat and he was thoroughly exhausted. Although he did not fight Situ-Shur with his bare hands, the continuous control of 5 puppets took a huge toll on his spirit energy and mental state. If the battle continued for another hour, it would be hard to determine the victor. Nie Hao was defeated and Situ-Shur died a horribly death. Lung Ming realized that if he could not take down Little Fatty as soon as possible and take away the Yellow Springs diagram, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed today. Kill! Decisively, he hollered and released his golden core phenomenon. Junior brother, admit defeat. A hazy yellow river appeared behind Lung Ming. It was massive and huge, emanating a rich nether aura as corpses floated on the surface while ghosts squirmed within. Splash! Little Fatty was fearless as he released his golden core phenomenon as well. The 2 legacy disciples of Tomb Sect released their Yellow Springs phenomenon at the same time. Fufu, junior brother. So what if you're able to release the Yellow Springs phenomenon as well? Lung Ming's eyes were filled with mockery as he shook his head. Throughout all these years, when has your Yellow Springs phenomenon ever defeated mine? You're too far from me. Before Lung Ming could finish, his expression changed and he froze up. A hazy yellow river current appeared behind Little Fatty as well. It was massive with corpses and ghosts inside, but the aura released by it was much scarier than Lung Ming's. How is that possible? Lung Ming looked at everything in disbelief. Little Fatty had not cultivated his Yellow Springs phenomenon to this extent before he entered the ancient battlefield. Roar! In that hazy yellow river current, there was even a faint figure of a WIRM that created torrential waves and released a loud roar. After he received the acknowledgement of the Yellow Springs diagram, Little Fatty did not only undergo a transformation physically, his Yellow Springs phenomenon evolved as well. Furthermore, he had obtained 50% of the dragon vein in the Yellow Springs diagram. Against the shroud of Little Fatty's Yellow Springs, Lung Ming's Yellow Springs resembled a feeble stream of water. The Yellow Springs rumbled and buried the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was the true Yellow Springs phenomenon. Amidst the torrential tides, Little Fatty supported his Yellow Springs phenomenon and dragged Lung Ming into it. That's impossible. Within the Yellow Springs, Lung Ming screamed from the depths of his throat as he struggled furiously with a menacing expression. However, his Yellow Springs phenomenon was extremely weak against the true Yellow Springs and could not withstand a single blow. How could this be? How could this be? Lang Ming's body was enveloped by the power of the Yellow Springs phenomenon, and his clothes disintegrated while his flesh and skin started rotting. I've got it. It must be because of the Yellow Springs diagram. Your phenomenon has been imbued by the true Yellow Springs. What are you trying to do? Do you really dare to kill me? Lang Ming glared at Little Fatty and howled. Initially, there was a hint of hesitance in Little Fatty's eyes. However, when he heard what Lang Ming said, Little Fatty took a deep breath of air and channeled his golden core with his full strength. The Yellow Springs were torrential and swallowed Lang Ming whole. Junior, brother, we're from the same sect. Please, bear my life. Lang Ming did not give up in the Yellow Springs and resisted with all his might. His voice stuttered and turned weak. Senior brother, the only thing I know is that you will definitely not let me off if the situation was reversed. Little Fatty's voice was calm as the Yellow Springs howled and drowned Lang Ming completely. Any cultivator that saw that watched with gaping mouths and shock in their eyes. The true Yellow Springs phenomenon was born. Along with the defeat of Nie Hao and death of Situ Shi and Lang Ming, the outcome of the fight was almost determined. However, the cultivators spectating still watched fixedly with excited expressions, as though they were afraid of missing something. A showdown between two peerless paragons was happening on the other side. The world changed. Nie Hao was defeated tragically while Situ Shi and Lang Ming died in succession. Cultivators of the three supersects were also mostly defeated and dead after the charge of Monkey and the others. It was almost certain that Su Cheng's side was defeated. However, at that moment, Su Cheng had no intention of retreating still and his eyes had a raring battle intent. He locked onto Su Zimo with his gaze and lightning crackled from the golden core phenomenon behind him. Everyone could retreat except him. The Purple Thunder Manual was in Su Zimo's hands. As long as he retrieved it, he would have done a huge merit for the sect and would also obtain the opportunity to cultivate the Purple Thunder Manual. Of course, that would naturally lead to a boost in his combat strength as well. In Zephyr Thunder Palace, a legacy cultivation technique was the Green Thunder Manual and it was also at heaven grade. It was clearly recorded in the sect that individually, the Purple Thunder and Green Thunder were both low-quality heaven-grade cultivation techniques. Combined, they would become a high-quality heaven-grade cultivation technique with unimaginable power. Su Cheng believed that this was his opportunity. As long as he killed Su Zimo and retrieved the Purple Thunder Manual, he would become the #1 perfected lord upon advancing to nascent soul realm. In fact, he could dominate everyone as a Tao being at Void Reversion Realm and become the new titular disciple of the sect for this generation. Su Cheng could not retreat. He was the #1 disciple of Zephyr Thunder Palace in the ancient battlefield, and he had his pride to maintain. Even if he escaped cleanly today, the two of them would definitely fight again in the Myriad Phenomenon City for the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking. At that time, he would lose in terms of aura before the battle even begins. Su Cheng believed that he could kill Su Zimo with overwhelming strength and regain the Purple Thunder Manual. In fact, he could even try to get his hands on the Yellow Springs diagram. All right, he nodded as he swept his gaze across the battlefield with a torrential aura. Without Situ Shi and the others, I'll take all the treasures in the tomb single-handedly. It's all thanks to you guys for killing them. You have yet to realize your situation, just by standing in the air indifferently with his hands behind his back. Su Zimo was already able to contend against Su Cheng, who had his golden core phenomenon released without being disadvantaged. Su Zimo remarked coldly, "You can barely protect yourself right now, but you're coveting the treasures of the tomb? Ha 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 ha." Su Cheng reared his head in laughter. "Su Zimo, I'll admit that you are strong in melee combat. However, the strongest means available to perfected beings are golden core phenomenons. The ranking list created by Fairy Linglong is called the Golden Core Phenomenon Ranking, not the Melee Combat Strength Ranking. I heard that you have a double phenomenon, so let's see just how strong they are today." "As you wish." Although Su Zimo's tone was calm, lightning flashed and electricity crackled behind him. The firmament collapsed and countless meteors fell with raging currents flooding. A gigantic divine turtle appeared in the world, rearing its head as it roared with a divine might and an imposing gaze. The primordial divine turtle had descended. Mysterious patterns shone from its shell one after another as it supported the shattered firmament. Its limbs suppressed the raging currents like heavenly piercing pillars. Go! Su Cheng pointed forward after sensing the tremendous pressure. Initially, there was only a single thunderbolt behind him. Instantly, two more appeared, thick as water buckets and shining brightly. Snap! Snap! All three thunderbolts struck the shell. Sizzle! Lightning flashed and created frightening arcs on the shell. Even after enduring 3 thunderbolts, the primordial divine turtle did not yield and protected Su Zimo beneath it. Ah, there's no wonder why that's a lost primordial phenomenon. It's so strong. Seems like there's nothing Su Cheng can do to Su Zimo. That's not for sure. The golden core phenomenon Su Cheng cultivated is the apocalyptic 5 thunders, but he has only just summoned 3 divine thunderbolts. However, the strength of every single divine thunderbolt multiplies. Su Cheng narrowed his gaze. He did not expect to defeat Su Zimo with 3 divine thunderbolts. However, he did not expect that 3 divine thunderbolts would not deal much of an impact to Su Zimo's primordial divine turtle as well. We're just getting started, Su Cheng said coldly as he swallowed a handful of elixirs before circulating his golden core once more. The dark clouds above his head turned thicker and darker as though they were about to fall at any moment. Sizzle! As the clouds moved, lightning flashed and another divine thunderbolt was created, striking instantly. 4 divine thunderbolts descended at the same time. Boom! The 4 divine thunderbolts resembled lightning spears as they struck the divine turtle fiercely on its back, creating a deafening explosion. Roar! The divine turtle cried tragically with a hint of pain in its eyes. Against the strike of 4 divine thunderbolts, the golden core phenomenon behind Su Zimo quaked violently and its luster dimmed. Humph! Su Zimo had a cold gaze as he circulated his golden core with a single thought. Once again, an incomparably strong and scorching aura burst forth from his body. Bang! Boom! Boom! The mountains toppled and volcanoes spewed. One after another, scorching lava sprayed across the land and incinerated all living beings, blazing through the masses. Hiss! The primordial soaring serpent flapped its wings and hissed endlessly as it glided into the air from a fissure in the ground. It took a deep breath and devoured all the lava before spewing it out once more. Shing! The scorching scarlet lava let out a strange sound when it splashed on Su Cheng's golden core phenomenon. Even the divine thunderbolts were burning as a red flare surged into the air. The descent of the 2 primordial divine beings, the divine turtle and soaring serpent, formed the union of fire and water. The birth of the double phenomenon caused the entire world to quake. Su Cheng's expression changed starkly. The power of the double phenomenon was much scarier than he had imagined. In the past, the soaring serpent and divine turtle phenomenons could both be ranked in the top 10 of the golden core phenomenon ranking. When the 2 great phenomenons were released at the same time, how frightening would their powers be? The 4 divine thunderbolts could not deal with it and their lightnings dissipated. The golden core phenomenon was on the verge of dispersing at any moment. Well. Su Cheng clenched his teeth and said coldly, "You should feel proud that you're able to force me to such an extent. This apocalyptic 5 thunders that I've cultivated was meant for Dean initially. But now, I'll use it to suppress you first. The 5th divine thunderbolt. Gather." Su Cheng's golden core was already at its limit, and there were even waves of throbbing pain. A series of thunderbolts flashed around him, and he seemed as though he was possessed by the god of thunder. He pointed into the skies, into the depths of the forming sea of dark clouds where a single light spot was intensifying. An even more terrifying divine thunderbolt descended. With the creation of the 5th thunderbolt, Su Cheng's golden core phenomenon was finally fully formed and evolved in quality. 5 divine thunderbolts possessed an apocalyptic might. Boom! 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 The 5 divine thunderbolts descended and struck the divine turtle and soaring serpent phenomenons repeatedly. Naturally, the 2 primordial divine beings were unwilling to express weakness against such provocation. They howled and stirred raging tides and blanketing flames to clash against the 5 divine thunderbolts. A blinding and resplendent aurora was created where the 3 great golden core phenomenons clashed. The surrounding spirit chi was already dried up, absorbed completely by the 3 phenomenons. The air currents surged. Cultivators nearby, the 2 of them who could not dodge in time, were drawn in by the shockwaves created by the clash of the 3 phenomenons and evaporated into blood mists instantly. Everyone witnessed a perfect spirit weapon trapped among the 3 phenomenons, and cracks appeared on it one after another. Pest! The crowd fell into an uproar. The explosion was so terrifying that even a perfect spirit weapon could not withstand it. A series of terrifying energy fluctuations were released by the repeated clashes between the 3 phenomenons. The cultivators in the vicinity had already retreated far away a long time ago. The voids were quaking violently. Su Chang had a deranged expression and green veins popped on his neck one after another. He had already circulated the power of his phenomenon to its limits. Even so, the 5 divine thunderbolts could not break through the soaring serpent and soaring serpent primordial phenomenons. The golden core phenomenons of both parties were in a stalemate in midair and expended energy continuously. Compared to Su Chang, Su Zimo was much more composed. Although his double phenomenon had the slight advantage, he could not take down the 5 divine thunderbolts either. It was as Lin Xuanji had said. Apart from Di'in, Su Chang was the most troublesome paragon Su Zimo had come across. The apocalyptic 5 thunders was also the only golden core phenomenon up till this point that could defend against the divine turtle and soaring serpent. In midair, the 3 phenomenons devoured and clashed against one another. It was difficult to determine who would prevail. Su Cheng's eyes shone. During this short period of time, the successor of Enigma Palace, as well as the legacy disciples of Puppet Sect and Tomb Sect, had consumed some elixirs and regained some strength after the breather. He would definitely be defeated if the 3 of them were to charge forward. Su Zimo, I'll consider this a draw today. Although he was indignant, Su Chang could only swallow this as he grit his teeth. I'll definitely fight you to the death in Myriad Phenomenon City. Don't worry. I'll make you hand over the Purple Thunder Manual for sure. Su Chang wanted to withdraw after saying that. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo continued pushing with a look of disdain in his eyes as he said indifferently, "Why should we wait till we get to Myriad Phenomenon City? I'll fight you to the death today." Humph! Su Chang sneered. "Su Zimo, I'll admit that you're strong. However, you must be naive if you think that you can kill me with just your double phenomenon. You're the naive one, not me." Su Zimo sneered as well. "Do you really think that the double phenomenon is all I've got?" When he heard that, Su Cheng's expression changed as his heart skipped a beat. This man had a stronger trump card? That was impossible. Su Chang denied that thought in his mind right away. However, his eyes widened immediately after with endless shock in them. "Fuse!" Su Zimo stood in the air and shouted as his hands clasped together slowly. Along with his command and motion, the 2 primordial phenomenons behind him leaned towards one another and gradually fused. The primordial divine turtle and primordial soaring serpent belonged to 2 extremities. One was fire while the other was water. One was passive while the other was active. But now, the soaring serpent wrapped around the divine turtle and coiled itself on the latter's shell with its massive body as their heads were lined one above the other. The 2 primordial divine beings seemed to have fused as one. This was not only the fusion of 2 primordial divine beings. In it, there was a mysterious truth of the universe. The entwining of turtle and serpent, the fusion of water and fire, the combination of passiveness and activeness. An even more frightening aura was released and spread into the surroundings, encompassing the world, be it cultivators in the battlefield or watching from afar. All of them shuddered in fear and instinctively wanted to kowtow onto the ground. Even for Monkey, he felt the jitters despite his untamed nature. This was a suppression that came from the depths of the bloodline. It was a fear that originated from the memories of one's soul. The turtle and serpent vanished. There was only a single golden core phenomenon remaining. Although Su Cheng's apocalyptic 5 thunders was frightening, It swayed as though it could dissipate at any moment in the face of this golden core phenomenon. None of the cultivators present could recognize the origin of the phenomenon. However, Lin Xuanji's eyes were widened as he muttered softly, "That is?" After a moment, he gasped as though he recalled something and exclaimed, "The entwining of turtle and serpent, one of the four great sacred beasts, the black tortoise. Legend has it that at the origin of chaos, before the world was created, there were the four sacred beasts, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. In reality, the dragon race of the primordial 9 races in Tianhuang mainland had its bloodline from the azure dragon. As for the phoenixes, their bloodline came from the vermilion bird bloodline. The four sacred beasts could be considered as the oldest and scariest existences in the universe, and were considered as the progenitors of many demon beasts. Su Zimo remained dormant in the Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years, studying Zen and Buddhism. Through the wisdom of Buddhism, he resolved the conflict of his immortality and demonic cultivation, allowing water and fire to fuse together. There was no distinction between immortals or demons, and the serpent and turtle had fused. For the past 20 years, the only thing that Su Zimo did apart from strolling was studying scriptures. Although it seemed like a carefree life, he had benefited immensely. The serpent and turtle were entwined and the black tortoise had descended. "Go!" Su Zimo pointed forward with a calm expression. The black tortoise reared its head and moved with 4 limbs, pushing forward gently. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, a series of cracks appeared on Su Cheng's 5 divine thunderbolts. They dimmed significantly before dissipating into light spots into the surroundings. Eft! Su Cheng spat out a huge mouthful of blood and color drained from his face. The black tortoise was a sacred beast. Sacred beasts were existences that came before the origin of chaos and more frightening than the legendary immortals and immortal beasts of the upper world. Although it was only a phenomenon, it was not something that Su Cheng's divine thunderbolts could contend against. In the face of the black tortoise phenomenon, Su Cheng felt as though his life was as insignificant as an ant. How scary! Dean finally has an opponent. This is an unprecedented phenomenon. Even against the top-tier phenomenons throughout history, this phenomenon can make it into the top 10. No, top 5. In fact, maybe even top 3. In my opinion, the human emperor's chaos ocean is probably the only thing that can contend against it. Su Zimo will definitely be able to leave his name on the Golden Core phenomenon for creating such a frightening phenomenon by tracing back to the ancient experts of the past. I'm so envious. In the fight for the Golden Core phenomenon ranking, if someone managed to create an unprecedented Golden Core phenomenon through their own comprehension or opportunities and managed to get into the rankings, they can name their phenomenons. It was an immense honor and would truly embody leaving their mark in history. On the Golden Core phenomenon ranking, many of the ancient phenomenons were handwritten by top-tier experts of the past personally. Su Cheng could not be bothered with his severe internal injuries and grabbed a handful of elixirs from his storage bag, devouring them. Su Zimo, although I'm defeated, you can dream about killing me. He ignored his injuries and made a decisive decision to turn and leave while declaring, "You had better not show yourself in Myriad Phenomenon City or you'll die miserably." A pair of wings made of wind and lightning appeared behind Su Cheng. In that clamor, he had already vanished from the spot and fled far away at a frightening speed. Su Cheng endured the pain in his body and snarled, "This is a secret skill of our sect, the Zephyr Thunder Escape. Even ordinary nascent souls won't be able to catch up to me." In the Purple Thunder Manual, Su Zimo caught sight of a section introducing a secret escape technique called the Lightning Escape. Although it was similar to the Zephyr Thunder Escape, it was a pity that he could not cultivate it just yet. Right now, it was relatively simple for him to capture Su Cheng. First, he could release his cultivation and circulate both cores. Coupled with ethereal wings, there's a high chance he could catch up. Second, he could release blood escape. Right as Su Zimo was considering his options, he sensed danger. As Su Cheng fled into the distance, Su Zimo retracted his black tortoise phenomenon. The support of a Golden Core phenomenon requires immense expenditure of spirit energy. Now that the outcome was determined, there was no need for Su Zimo to maintain his golden core phenomenon everywhere he went. However, the moment he retracted his black tortoise phenomenon, he sensed an immense danger that was close by. Su Zimo did not have time to check it out. The person struck at a perfect moment when his defenses were at its weakest. It was also the moment when he was the most relaxed. There was already no one within 100 feet of his battle with Su Cheng. Su Zimo had not expected anyone to close into him stealthily and attack without warning. The killing intent enveloped him immediately, and it was chilling to the bones. If he had not cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and possessed his unpredictable spirit perception, Su Zimo would not have been able to react and would have died on the spot. This could be considered as a perfect assassination attempt. Although he did not turn to look, a figure crossed Su Zimo's mind. Someone whose attire was indeterminate and had shifting appearances. A woman at times, a child at times, an elderly person at times, the assassin of Hidden Death Sect. Only a legacy disciple of Hidden Death Sect could have the insight to launch such a frightening assassination attempt. Su Zimo fought against the most prominent successors of Hidden Death Sect twice, and each time was equally treacherous. 20 years ago, Su Zimo only managed to kill the thousand-faced assassin beneath the human emperor's palace. To think that an assassin of Hidden Death Sect would leech onto him in the ancient battlefield again and try to claim his life immediately upon striking. Ah! A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. Mr. Bro! Brother Su, watch out! Little Fox, the spirit tiger, and everyone else did not have time to move and could only shout. Lin Xuanji had just taken a half-step forward before he stopped. It was already too late. Nobody could save Su Zimo. The sword of the assassin was inches away from Su Zimo. A wary look flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. This was the true terror of a legacy disciple of Hidden Death Sect. If he was in Su Zimo's position, he would be doomed from this assassination as well. There was nothing much to offend an ordinary cultivator. However, if one offended an assassin, one would never have a moment of peace in their future unless either one of the parties were truly dead. Nobody could know when an assassin would appear, and they would always have to be on guard. The assassin could be far away or nearby, always biding an opportune moment for a fatal strike like a ghost in the dark. The mental torture was extremely frightening, and most cultivators wouldn't be able to handle it. OM! In that instant, Su Zimo shouted with Sanskrit and released his robust voice as his blood chi surged and reverberated relentlessly like the crack of a thunderbolt. Sound-killing moves had almost instantaneous power bursts. At that critical moment, only a sound-killing move could save Su Zimo. The assassin's body shuddered upon hearing the Sanskrit word. Even for legacy disciples of Hidden Death Sect, they were not superior in head-on combat. The Sanskrit was released with haste and might not have had an impact on someone like Su Cheng. However, the impact was great for the Hidden Death Sect assassin. The sword in the hands of the assassin paused for a moment. However, immediately after, the assassin released Hidden Death Sect's secret skill and suppressed the wild blood chi in his body. He straightened the sword and thrust towards Su Zimo's heart from the back. The pause lasted for less than a single breath. Most cultivators wouldn't be able to react to it. However, Su Zimo possessed the warning from his spirit perception to begin with. There was no way he could miss this fleeting opportunity. Splash! His blood chi rumbled. Su Zimo's body expanded massively all of a sudden, and his robes were torn, revealing muscles that resembled molten steel. Although the transformation did not seem like anything much, the expansion of Su Zimo's body caused the initial position of his heart to deviate. Buzz! Buzz! 6 spirit patterns shone on the assassin's thin blade. It was a connate spirit weapon that was extremely sharp. However, the moment the thin blade entered Su Zimo's flesh, it was met with great resistance and let out a strange noise. Half of his thin blade was pushed through, but it did not hit any vitals. Furthermore, when the assassin wanted to withdraw the sword, he discovered that his sword was stuck tightly within Su Zimo's flesh. The next moment, a gigantic palm descended from the skies as a dark shadow blanketed the world. "How dare you!" Su Zimo hollered and disregarded his injuries as he counterattacked. He was truly enraged by the assassination. Thankfully, he had energy remaining after his fight with Su Cheng. If he was facing an opponent like Diin, it would be deadly to have an enemy like this assassin lurking nearby. He had to strike this person to death with his palm. Right here, right now. The assassin was decisive without any hint of panic in his eyes. He abandoned his thin sword and turned to flee, scurrying into the distance without touching the ground. His movement technique resembled a ghost, and he would disappear from one's line of sight if one was careless. "You're still trying to escape?" Su Zimo withdrew the long sword on his body and stuffed it into his storage bag. A stream of blood spewed out, but Su Zimo ignored it. His physique was way too strong that an injury like this would not impact him much. He would recover on his own before long. In a flash, Su Zimo chased in the direction of the assassin. "Om. Ma. Nai. Pa. Mi. Ham." Su Zimo released the 6 Sanskrit words of the damning mantra immediately, bursting like thunder. A single Sanskrit word was enough to affect the assassin. Now that all 6 words of the damning mantra were released, a terrifying power was formed in the voids. A Buddha light flashed and Sanskrit reverberated endlessly. Against the shock of the Sanskrit words, the assassin spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly revealed his position. "You're far weaker compared to the 1,000-faced assassin." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo had already arrived behind the person. He reached out and punched the assassin heavily on the back. Snap! A tremendous power almost snapped the assassin, causing a lump to protrude from his chest in a shocking manner. That single punch severed the life of the assassin. Thump! The assassin fell forward stiffly. Su Zimo arrived beside him and put away the latter's storage bag. He then reached out and kicked the assassin's corpse to flip it. The assassin was naturally unable to maintain hidden death sect's secret skill after his death, and his appearance was revealed. He was an ordinary person. His features could not have been any more ordinary. He was someone that would not be noticed at all when thrown into a crowd. Although Su Zimo had just seen how this person looked, the moment he closed his eyes, he could not even remember the person's face. Someone like that was a natural-born assassin. However, it was a pity that he chose the wrong prey. Although the assassin of Hidden Death Sect was dead, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace managed to escape with the opening as well. It was already too late for Su Zimo to chase in pursuit. In the end, Lin Xuanji did not kill Nie Hao of Chaos Essence Sect ruthlessly either, choosing to release the latter. Enigma Palace had an exceptional status in Tianhuang mainland and would naturally not sow grudges with other super sects. Lin Xuanji could not be as indifferent as Su Zimo in handling things. There were few cultivators remaining from the 3 super sects, and they fled in all directions wildly, vanishing without a trace. The cultivators watching nearby were emotional upon seeing that. After this battle, Su Zimo's would become even more prominent in the ancient battlefield. To many cultivators, Diin was probably the only one who could fight with him. This battle was an eye-opener for many cultivators. Notwithstanding the spirit arts and combat technique used in the massacre, there were quite a few ancient phenomenons that appeared. Chaos Essence Hole, Yellow Springs, Apocalyptic 5 Thunders, Primordial Divine Turtle, Primordial Soaring Serpent, and the extremely mysterious Great Expanding Mist. At the end, everyone had the fortune of witnessing the birth of a brand new Golden Core phenomenon. Furthermore, it was so scary that it could destroy the Apocalyptic 5 Thunders with ease. To think that even terrifying existences such as Lang Ming, Situ Shi, and the Assassin of Hidden Death Sect would die here. What a pity. Don't forget, this is the ancient battlefield where anything can happen. That's right. If the Assassin of Hidden Death Sect had not appeared in the end, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace might not have been able to escape as well. Many cultivators dispersed as they discussed in hushed voices. The battle had come to an end. Although everyone knew that this group was in possession of treasures such as the Yellow Springs Diagram and Purple Thunder Manual, nobody dared to fight them for it. "Thank you." Su Zimo turned to Lin Xuanji and nodded. Lin Xuanji was different from Little Fatty and Shi Jian. His identity was sensitive and there was no need for him to help out. Although Nie Hao was the one who pushed his luck, given Lin Xuanji's capabilities, if he truly wanted to escape, there was no way Nie Hao could have stopped him. Lin Xuanji waved it off and said deeply, "This black tortoise phenomenon that you've created is extremely strong and terrifying. Perhaps it can truly go against Chaos Ocean, but..." He paused for a moment before saying slowly, "From what I know, Dean is way scarier than he was 100 years ago. I don't even dare to divine anything pertaining to him. You must be careful." Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The fact that Lin Xuanji was so wary was proof of how frightening Dean was. "Don't worry, I haven't wasted my past 20 years as well," Su Zimo replied. Lin Xuanji nodded with a pensive expression. "There's one more thing, you've got to be careful after entering Myriad Phenomenon City. You've already offended almost everyone from the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects in the elementary ancient battlefield. You killed and injured many of them in the battle at the Human Emperor's palace. Although they can't blame anyone since they were the ones that joined forces, some sects might hold on to the grudge and make things difficult for you because of it. Since Su Chong and Nie Hao are not dead, the two great immortal sects, Zephyr Thunder Palace and Chaos Essence Sect, will definitely cause trouble for you in Myriad Phenomenon City." "Humph," Su Zimo sneered. "That's great. I'll send Su Chong down to the Yellow Springs if he comes to look for me." "There's something you might not know," Lin Xuanji said slowly. "In Myriad Phenomenon City, there's formations and seals left behind by seniors of Enigma Palace. Nascent souls can make use of dermic powers freely without being detected by the outside world." He was implying that nascent souls could attack freely in Myriad Phenomenon City without being devoured. That was a little troublesome. Lin Xuanji continued, "Zephyr Thunder Palace and Chaos Essence Sect have nascent souls tagging along for their expedition. These nascent souls are not sealers that are in their twilight years, but people in their prime with immense vitality. You must be careful of these nascent souls causing trouble for you after entering Myriad Phenomenon City." Su Zimo nodded. "In that case, anyone that did not have the backing of nascent souls in Myriad Phenomenon City was definitely disadvantaged." Lin Xuanji said, "All right, I'll leave you guys to clean up the battlefield. I'll take my leave first." "Hold on." As though he recalled something, Su Zimo called back Lin Xuanji. "What's wrong?" Lin Xuanji froze for a moment. Su Zimo asked, "Have you seen a group of cultivators, around 8 of them with ancient attires? They have golden hair, blue eyes, sharp noses, and every single one of them is extremely good-looking." When he heard that description, Lin Xuanji's expression turned increasingly grim. "Why are they here?" he murmured with a dark look on his face. Su Zimo asked, "Who are they?" He had to know their background since Nian Qi was taken away by them. Lin Xuanji asked instead, "You know about the primordial 9 races, right?" Su Zimo nodded. Lin Xuanji said slowly, "They are part of the primordial 9 races, the God race." God race. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat at the mention of those words. There was a race in Tianhuang mainland that dared to refer to themselves as gods. They were either lunatics or they must be truly frightening that they resembled gods. Lin Xuanji frowned deeply and murmured, "The primordial 9 races would almost never appear in the ancient battlefield. To think that beings of the god race from this generation would enter. Why are you asking about that? Have you seen them?" Lin Xuanji asked. "No." Su Zimo shook his head. "However, I've got a friend that was taken away by that group. I've got to rescue her." Lin Xuanji sighed gently and shook his head. "You haven't interacted with the god race before, so you don't know about their terror." He continued, "In the god race, killing above their level is something as simple as drinking water. The only thing that would pique their interest slightly is killing someone that's a major realm above them. To put it simply, against the god race, your body, blood chi, and advantage in melee combat is almost non-existent." Su Zimo did not doubt Lin Xuanji. From Qing Qing's description, he could already vaguely guess how frightening the group of cultivators were. How terrifying was Su Zimo's body and blood chi. He had yet to experience defeat in melee combat. Even when he exchanged blows with Di'in in the old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he had a slight advantage. But now it was said that the god race could match him in terms of physique and blood chi. As one of the primordial 9 races, the god race has a noble bloodline and possesses many ancient secret skills and techniques. Even Di'in would not dare to provoke them recklessly. Lin Xuanji mulled. The arrival of the god race. Seems like something big is about to happen in the ancient battlefield. This is not good. I've got to hurry back and inform the elders of the sect so that they can prepare for things. With that said, Lin Xuanji vanished right in front of their eyes in a puff of smoke. God race? God race? Su Zimo murmured with an unfathomable expression as he said coldly. To think that I'll come across the primordial 9 races so quickly. It was no wonder why Nian Qi possessed such immense strength in the past without knowing anything. It was because she carried the blood of the god race in her body. Of course, there were many indications that showed that even with the bloodline of the god race in her, Nian Qi's background might be even more complicated. There was naturally a reason why the primordial 9 races ruled over the 10,000 races back in the primordial era. If not for the battle royale in the primordial era which reduced the 10,000 races and caused immense damage to the strength of the primordial 9 races, humans wouldn't have been able to overthrow the rule of the primordial 9 races even if they had immense fortune and multiple emperors. The ancestral dragon that appeared more than 10,000 years ago had frightening strength. 2 super sects and an empire was annihilated because of it. After the ancient war, the 9 races fell and humans ruled over Tianhuang mainland. Even so, there were 9 forbidden grounds for cultivators on Tianhuang mainland. The 9 forbidden grounds were the places where the primordial 9 races resided. Any living being apart from those of the primordial 9 races would be killed mercilessly if they entered the forbidden grounds. Previously, the Palace Lord of Bloodcrow Palace arrived at the Dragon Bone Valley and alarmed a divine dragon. The reason why the Palace Lord explained hurriedly that he was one of the 9 races was so that he could save himself. Unfortunately, the divine dragon could tell with a single look that the Palace Lord's bloodline was impure and almost killed him on the spot. After a while, Little Fatty and the others swept through the battlefield and reaped their rewards. Boss, where should we go next? I'll go along with you, Little Fatty said. Su Zimo replied deeply. We'll find a place to rest for the day. Tomorrow, we'll head for Myriad Phenomenon City. All right, everyone nodded. If they wanted to search for the god race aimlessly in the ancient battlefield, it would be akin to seeking a pin in a haystack. It was unrealistic. There was definitely a reason why the god race appeared in the ancient battlefield. They merely discovered Nian Qi by accident. The place where the god race had the highest possibility of appearing was at the center of the ancient battlefield, Myriad Phenomenon City. Myriad Phenomenon City existed for a long time and had been around since the ancient era. Fairy Ling Long named the ancient city and it represented endless phenomenons. She hoped that humans would be able to create golden core phenomenons limitlessly in the future. Right now, even if there weren't 10,000, there were several thousand different golden core phenomenons. However, there were not many that could be ranked at the top of the phenomenon ranking. Most of them were familiar ones that had been passed down from the ancient era. This day, a group of strange, travel-worn cultivators arrived outside Myriad Phenomenon City. To be precise, there were only 3 cultivators in the group. The other 5 cultivators gave off a faint demonic chi and showed clear signs of being demon beasts. Although demon beasts could take on human form after creating a core and even speak in human tongue, they could not erase their demon beast roots entirely. After creating an essence spirit, demon beasts can resonate with the universe and absorb the essence of the sun and moon, allowing them to take on human form completely while hiding their auras so that they can hide among humans. Those demon beasts were difficult to detect, and that was the reason why they were called fiend demons. Among the 5 demon beasts, 3 of them looked menacing and had burly bodies filled with long fur. Their gazes were vicious and they emanated a rich demonic chi. The other 2 were female. One of them was tall with long, slender legs that looked extremely flexible. The other one was in her prime and had peerless looks. She wore fiery red robes that were daring and barely concealed her body. Every single blink of her huge, watery eyes seemed as though they could steal someone's soul. As the group of them walked, The young lady in her prime drew away half of everyone's attention alone. The reason why the group of them was described as strange was not because of the 5 demons or the young lady with the charming looks alone. In the ancient battlefield, many disciples or strong paragons of different sects had their own mounts or spirit beasts. It was a part of their combat strength. Previously, there were even cultivators that rode on 7 WRMS into Myriad Phenomenon City and emanated an exceptional aura. 5 demon beasts was nothing compared to that. WRMS were pure-blooded, ferocious beasts and looked way stronger than the 5 demon beasts. There was even a female cultivator with an unmatched grace who rode on a snowbird and descended into Myriad Phenomenon City. There were spirit chariots that flew through the air, as well, where men could be faintly seen lying on the laps of beautiful women while enjoying wine and making merry. The spirit chariots were followed by many gorgeous women, and flower petals were scattered everywhere they passed with an aromatic fragrance that others envied. In terms of grandeur, this group of people were nothing. However, the truly odd thing about the group of them was the attitude between the 3 cultivators and the 5 demons. All of them conversed happily, and rather than slaves, they seemed like good friends. Finally, someone exclaimed softly and sized up a green-robed cultivator among them before murmuring with a puzzled expression. Could he be? Su Zimo and the others had finally arrived here after an arduous journey. Myriad Phenomenon City was like an ancient gigantic beast that sat here motionlessly, giving off an antiquated aura as it witnessed history pass by. Beneath Myriad Phenomenon City, everyone raised their heads. The tiles on the city walls were greenish-black with marks left behind by sharp swords, as though they were telling a story. "How tall?" Little Fox exclaimed. The group of them were akin to insignificant ants beneath the walls of the ancient city. "This ancient city sure is grand." Ching Ching could not help but exclaim as well. The spirit tiger shifted his eyes and gazed at the entrance of Myriad Phenomenon City, pouting his lips. "It's a pity that there's no gates to this ancient city. Its defenses are too weak. If a beast stampede arrives, the city will be infiltrated instantly." "You're mistaken." Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "There's no need for city gates in Myriad Phenomenon City. Given the treacherous environment of the ancient battlefield, the only ancient city that did not require a city gate was Myriad Phenomenon City." "Ah?" The spirit tiger froze for a moment in confusion. Su Zimo pointed beneath his feet and said slowly, "The most outstanding cultivators of the Golden Core realm in Tianhuang mainland are all gathered here in the city. Of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield, at least 100,000 of them will make it to Myriad Phenomenon City. With that figure, no demon beast stampede, or any living being would dare to attack Myriad Phenomenon City. That would be akin to having a death wish." Ching Ching kicked the spirit tiger and teased, "Hey, go and trigger a beast stampede. I'll see how you take down Myriad Phenomenon City." The spirit tiger coughed twice hurriedly with an awkward expression. Suddenly, a voice sounded above the city walls that caused a commotion. "Su Zimo. He is Su Zimo." "Huh? What are you talking about?" "The monster incarnate who obtained the legacy of the human emperor's palace has a double phenomenon, destroyed Glass Palace's ancient city, and defeated Su Cheng. I'm definitely not mistaken. It's him. It truly looks like him. Green robes and accompanied by the legacy disciples of Tomb Sect and Puppet Sect. There will definitely be a good show to watch. I heard that there are many people in the city that have their eyes set on killing him. Hehe. They should be eyeing his treasures instead, right?" Above the city walls, on both sides of the pathways and within buildings, countless gazes looked down. Some of them were in awe, some were envious, some hostile. But more than that, most of them were gloating. Who wouldn't know of Su Zimo? In the ancient battlefield, there might not be many who have seen Su Zimo in person before. However, there was barely anyone who had not heard of him before. Right now, Su Zimo was already a scary figure that no one dared to approach, and he was second only to Diin. The moment he stepped foot into Myriad Phenomenon City, a commotion broke out. Su Zimo was calm and nonchalant despite the numerous gazes. Little Fatty and Shi Jian were comparatively flustered. The people who could survive endless dangers and make the arduous journey to Myriad Phenomenon City were far from ordinary. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield. However, only 100,000 or so could make it to Myriad Phenomenon City alive. The gazes from these people naturally carried an immense pressure that ordinary cultivators would not be able to endure. Ching frowned slightly. Instinctively, Little Fox hid behind Su Zimo. The golden lion had a grim expression and tried his best to retract his demonic chi. No matter what, they were demon beasts. It was natural for them to feel uneasy being sized up by so many paragons of the human race. The spirit tiger ignored all the surrounding gazes and swaggered his way into the city boldly. Although Monkey could sense the hostility, he had no fear or reservations. Instead, he snarled and glared back with a menacing expression. He had a proud nature, and apart from Su Zimo, whom he was on friendly terms with, he did not have any regard for anyone else. That demon monkey sure is cocky. Forget it. We had better not mess with it, since it was probably brought here by the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. Humph. Let's see how long more that Su Zimo can continue smiling. He's already made enemies with so many people before the fight for the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking. There will definitely be people who want to cause trouble for him. The crowd discussed. Right then, a group of cultivators walked over, and everywhere they passed, the crowd made a path for them. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. There were dozens of them in the group, and they came from 3 different sects, wearing different attires and had varied sect badges. Among them, there were even cultivators that were transformed from spirit beasts. Su Zimo had seen one of their sect badges on Suchong before. Zephyr Thunder Palace. There were many cultivators of Zephyr Thunder Palace that died outside the Astral Dragon Sputum Lair, and Suchong escaped with grave injuries after barely scraping through death. The arrival of this group was definitely hostile. The other 2 groups of cultivators were from Purple Firmament Sect and Clear Wind Temple. There were 3 super sects gathered. Fufu, what did I say? A tall tree is susceptible to being knocked over by strong winds. Su Zimo is bound to die after offending so many factions. I don't think anything much is going to happen, since killing is forbidden within the city. Those cultivators can't possibly just start a fight on the streets. Wait and see. Humph. Many cultivators were waiting to watch a spectacle. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and narrowed his gaze as he looked at the dozens of people approaching. Fufu. The Golden Core leading Clear Wine Temple laughed gently before he arrived as he cupped his fists and raised his voice. I am Duan Qingping. It's a pleasure, fellow Taoist Su. I've heard a lot about you. The Golden Core named Duan Qingping gave a fake smile, and his words were merely pleasantries. The Golden Core leading Purple Firmament Sect sized up Su Zimo from head to toe before nodding expressionlessly. I am Wu Feng. It's the 2 of them. Things sure are heating up. Both Duan Qingping and Wu Feng are the top disciples of the 2 super sects. The cultivators of Zephyr Thunder Palace had cold gazes that were filled with killing intent. Su Zimo was not even bothered to put on a facade of politeness towards the group of them, and had remained in silence with an icy gaze right from the beginning. Monkey and the others glared opposite with extreme hostility. Fufu. Duan Qingping chuckled and waved it off gently. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be nervous. Fighting or killing is forbidden in the city apart from the Myriad Phenomenon Hall. Why are you guys so tensed up? Relax. Su Zimo remained silent. He had no doubt that killing was forbidden in the city. After all, if there wasn't such a rule, all the paragons that were gathered in Myriad Phenomenon City might fight over any disagreements given their haughty and prideful natures. At that time, most people would be dead, and there would be rivers of blood before the fight for the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking. Even so, Duan Qingping and the others must have a motive for coming here. Duan Qingping maintained his smile and swept his gaze across Monkey, the spirit tiger, and everyone else before continuing. However, there's no restrictions about killing demon beasts in the city. Su Zimo raised his brow and his face was filled with killing intent. This group of people were here because they wanted to make a move on Monkey and the others. They were already sworn siblings. None of them was a spirit beast of anyone. To Su Zimo, Monkey and the others were like his kin. Anyone that harbored designs on his kin had to die. Duan Qingping chuckled again after sensing Su Zimo's killing intent. Fellow Taoist Su, don't get worked up. As cultivators, there's naturally no way we will lay our hands on your spirit beasts. However, he changed the topic. It's inconvenient for us to fight lest we spoil our relationship, but we can let our demon beasts spar with one another. How about that? With that, Duan Qingping slanted slightly and a tall man walked out from behind him. The man emanated a rich demonic qi and had a savage gaze. He was muscular with a bare upper body that was lined with steel-like muscles. He looked extremely terrifying. Duan Qingping remarked casually, "This is a spirit beast that was hatched from a spirit beast egg I found by wandering into a cave abode by accident in the past. It's nothing special." A gorgeous woman from Purple Firmament sect at the side walked forward. She had a long, slender body that curved in the right places charmingly. Wu Feng pointed to the woman. "This is a spirit beast reared by me. She's a demon beast of the snake race and is extremely ordinary as well. Your spirit beasts can pick any of them as an opponent for a spar." Su Zimo sneered internally. Neither Monkey nor the spirit tiger were spirit beasts reared by him. As such, a spar like this was naturally extremely amusing to him. Just as Su Zimo was about to decline, a hairy palm appeared on his shoulder. Monkey stood out and rubbed his palms with a grin. "I've been feeling itchy anyways. I'll fight them." Since Monkey made his decision, Su Zimo did not stop the former. A look of delight flickered through the depths of Duan Qingping and Wu Feng's eyes. Duan Qingping asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, which of these two ferocious beasts do you want to challenge?" "Two. What's with the hassle? Let the both of them come together." Monkey spat in disdain and shouted, "You have a death wish." The mighty man's expression darkened instantly, and the demonic qi surrounding him grew thicker. Hoo. The snake woman was completely amused, but her eyes were colder than anything else as she said frostily, "Demon Monkey, don't regret this." As though he was afraid that Su Zimo might regret things, Duan Qingping said hurriedly, "Since that's the case, we'll let them spar." Although he said it was a spar, everyone could tell that once the spirit beasts on both sides started fighting, blood would be spilled and no mercy would be shown. Duan Qingping and Wu Feng exchanged glances. Both could see the delight on the face of the other. Earlier on, they pretended to be weak intentionally by claiming that their spirit beasts were ordinary. To think that Su Zimo would be fooled with such ease. Duan Qingping sneered internally. Although this monster incarnate has quite a reputation, he's probably nothing much. Even that spirit monkey reared by him is so impetuous like a moron. Duan Qingping and Wu Feng had relaxed expressions, convinced of their victory. On the other side, Su Zimo had a calm expression and his gaze was deep as the ocean. No one could read his mind. Little Fatty and Shi Jian had odd looks on their faces. Both of them had witnessed Monkey's strength personally previously. Although that demon monkey seemed like its bloodline was ordinary, it was definitely not inferior to ferocious beasts in combat strength. The golden lion had a frozen expression as he tried his best to look worried. Ching and Little Fox tried their best to hide their amusement. The spirit tiger grinned evilly, looking as the mighty man and snake woman as though he was looking at two corpses. They had a better understanding of Monkey. If the mysterious power in Monkey's bloodline was forced out and it entered a berserk state, a calamity would definitely unfold. At that time, Monkey would not be able to recognize and would attack anyone even if it was Su Zimo. Before long, a space opened up on the long street. The number of cultivators gathered increased and a crowd was formed. Monkey had already entered the battlefield and was twisting his neck to stretch. The mighty man and snake woman formed a triangle opposite him. With a mocking expression, the mighty man said slowly, "Demon Monkey, it's not too late for you to regret now." Regret. Monkey rolled his eyes and sprinted towards the mighty man in huge strides while cursing, "Regret your mother!" Boom! He guarded his chest with his left hand and his right hand expanded as he threw a punch with it. The size of his fist grew and resembled a gigantic greenish-black seal that descended from the skies. The tremendous force caused the air to explode with a boom. Sanguine Ape Fist Seal. That was a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. Apart from Su Zimo, Monkey was the only one who knew that. Ah! The mighty man was about to refute when he swallowed his words out of fear towards the frightening incoming force. In fact, there was even a stench of blood around the gigantic seal. Pest! Recognizing how powerful this attack was, the mighty man gasped and his expression changed. Crackle! The tendons and bones in the mighty man's body rang at the same time and his blood chi surged. He reverted to his true form without hesitation after Monkey's attack. Although demons could take on human form after forming a core, their full combat strength could only be unleashed in their true forms. A gigantic demon beast appeared where he was. It resembled a tiger and a pair of wings appeared on its back with a swoosh. It had sharp teeth and fangs as it glared menacingly with a torrential ferocity. Ah! It's a Xianxia. The Xianxia is one of the 4 great ancient ferocious beasts. It's almost impossible to capture one alive and tame it thereafter. Duan Qingping sure is lucky. Any paragon that could become a top disciple of a supersect would definitely have his own opportunities and encounters. Duan Qingping sure is scheming to hide the identity of his spirit beast. Seems like that demon monkey is doomed. On the other side, the snake woman seemed to have sensed the immense pressure and reverted to her true form as well. A gigantic snake coiled up from the ground and it was 1,000 foot long. The scales on its body were as large as a person's face. Its head could almost reach the heavens as it flicked its forked tongue while glaring at Monkey coldly. Its gigantic snake tail swayed with a nauseating stench. Its tail was filled with poison. The cultivators in the vicinity held their breaths hurriedly. Everyone was even more shocked when they turned to look over. The snake's tail was forked like a pair of hooks that shimmered coldly, as though they could pierce anything in the world. Heavens, it's a hook snake! Yet another pure-blooded, ferocious beast. Duan Qingping and Wu Feng came prepared. Su Zimo's demon beast is bound to die. Even in the ancient battlefield, pure-blooded ferocious beasts were rarely seen. Even if they were seen, it was almost impossible to capture them alive and force them into a blood oath. But now, an ordinary monkey was fighting against 2 pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Wouldn't the monkey be ripped apart alive? Bang! Monkey had already arrived in front of the Xianxia and the gigantic seal descended fiercely. The Xianxia raised his arms to defend head-on and his blood chi surged in a torrential manner as a dull thud of defeat echoed out. There was a momentary pause. The next moment, the crowd went into an uproar. Right in front of countless gazes, the massive body of the Xianxia was sent flying and fell onto the ground, rolling on the long street for a long time before coming to a stop. It was knocked away by a seemingly ordinary demon beast. How powerful was that burst power? What was the background of that demon monkey, such that it was able to send the Xianxia, one of the 4 great ancient ferocious beasts, flying? Pest! 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 An evil gust of wind welcomed him. The gigantic tail of the snake swept over like a heavenly piercing pillar. It had a frightening might as sand and gravel flew before it even arrived. Monkey did not move at all and channeled his blood chi. Reaching out, he opened his palms and grabbed the incoming snake tail directly. Bang! The stone slabs beneath Monkey's feet exploded instantly. However, Monkey did not move at all against the full-powered attack of the hook snake. A cold glint flashed through the eyes of the hook snake. The sweep of her tail was only her first move. Her true killing move came from her snake hooks thereafter. The reason why they were called hook snakes was because their most frightening means were the hooks on their tails. The pair of hooks was incomparably sharp and when cultivated to the peak, they could even penetrate perfect spirit weapons. Not only that, the hooks contained toxic poison. Most living beings would explode into pus within 10 breaths if they were struck by the hooks. The snake tail swept over like a stone pillar and steel whip. However, after Monkey grabbed it with both hands, the snake's tail went limp. As though it had a life of its own, it moved unusually and thrust towards Monkey's legs. Eft! Monkey could not dodge in time and 2 bloodied holes appeared on his legs. Hiss! The hook snake smiled. In her eyes, Monkey was already a dead man. Even a pure-blooded, ferocious beast could only endure slightly longer against the spread of the toxic poison, but they would also die sooner or later. Monkey's expression did not change, but his knees buckled and he almost fell over. However, the blood glint in his eyes intensified, and he stood up immediately after while his body expanded as he roared into the skies. That attack had enraged Monkey thoroughly. The inner core in Monkey's chest circulated fanatically and his blood chi surged. Instantly, he reverted to his true form with an expanded body and a torrential ferocity. Roar! Monkey glared with his bloodshot eyes and let out a deafening scream. Ah! Many cultivators watching in the vicinity exclaimed and their expressions changed. Some of the cultivators had it even worse and even retreated a few steps by instinct against the mighty of the demonic chi. Monkey grabbed the hook snake's tail with both arms and dug into its flesh with 10 forceful fingers. When he exerted strength in his arms, his muscles bulged and looked like defined rocks. PSST. The hook snake hissed into the air in turmoil. With a godly might, Monkey lifted the gigantic snake from its tail and swung it through the air with a massive arc before smashing it onto the ground violently. There were shouts and the crowd had already dispersed. The cultivators in the city were extremely alert and had retreated the moment they sensed that something was amiss. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the hook snake's body smashed heavily onto the ground and created a fissure that was 1,000 feet long. Sand and gravel flew everywhere along with flesh and blood. All the cultivators who were watching in the vicinity winced with immense shock in their eyes. It was too ruthless. If they were in the hook snake's position, they would have been smashed into sludge by that attack. The hook snake convulsed on the ground as she let out a stuttering, tragic sound with injuries all over her body. Although she was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast, she could not withstand Monkey's frightening attack. She had truly not expected Monkey to turn even more fearsome and produce such a shocking power after he was struck by her poison. Monkey panted slightly. In truth, the poison of the hook snake was rather lethal and had already entered his body. However, the poison triggered the mysterious power in his bloodline and the two different powers ate at one another. Neither side could overwhelm the other within a short period of time, and that stalemate was the reason why he had not fallen. Even the conniving Duan Qingping could no longer smile. Wu Feng's expression was even darker. On the other side, the Xianxia was sent flying far away by Monkey's punch. Its bones were nearly broken as it struggled to stand up. Swoosh! The Xianxia spread its wings and descended from the skies, lunging towards Monkey viciously. Clang! Clang! It reached out with extremely sharp claws that shimmered coldly towards Monkey's head. At the same time, the Xianxia reared its head and opened its mouth to reveal fangs one sharper than the other to chomp down on Monkey's neck. Monkey would be doomed no matter if he was scratched or bitten by the Xianxia. Standing motionlessly on the spot, Monkey reared his head and glared with his bloodshot eyes. He did not dodge or avoid and suddenly counterattacked fiercely. Crack! 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 Monkey reached out with both arms. The sound of bones cracking and tendons twitching could be heard loudly from his muscular arms. Right in front of countless gazes, the tendons of the two arms stretched and their flesh were filled with blood, expanding more than 3 feet instantly. Although the Xianxia had the initiative, the sudden change caused it to be in a passive position. Before its fangs could reach Monkey, the latter's arms were already extended close to it. The Xianxia changed tactics at the last minute and grabbed Monkey's arms with its palms while biting down towards the latter's approaching palm. Bang! Monkey managed to grab the Xianxia's jaws before the latter could bite down. Boom! Monkey's bloodshot eyes shone brightly as he howled in rage, yanking the Xianxia down from midair and smashing it onto the ground violently. That smash caused the Xianxia's head to spin, and it felt like its bones were about to break. Its skin had already split apart and it was on the verge of fainting from the pain. Its situation was not much better than the hook snake. Before it could react, a foot stomped down on its lower body with a thunderous might. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Groar! The Xianxia shrieked in pain. Monkey stomped down on the Xianxia's lower body with one foot while grabbing its upper and lower jaws with both arms. He had a feral gaze as he smashed them towards his own knee. Snap! The tragic shriek came to a stop. The Xianxia's upper and lower jaws were ripped apart by Monkey, and its brains were smashed into sludge. It could not be any more dead. The cultivators watching were dumbfounded. This was an outcome that nobody had expected. The Xianxia was one of the 4 great ancient ferocious beasts. Even in the ancient era, it dominated the forests and was a superior demon beast. Who would have thought that it would be killed by a seemingly ordinary demon monkey? Su Zimo was unsurprised and had a calm expression. Apart from him and Night Spirit, Monkey had the most frightening combat strength among the 7 of them sworn siblings. Although the 2 pure-blooded ferocious beasts had powerful backgrounds, they were no match for Monkey. At the thought of Night Spirit, a black shadow that resembled a phantom lined with cold scales and had a sharp tail flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Night Spirit was a natural killer. Each time he attacked, Su Zimo would always be amazed. His kills were clean without any unnecessary actions. If Night Spirit was the one fighting this, the 2 pure-blooded ferocious beasts would have been carcasses within a couple of moves. Duan Qingping's expression turned dark, but reverted to normal within a moment. Initially, they wanted to kill Su Zimo's spirit beasts with this spar and conveniently agitate the latter. As long as Su Zimo was agitated and attacked within Myriad Phenomenon City, the nascent souls backing them would have sufficient reason to attack and kill Su Zimo on the streets. However, they've miscalculated. Snake Woman, come back! Wu Feng shouted hurriedly when he realized that the battle was already lost. He did not want his spirit beast to end up in the same state as the Xianxia. The hook snake obeyed and was invigorated for a moment, slithering her body towards the direction of Wu Feng. Trying to flee? Monkey sneered and stomped on the ground. Instantly, his body flashed and he dashed over at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Stomping down on the hook snake's waist, Monkey exerted strength in his foot and almost split the hook snake's body into 2. Ah! 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 The hook snake shrieked shrilly and twisted her body wildly. Yet she could not break free from Monkey's grip no matter what she did. Before Wu Feng could react, Monkey had already leaned forward and hammered down his massive fists in a flurry. Bang! 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 He attacked a dozen times in succession. The hook snake's head was smashed into a pulp. The hook snake had fallen. The battered half of the snake's body that remained twitched unconsciously. Ha ha! Monkey grinned and sliced open the snake's body, retrieving a slimy green gall. He raised his head and swallowed it as he smacked his lips. Spat! He spat out and pouted his lips. How bitter! This sucks. The cultivators in the vicinity were speechless. The gall of a hook snake was the most valuable part of its body and was worth even more than its inner core. After consumption, cultivators gain immunity to most poison and can even dispel the poison of the hook snake itself. A single drop of juice from the hook snake's gallbladder was sufficient to refine a superior class antidote. To think that this demon monkey would be unsatisfied after consuming the entire gallbladder, and it was even filled with contempt. Accursed beast! How dare you! Wu Feng had finally snapped out of his stupor and his expression was extremely grim. He glared at Monkey with a deep killing intent and released his golden core's spirit energy while summoning a flying sword. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. As long as Wu Feng dared to move, he would attack and crush this man to death with his palm. Wu Feng's aura had barely surged when he shuddered. Su Zimo's hands were tainted with the blood of many paragons. A single gaze from him carried an overbearing aura and a terrifying suppression. Brother Wu! Duan Qingping was the first to react as he held Wu Feng back by the arm and shook his head gently. The killing intent in Wu Feng's eyes dissipated. He took a deep breath before calming down and retracted his flying sword. Humph! Monkey glanced at the 2 of them from the corner of his eyes before snorting and returning to Su Zimo's side. This was almost a perfect victory for him. Although he was injured as well, those were external injuries and his bones and tendons were unaffected. After he swallowed the snake gall, the greatest threat to him, the hook snake poison, was already dispelled. Duan Qingping cupped his fists from far away and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Su, to think that not only are you strong, even your spirit beast is so terrifying. I'm impressed." Su Zimo frowned. The fact that Duan Qingping was able to smile despite the immense losses meant that he was plotting something much greater. Duan Qingping smiled. "Fellow Taoist Su, the reason why we're here is actually to invite you for a banquet." Here it comes. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. This was probably their true motive. Duan Qingping continued, "The elders of our three immortal sects have heard of your reputation for a long time as well. They've prepared a banquet specially for you, and we'd like to invite you for a gathering." Needless to think, this was definitely a Hongmen banquet of no return. Su Chong of Zephyr Thunder Palace was nearly killed by Su Zimo. The Purple Thunder Manual was in his possession as well. How could Zephyr Thunder Palace be so kind as to invite him for a banquet? The battle beneath the human emperor's palace 20 years ago shocked the world. Successors of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects were left dead and injured. The successors of two major Immortal sects, Purple Firmament Sect and Clear Wind Temple, died in Su Zimo's hands. In other words, the three major Immortal sects before them, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Purple Firmament Sect, and Clear Wind Temple, all had grudges with Su Zimo in one way or another. It was easy for him to attend the banquet, but he would most likely be left with no choice after attending. Naturally, there was no way Su Zimo would be deceived by a plot as such. He sneered internally and was about to decline when Duan Qingping gave a sudden smile and said slowly, "This is the goodwill of the elders of our three major immortal sections. I'm sure you will give them some face, right, fellow Taoist Su?" Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. He felt a chills run down his spine after Duan Qingping finished speaking, and he was alarmed internally as a cold killing intent engulfed him. At least 3 killing intents were fixed on him at that instant. Su Zimo finally understood the meaning behind the invitation. There was no doubt that it was a Hongmen banquet. However, the invitation came from the nascent soul-perfected lords of the three major immortal sects. If he declined right away, it would be equivalent to disrespect towards the three nascent souls. The nascent souls of the three major immortal sects would have a reason to attack him. Private duels were forbidden in Myriad Phenomenon City. However, those restrictions meant little to the nascent souls. They could make a move as long as they had a reason to justify it. There were many seals in Myriad Phenomenon City that could prevent the detection from the outside world, and it was like a pocket dimension of its own. Even if the nascent souls attacked with their full powers, they would not cause dimensional tears. The nascent souls in Myriad Phenomenon City were not sealers in their twilight years. These were also no ordinary nascent souls. They were perfected lords of various supersects and came from the immortal sects. These were people with countless trump cards and terrifying means available to them. Naturally, at the end of the day, it was because Su Zimo did not have any powerful backing or the support of nascent souls. He remained silent as his mind surged rapidly, considering the pros and cons of his options. At that moment, a single wrong statement from him could bring about attacks from nascent souls. What a savage scheme. They're not leaving Su Zimo any way out at all. That's right. He's doomed whether he accepts or refuses the invitation. The crowd had gone silent as well, and only a few cultivators were left whispering. "Are you attending or not? Hurry and reply." Wu Feng hollered impatiently. His killing intent had already reached its peak after the death of the hook snake that he had reared for many years. Duan Qingping gave a cold smile as well. "Fellow Taoist Su, aren't you someone that's decisive to kill? Why have you gone so cowardly such that you don't even dare to accept an invitation?" "It's not because he doesn't dare to." At that moment, a woman's voice sounded from outside the crowd. Immediately after, dozens of female cultivators passed through the crowd briskly, and the temperature on the long streets dipped. The cultivators wore snow-white robes that were spotless, and each of them had extraordinary features, graceful and elegant. The only thing was that their expressions were cold as ice. Cultivators of Snowdrift Valley. What are they doing here? Could they be here to take revenge on Su Zimo as well? Many cultivators discussed softly. Su Zimo swept his gaze across. The leader of the group of Snowdrift Valley female cultivators looked familiar. Running through his memories, Su Zimo recalled that person before long. Under the human emperor's palace, there was a cultivator from Snowdrift Valley that attacked him as well. It was this female cultivator, and her name seemed to be Ling Han. Duan Qingping frowned slightly and cupped his fists before asking with a raised voice, "What did you mean by that, fellow Taoist Ling Han?" Ling Han walked closer with her group of cultivators before nodding to Su Zimo. She then turned to Duan Qingping and Wu Feng and replied indifferently, "It's not because fellow Taoist Su does not dare to accept your invitation. It's because he has accepted Snowdrift Valley's invitation to a banquet earlier on. You guys are too late." A look of surprise flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. He had not seen any cultivators of Snowdrift Valley after entering the ancient battlefield, much less agree to attend a banquet of theirs. However, Su Zimo did not expose her and merely stood silently at the side as he watched. He had a vague feeling that Snowdrift Valley was not here for revenge, but to save him. Duan Qingping frowned. "Ling Han, what's the meaning of this? The nascent souls of our three major immortal sects have invited him personally. What's your business being here?" "Humph!" Ling Han sneered coldly. "There's an order to things. So what if you guys are from the immortal sects? Snowdrift Valley is part of the immortal sects as well. Furthermore, this is the wish of our elder, perfected Lord Luo Shui." There was an obvious shift in Duan Qingping and Wu Feng's expressions at the mention of perfected Lord Luo Shui. A hint of cautiousness and fear could be seen from the depths of their eyes. At the same time, Su Zimo could vaguely sense with his spirit perception that another aura had appeared in the voids. It was extremely chilling and protected Su Zimo's group, facing the other three murderous auras in a standoff. This aura was the spirit consciousness that only nascent souls possessed. The three auras previously should have been from nascent souls of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Purple Firmament Sect, and Clear Wind Temple. The aura that came later on was from perfected Lord Luo Shui. The situation turned tense for a brief moment with the inclusion of Snowdrift Valley. Duan Qingping and the others did not dare to behave recklessly after Ling Han brought out the name of perfected Lord Luo Shui. Perfected Lord Luo Shui was a top cultivator of the nascent soul with frightening strength. In fact, she had a shot at becoming this generation's titular disciple of Snowdrift Valley. Even the nascent souls backing Duan Qingping and the others were cautious towards dealing with perfected Lord Luo Shui. The four terrifying auras engaged in a standoff in midair for a long time before dissipating gradually. Thereafter, the expressions of Duan Qingping and the others changed, as though they had obtained instructions. Wu Feng was indignant as he gripped his fists and glared at Su Zimo and Monkey before harumphing. After a moment of silence, Duan Qingping said with cupped fists, "Since that's the case, we won't insist on it. However, I've got to remind you, fellow Taoist Su, there are many people who harbor intentions towards you in Myriad Phenomenon City. You've got to watch out." Although Duan Qingping did not pinpoint anyone, he was clearly referring to Snowdrift Valley. "Duan Qingping, what are you implying?" Ling Han hollered with a cold gaze. "If you have anything on your mind, say it. Don't beat around the bush." I didn't mention who those people were. Why are you getting worked up, fellow Taoist Ling Han?" Duan Qingping chuckled softly and turned to leave with everyone from Clear Wind Temple without saying anything more. The cultivators of Zephyr Thunder Palace and Purple Firmament Sect followed soon after. Ling Han turned to Su Zimo and asked softly with an inquiring look, "Fellow Taoist Su, follow me? All right." This time round, Su Zimo nodded without hesitation. He could naturally tell that Duan Qingping was trying to sow discord between them. At the same time, he did not have any deep feud with Snowdrift Valley. The only thing that struck out was that Ling Han was injured by Su Zimo beneath the Human Emperor's palace 20 years ago. The crowd that was spectating dispersed as Su Zimo's group departed. However, everyone was clear that there would definitely be no peace in Myriad Phenomenon City from this day forth. The entire journey was silent. Under Ling Han's lead, Su Zimo's group arrived at Snowdrift Valley's residence before long. The area occupied by the residence was extremely huge, and a snowy field with a freezing temperature could be seen immediately upon crossing the gates. There were crystal snowflakes falling from the skies. Beneath their feet was white snow that crunched with every single step they took. The group of them crossed the snow and arrived at a gigantic palace in the depths before long. Before Ling Han could report their arrival, a cold voice sounded from within. "Come on in." Su Zimo did not hesitate and entered with Monkey and the others, looking towards a woman who was not far away immediately. She looked extremely young and had hair that was as black as ink. Her robes resembled snow, her complexion was smooth and her bones and muscles looked coldly. She was like a fairy from the Moon Palace without any warmth at all. "How beautiful!" Little Fox could not help but remark softly. If nothing was wrong, this should be perfected Lord Luoshui of Snowdrift Valley. The eyes of the white-robed woman shone brightly and looked at Su Zimo without blinking. For some unknown reason, Little Fatty, Shi Jian, and the others felt an uneasy nervousness being gazed at like that. Monkey reared his head and tried his best not to meet the white-robed woman's eyes. Even for the spirit tiger who was normally incapacitated at the sight of a beauty, he lowered his head at the moment without any vile thoughts, resembling a composed old monk. Ching Ching, Little Fox, and the others averted their gazes instinctively as well. Su Zimo was the only one who stared at the white-robed woman quietly with a calm expression. A moment later, the white-robed woman nodded and looked back as an imperceivable hint of admiration flashed through her eyes. "I am Luoshui. Everyone have a seat. There's no need to be uptight." At that moment, Little Fatty and the others finally heaved a breath of relief. Unknowingly, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The chair beneath perfected Lord Luoshui was sculpted from a gigantic ice block and was transparent with a cold chill. However, she sat on it as though she could not sense the coldness at all. Su Zimo said with cupped fists, "I am Su Zimo. Thank you for your assistance earlier on, perfected Lord Luoshui." Perfected Lord Luoshui asked instead with a fake smile. "And you aren't afraid that I might be harboring ill intentions?" "Initially, I had reservations about that," Su Zimo smiled. "However, I was no longer worried the moment I caught sight of you. I know you will definitely not do that." Why so?" Perfected Lord Luoshui leaned forward slightly and questioned. Su Zimo replied, "Instinct." Perfected Lord Luoshui gave a smile as a form of silent acknowledgement. Although personal fights are forbidden in Myriad Phenomenon City, this is the territory of Snowdrift Valley, and I've got complete control over your life. If I kill you right here, nobody can stop me, Perfected Lord Luoshui said. "You've sure got guts for following her here without ascertaining anything." By her words, Perfected Lord Luoshui was telling Su Zimo that that was the plan of the three major sects: Zephyr Thunder Palace, Purple Firmament Sect, and Clear Wind Temple. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before speaking. 20 years ago? Nothing happened 20 years ago. As though she could read Su Zimo's mind, Perfected Lord Luoshui waved it off casually and interrupted. The Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects were underhanded in that fight beneath the human emperor's palace. Although all of them claimed to be paragons, they fought you together. Notwithstanding the fact that Ling Han survived, even if she had died, she could blame no one for her lack of skills. Perfected Lord Luoshui's words had the true magnanimity of someone from an immortal sect. "Do you want to make a guess why I helped you?" She shifted the topic and looked at Su Zimo, asking with a fake smile. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before saying in a probing manner, "Glass Palace." It was inevitable for super sects in Tianhuang mainland to hold grudges against one another. The greatest opposition was between immortals and fiends. However, even among the 9 immortal sects, they were not always chummy as well. Glass Palace and Snowdrift Valley had a deep feud with one another. Su Zimo declared war against Glass Palace and annihilated their faction in the ancient battlefield immediately after he entered. It was only natural that Snowdrift Valley would feel closer to Su Zimo because of that. That's one of the reasons. Another reason is because I was also curious personally and wanted to see you. Perfected Lord Luoshui looked at Su Zimo. "I wanted to see how the strongest monster incarnate in history that defeated paragons of the 3 factions beneath the human emperor's palace looked like. I wanted to see if the brave, Courageous man that dared to wage war against Glass Palace has 3 heads and 6 arms. Su Zimo smiled. I've disappointed you then. I look extremely ordinary, much less possess 3 heads and 6 arms. You did not disappoint me, you are good. Perfected Lord Luo Shui smiled as well. Little Fatty shifted his beady eyes and paused for a moment on Perfected Lord Luo Shui's face before looking at Su Zimo with an odd expression. Monkey and the others were brutish and did not sense anything. However, Little Fox had a nervous expression and gripped her paws instinctively. There was a hint of hostility in the way she looked at Perfected Lord Luo Shui, as though something dear to her was about to be snatched away. Perfected Lord Luo Shui merely smiled indifferently after sensing Little Fox's hostility as she asked, "How much do you guys know about the fight for the phenomenon ranking?" Su Zimo shook his head. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said, "Actually, the fight for the phenomenon ranking is not as bitter as you guys are imagining it to be." Ha! A look of surprise flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. He was certain that a bloodbath was inevitable since 100,000 paragons were gathered in Myriad Phenomenon City for an eventual 108 positions. But now that did not seem like the case. "Follow me." Perfected Lord Luo Shui soared into the air with a single motion and flew upwards of the gigantic palace. Everyone else followed immediately after. Before long, Su Zimo and the others arrived at the top of the palace and could almost see the entire Myriad Phenomenon City. A single glance across revealed that there were around 30 other structures as tall as the scattered across various parts of the ancient city. Su Zimo's vision was extremely powerful. He could vaguely tell that almost all of the tall structures were strongholds for various super sects. Of course, from the high ground, the most prominent spot of Myriad Phenomenon City was a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. The peak of the mountain had even surpassed the city walls of Myriad Phenomenon City and was hidden in the clouds. Perfected Lord Luo Shui looked at the mountain and said slowly, "You can see it too, that mountain is called the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. It is 108,000 feet tall and has 108 stone steps. The fight for the phenomenon ranking can be divided into 2 distinct parts. The first part is an elimination battle that takes place at Myriad Phenomenon Peak." "Elimination battle?" Su Zimo asked. "Although there are more than 100,000 paragons in the city, after the elimination battle, only 108 will remain." Perfected Lord Luo Shui explained. "The rules of the elimination are simple. All you have to do is ascend the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. The higher you ascend, the higher your eventual ranking is on the phenomenon ranking. The 108 cultivators that ascend the furthest will become the new candidates for the generation's phenomenon ranking." Su Zimo frowned slightly and everyone else looked puzzled as well. Little Fatty blinked and asked, "That's all? What's so special about Myriad Phenomenon Peak? Are there dangers up there?" "No," Perfected Lord Luo Shui shook her head. "Fighting is forbidden on the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. Although ascending it seems like a simple task, most cultivators will be eliminated. There is a stele erected at the top of the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. It's the famous ancient phenomenon stele that was placed by Fairy Ling Long personally at the top of the peak in the past." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. Indeed, there was a gigantic stele at the peak of Myriad Phenomenon Peak that gave off an ancient aura. "There's so many names on that stele," Su Zimo muttered softly. Perfected Lord Luo Shui turned and asked with slight disbelief, "Your vision is so powerful that you are able to tell that there are words written on the stele?" Even she could not see what was on that stele given that distance. Yet, the fact that Su Zimo's vision had reached such a level while he was just a golden core was something that was frightening. In truth, the reason for this was due to illumination eye that Su Zimo had cultivated. Su Zimo stared for a moment and sensed his eyes prickling in pain. Immediately, he retracted his gaze. "There are many words on the stele with varied handwriting. They are not written by a single person. However, I could not see what was written exactly," Su Zimo said. Perfected Lord Luo Shui nodded. "That's right, the ancient phenomenon stele has the names of many experts written on it, including the ancient emperors. All of it was written by them personally. Only those that can ascend the peak of Myriad Phenomenon Peak have the rights to leave their names on it. The ancient phenomenon stele contains the power of golden core phenomenons from many paragons and monster incarnates throughout history. Its might shrouds over the entire place. Anyone that wishes to ascend the mountain will have to resist the pressure. At that point, Su Zimo was enlightened. The ancient phenomenon stele was at the mountain peak, and the closer one was, the greater the pressure they would experience. They were not merely ascending the myriad phenomenon peak. Rather, they were ascending the path that multiple ancient emperors have treaded in the past. Naturally, the closer one was to the mountain peak was proof of the strength of their golden core phenomenons. If they could reach the peak, it would imply that they were comparable to the ancient experts of the past at the golden core realm. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said, "There are a total of 108 stone steps on myriad phenomenon peak, and the gap between each step is more than 1,000 feet. The closer to the top, the greater the pressure. At the end, it is almost impossible to cross the first stone step." Su Zimo's gaze shifted. He saw that many cultivators were gathered beneath the myriad phenomenon peak. During this period of time, there were already many cultivators attempting to ascend the myriad phenomenon peak. Some of them were sent flying the moment they stepped foot on the first stone step. Some cultivators maintained their golden core phenomenons but were only able to struggle briefly on the first stone step before they were sent flying and fell not far away. Within a short 15 minutes, there were dozens of cultivators that attempted to climb the mountain, but not a single person could ascend to the second stone step. "It's so difficult?" Little Fatty was secretly stumped. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said, "The names on the ancient phenomenon stele have increased since the ancient era. This also means that the pressure that the later generations have to endure is even greater. It has already been around 1,000 years that nobody has been able to leave their names on the phenomenon stele. The golden core phenomenon ranking was released once every 100 years. 1,000 years meant that nobody had been able to ascend the peak and leave their names for 10 golden core phenomenon ranking fights. A peerless figure that resembled an emperor who looked down on the entire world crossed Su Zimo's mind, and he could not help but ask, "Diin did not manage to ascend the peak 100 years ago as well?" Diin cultivated the golden core phenomenon, Chaos Ocean. That was left behind by the human emperor and was the number one of the previous phenomenon ranking. The myriad phenomenon peak seemed a little scary if even someone like that could not reach the peak. No, Perfected Lord Luo Shui shook her head gently. Although Diin was the top of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago, he stopped at the 99th stone step and could not advance further. Diin was too young 100 years ago after all. At that point, Su Zimo vaguely realized that Diin's return was most likely not only for the number one position of the phenomenon ranking or the rewards that accompanied it. It was for his personal pride. In order to prove himself, he had to attempt to reach the peak and leave his name on the phenomenon stele. Perfected Lord Luo Shui lamented. The phenomenon ranking refreshes once every 100 years. How many names on it would be remembered by the masses? However, the phenomenon ranking is preserved through history and passed down into the future. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, as though he recalled something, "Who was the last person to leave his name on the phenomenon stele?" Perfected Lord Luo Shui came to a sudden silence. "A long time later," she said slowly, "the current Azura, Yen Beichen, bingo." Su Zimo nodded to himself. Perfected Lord Luo Shui seemed wary towards that name as she returned to the topic of the phenomenon ranking. The ranking battle comes after the elimination battle. After the elimination battle, the ranking of the 108 cultivators are only the initial placings. If 2 or more cultivators are on a stone step, there will be an eventual ranking battle. Su Zimo understood. For example, if 2 cultivators arrive at the 100th stone step, they will have to engage in a real fight to determine the victor. The eventual aim of the golden core phenomenon ranking is to gather the monster incarnates of the world. That's the reason why there isn't the situation of a mass fight to the death. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said, "If many monster incarnates have to suffer immense losses all for the sake of a ranking list, that would go against the original intentions of Fairy Ling Long." Su Zimo nodded. The way of contending for the phenomenon ranking was indeed much milder and needless killing would be avoided. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said, The fight for the phenomenon ranking takes place 3 months later. At that time, 100,000 golden cores will be gathered at the base of the myriad phenomenon peak. Perfected Lord Yu Jun of Enigma Palace will appear at that time to host, and apart from me, nascent souls of various supersects will spectate as well. Although the format of contention for the phenomenon ranking between the 100,000 paragons was relatively mild, the process will definitely be tense and exciting with a massive might. I've got it. Thank you for the information, Perfected Lord Luo Shui. Su Zimo greeted with cupped fists. Perfected Lord Luo Shui nodded. Your situation is unique since you are in possession of a great treasure, such as the divine phoenix bone, and have offended many sects and factions. You can cultivate in this palace from today forth lest others create trouble for you. Countless eyes were locked onto Su Zimo in Myriad Phenomenon City. If he stayed here with Perfected Lord Luo Shui guarding over him, other sects and factions would not be able to trespass the territory of Snowdrift Valley to capture him. Thank you, Perfected Lord. Su Zimo expressed his thanks once again. Right? He recalled something and asked, Perfected Lord, may I ask if you've heard of cultivators from Elixir Yang sect entering the ancient battlefield? Although there were many opportunities and treasures in the ancient battlefield, they were accompanied by dangers. Not all super sects and top factions would send cultivators into the ancient battlefield. Although Elixir Yang sect was one of the 4 unorthodox groups, they did not specialize in combat, and it was only logical if they chose not to enter the ancient battlefield. The 4 unorthodox groups are all here, but they have yet to arrive in Myriad Phenomenon City, Perfected Lord Luo Shui replied. Su Zimo nodded. With Night Spirit escorting Xianxia in the ancient battlefield, things should not be difficult. Although Su Zimo's group was hindered by many things along the way, they were able to continue on the road day and night thanks to their powerful strength. They were considered as the first batch of cultivators to arrive at Myriad Phenomenon City. The other cultivators could not afford to behave as recklessly as time. Most sects and factions would choose to rest at night and travel in the day so that they could avoid large-scale beast stampedes as much as possible for safety reasons. After mulling for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, Has the god race appeared in Myriad Phenomenon City? Perfected Lord Luo Shui's expression changed starkly as she spun around at the mention of the words god race. She glared at Su Zimo with bright eyes and asked slowly, You've seen the god race? I have. Qing stood forward and said with conviction. What's the reason the god race has come here? Perfected Lord Luo Shui furrowed her brows with a grim expression. A moment later, she waved it off. You guys can rest here first. Feel free to inform cultivators of Snowdrift Valley, and come look for me should you require anything. All right? Everyone replied. The palace was extremely spacious and many rooms were provided for cultivation. Su Zimo and the others picked a few cultivation rooms at random and stayed for the time being. As time passed by, the number of cultivators gathered in Myriad Phenomenon City increased and it bustled with life. From time to time, the Palace of Snowdrift Valley would receive news of the arrival of certain paragons or monster incarnates, or how some of them ascended the Myriad Phenomenon peak. At this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo's inner core was already at its peak and was at the perfected state. He could break through at any moment upon leaving the ancient battlefield. It was almost the same for him at the Golden Core realm. It won't be long before he sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough as long as he continued cultivating. This day, Su Zimo was cultivating in his room when he received a voice message outside the door. Fellow Taoist Su, there are people from Thousand Cranes sect here to see you. The voice of a Snowdrift Valley cultivator sounded. Thousand Cranes sect? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he rose and said, Please invite the fellow Taoists of Thousand Cranes sect in. Everyone, let's go and meet an old friend. Su Zimo knocked on the doors of Little Fatty and the others. Who? Little Fatty stretched and walked out with drowsy eyes. You'll know soon. Su Zimo smiled and walked out first. Everyone had just entered the hall when a few cultivators walked in from outside. They were all female and an intricate spirit crane was etched on the sect badges on their waist. Their leader had a cold expression and fairy-like features, as though nothing could bother her. Little Fatty's eyes widened and he rubbed them hardly while exclaiming, Sister Ling Ro? The expression of the female cultivator from Thousand Crane sect was initially cold. When she heard that voice and turned to see the fatty and green-robed man opposite her, a hint of joy rose in her eyes. This was Lung Ro, who had joined Thousand Crane sect 20 years ago. Lung Ro had changed a lot after many years, and her demeanor was colder than ever. However, there was warmth in the way she looked at Su Zimo, Little Fatty, and the others. The moment he heard that disciples of Thousand Crane sect were here, Su Zimo thought of Lung Ro. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, laughter echoed from outside. Immediately after, a man entered the palace with fluttering robes. He was handsome and had a delighted expression as he smiled towards Su Zimo and the others. How can I be missing from a reunion with old friends? Senior Brother Ji? Little Fatty exclaimed again with happiness in his eyes. It was Ji Chengtian who had joined Elixir Yang sect 20 years ago. Su Zimo, Little Fatty, Lung Ro, and Ji Chengtian had not only been disciples of Ethereal Peak, they had even experienced life and death together. Su Zimo said loudly with cupped fists. Senior Brother Ji, you look good as ever. How have you been? Ha ha. Ji Chengtian burst into laughter. I can't be compared to you. Throughout these years, even in the Middle Continent, I could hear some news of you. The details were even more frightening after you entered the ancient battlefield. Although Lung Ro did not speak much, the smile on her face did not vanish after she caught sight of Su Zimo, Little Fatty, and Ji Chengtian. The cultivators of Thousand Crane sect were all surprised at the sight of that. In Thousand Crane sect, she was a well-known ice beauty who did not speak nor smile much. To think that Lung Ro was smiling more than she did for the past 20 years in Thousand Crane sect. In this foreign land, there was nothing more joyous than a reunion with old friends. Su Zimo kept looking out of the palace, as though he was anticipating something. Don't worry, Xiaoning is also here. She's behind me. Ji Chengtian waved it off. Tang Yu is interacting with cultivators of Snowdrift Valley, but I slipped in here because I could not wait any longer. Haha. A series of footsteps could be heard right as his laughter subsided. Su Zimo's gaze froze gradually. Not long after, more than 10 cultivators arrived together. Among them, a female cultivator wore faint yellow robes and had elegant features. She had a graceful bearing and her countenance resembled Su Zimo. The yellow-robed woman was none other than Su Zimo's sister, whom he had not seen for years, Su Xiaoning. The siblings seemed to be telepathic and noticed one another instantly in the crowds. Instantly, Su Zimo's gaze softened. Bead-like tears welled up in Xiaoning's reddened eyes as she pursed her cherry lips. Words crammed in her throats endlessly, eventually converting into a yell. Brother? Xiaoning sprinted the entire way and threw herself into Su Zimo's embrace, ignoring everyone else. Although she had already grown up after 20 years, his embrace was spacious, warm, and familiar as ever. Just like in the past, it could shield her from any storm and protect her from all dangers. Su Zimo patted Xiaoning on the back, and he could barely conceal the emotions in his eyes as well. Most of the people present had seen Xiaoning before and naturally knew how close the siblings were. This was Little Fox's first time seeing Xiaoning, and her gaze was filled with curiosity and surprise. She had never seen such emotions coming from Su Zimo throughout all these years. Everyone stood and watched quietly at the side without approaching to interrupt them. A long time later, Xiaoning broke free from Su Zimo's embrace and looked up at him, wiping away her tears. The siblings smiled at one another. Xiaoning seemed to have recalled something and slapped her storage bag. She retrieved an elixir and pinched it between her fingers before looking at Su Zimo joyfully. The elixir gave off a faint fragrance, and Su Zimo merely took a quick whiff before he felt life surge into his body. This is... Su Zimo asked instinctively. Xiaoning waved it off casually and smiled. This is a longevity elixir. Don't you recognize it? It can be used to help our brother extend his life. When he heard that and saw the smile on Xiaoning's face, Su Zimo's eyes dimmed dejectedly. Brother, what's wrong? Xiaoning was sensitive and asked curiously when she sensed the change in Su Zimo's mood. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly in silence. For some reason, Xiaoning panicked and the smile on her face stiffened as well. She opened her mouth slightly and wanted to speak, but stopped. She could vaguely sense something, but she did not dare to ask. A long time later, she forced a smile and continued. The medicinal power of a normal longevity elixir is too strong, and it's meant for golden cores. Ordinary mortals won't be able to endure it, and they will explode and die. For all these years, I've been researching on how to milden the effects of the longevity elixir. I tried to replace and fuse with different spirit herbs, and I finally succeeded last year. I guarantee that Big Brother will definitely not be injured or exposed to any side effects after consuming it. Su Zimo remained silent. Gradually, the smile on Xiaoning's face disappeared. Her eyes reddened once more as her petite frame trembled. She continued rambling incessantly, as though that was the only way she could hide her fear and panic. As long as Big Brother consumes this longevity elixir, he will be able to extend his lifespan by 50 years at least, and we can be reunited once more. I'll have more time to research other elixirs that can extend his lifespan using that 50 years. Brother, don't worry. I'm now a legacy disciple of Elixir Yang sect. As long as I have sufficient time, I'll definitely have the capability to refine better elixirs. Silence ensued in the palace. Xiaoning's quivering voice was the only sound that reverberated. The three of us siblings will stay together forever without being separated. Shall we? Xiaoning's heart was in pain, and she could no longer continue. Finally, Su Zimo lifted his head and looked in Xiaoning's reddened eyes, saying slowly and gently, Big Brother has passed away. There was a boom. Xiaoning felt her mind go blank as she shuddered from her sadness and almost fainted. Tears gushed out of her eyes. Why? Why? Her lips trembled and her face turned pale as she sobbed silently while murmuring repeatedly, How did this happen? Why did this happen? Heis. Everyone sighed emotionally at the sight of that. This was the cruelty of cultivating. There would eventually come a day when one's kin left them. Longevity was sought from cultivation. While seeking power, one would lose many other things. Xiaoning felt her heart wrench and her head spin. Her vision blurred and she lost consciousness completely soon after. Su Zimo supported Xiaoning, and his expression only softened after he scanned her body with a trace of spirit energy. She merely fainted due to the great shock from her sorrow. Her body was not affected. Su Zimo was probably the only person who could empathize with Xiaoning's pain. Xiaoning only had a single goal for cultivating, refining elixirs, and even leaving her hometown to join Elixir Yang sect that was far in the middle continent. It was just so she could refine an elixir that could extend one's lifespan and do it for Su Hong. Now she has succeeded. However, Su Hong was gone. The most regrettable thing was that the two of them did not manage to see the other for one last time. The last time the two of them met was more than 20 years ago in Pingyang town when Xiaoning left with Ji Yaoxue. Who would have thought that the goodbye at that time was an eternal farewell? This might probably be a pain in Xiaoning's heart forever. Su Zimo was helpless regarding everything. However, each time he was reminded of his older brother and the citizens of Yen country who lost their families and homes in the raging flames of war, Su Zimo's resolve grew firmer. He was no saint and had never thought of saving the masses single-handedly or changing the world to create a grand era of peace. All he wanted to do was to give all living beings a choice, a chance for them to change their fates. Even without spirit roots, they can cultivate and escape the underworld to live long lives. In this chaotic world, as long as one couldn't cultivate, they had no control over their lives. Cultivators, bandits, beasts, and birds were all threats and dangers for them. In this chaotic world, the outcome of the masses was destined to be tragic. Su Hong was one of them. If Su Zimo had not met Dai Yu, he would have been one among many. That was why Su Zimo wanted to establish a Dao. Dai Yu altered his fate for him. He wanted to alter the fates of the masses. I'm going to allow all lives in this world the ability to cultivate and become immortals. Su Zimo carried Xiaoning carefully and brought her into his cultivation room. He placed her down gently before returning to the palace and looked at everyone from Elixir Yang sect. Tang Yu was not much different from 20 years ago and was still dressed as a man, looking flirtatious and casual. Fellow Taoist, Thank you for taking care of Xiaoning for all these years. Su Zimo cupped his fists towards her and nodded to express his thanks. Fu, you don't have to thank me, Tang Yu replied. Xiaoning's talent in elixir formation is above mine and is now the most regarded in the sect. If she continues cultivating, there are no limits to what she can accomplish in elixir formation. Within the sect, she paused for a moment before pointing to a black-robed man at the side and smiled with pursed lips. With Night Spirit guarding Xiaoning, nobody dares to bully her at all. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Night Spirit. He swept his gaze across earlier on but did not catch sight of Night Spirit in the crowd from Elixir Yang sect. Normally speaking, Night Spirit should always be by Xiaoning's side. Su Zimo was not the only one. At the mention of Night Spirit, the golden lion at the back rubbed his palms in secret and his ears propped up. Why was he ranked behind this Night Spirit that he had never seen before after they became sworn siblings? Furthermore, the golden lion heard that this Night Spirit character was merely just born slightly more than 20 years ago. In that case, Night Spirit was nothing more than an inexperienced cub. The golden lion snickered coldly in his heart and was prepared to teach this cub a lesson. Su Zimo's gaze was gradually fixed on a black-robed man in the crowd. The man looked very young and had a sharp face with a cold expression. His gaze was as deep as the sea and he could not be read. Although the black-robed man was neither tall, short, nor muscular, his body gave off a feeling of agility, nimbleness, and strength. It was as though the man did not have a single piece of flesh or muscle that was excess. The man stood on the spot motionlessly and seemed relaxed. However, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that he would be the first to react should anything happen. Extremely dangerous. Su Zimo could count with the fingers on one hand how many demon beasts of the same level could give him this feeling. The black-robed man stared at Su Zimo fearlessly and calmly. The glint in Su Zimo's eyes intensified. The eyes of the black-robed man turned deeper as well. As their gazes met, a shuddering murderous aura spread through the air and Monkey and the others felt their fur stand on end. Against that pressure, everyone went silent instinctively with bated breath. Just as everyone could barely withstand it, Su Zimo smiled and asked, "Night Spirit?" There was finally some expression on the black-robed man's face as he strode quickly before Su Zimo. Although his lips were pursed and he did not speak, he could not conceal the emotions and longing in his eyes. Ha 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 ha! Su Zimo burst into laughter and patted Night Spirit on the shoulder while nodding. "Thank you for taking care of Xiaoning for all these years. It's only right." Night Spirit spoke with a firm voice that resounded like metal. Initially, Su Zimo did not dare to acknowledge Night Spirit since he did not emanate any demonic chi at all. For ordinary demon beasts such as Monkey and the others, although they could take on human form and speak in human tongue at Golden Core Realm, they would inevitably emit demonic chi. Cultivators could recognize them right away after unlocking their spirit eyes. For demons, they would have to cultivate to the nascent soul realm and refine an essence spirit before they can hide their demonic chi completely. However, Night Spirit had a mysterious background and frightening bloodline. He must have awakened the legacy in his bloodline by now. He must have inherited some secret skill that allowed him to conceal his demonic chi at the Golden Core Realm. In other words, nobody could expose Night Spirit even if he were to hide within cultivators. "Huh? Your little Night Spirit." Monkey approached with curiosity and circled around Night Spirit, murmuring, "Not bad. Although your body is rather skinny, it does seem rather strong. You've changed so much. We couldn't even recognize you in your human form." The spirit tiger's eyes narrowed and he approached as well, sniffing and touching Night Spirit all around. "Little Night Spirit, do you remember me? I'm Little Crane. I brought you the milk of so many demon beasts and even brought you out to play. You must have been picky with your food again. Look how skinny you are." Ching Ching came over and rubbed Night Spirit on the cheeks with her slender hands as well. His initially cold face was squeezed into odd shapes that looked amusing. Monkey could not help but grab around as well while grinning. There were many hands roaming around Night Spirit's body. Night Spirit could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Su Zimo could not hide his smile. "Monkey, The spirit tiger and little crane once watched Night Spirit grow up and went out to hunt for food for him. None of them ever complained even if they were injured all over. If it was anybody else, they would be rendered a corpse before they even approached Night Spirit, much less touch him on the body. The four of them were delighted after their long-awaited reunion and played together without caring about what anybody else thought. Of course, Night Spirit loved to be quiet and was basically motionless. Most of the time, it was the spirit tiger and Ching who were snickering merrily. Little Fox stood at the side and a hint of envy flashed through her eyes. Yes, he's indeed just a cub without any temper and is easy to bully. The golden lion sized Night Spirit up and thought to himself, I'll let him have a taste of my power later on so that he'll know what's good for him and be seventh obediently. He felt that among the 7 of them sworn siblings, he had a noble bloodline and extraordinary combat strength. Yet, how was he ranked as the 7th sibling at the end of the day? The golden lion was indignant, right? The spirit tiger recalled something and patted Night Spirit on the shoulder. Let me tell you, we've become sworn siblings and we've included you as well. This is first. He pointed to Su Zimo, then at Monkey. This is second. I Hubadian am third. Ching is your 4th sister and your 5th. Yes. Night Spirit seemed nonchalant regarding it. Even without vowing to be sworn siblings, he viewed Su Zimo and the others as kin. He was even less bothered about the rankings. You're not the youngest. You've got a sister and brother beneath you. Ching snickered. This is Foxy. She's from the fox race and she's 6th. She's your younger sister, so you've got to take care of her in the future. Hello, Brother Night Spirit. Little Fox greeted obediently. Night Spirit nodded. He was cold by nature and knew nothing about Little Fox at all. It was already a warm greeting for him to nod his head. You don't have to worry about that. The spirit tiger waved his huge hand. Foxy is close with First and nobody can hurt her with him protecting her. Night Spirit looked between Su Zimo and Little Fox. You're spouting nonsense again, Little Fox said softly with flushed cheeks. Monkey pointed to the golden lion at the side and said, That's 7th and he's your younger brother from the golden lion race. The golden lion walked over in huge strides with a smile on his face, greeting passionately, Brother Night Spirit, although this is the first time we're meeting, I feel as though I've known you for a long time. Shall we go somewhere else and get to know one another better? All right? Night Spirit looked at the golden lion indifferently and nodded. He could naturally sense the golden lion's hostility and took advantage of the flow. The golden lion was delighted when Night Spirit agreed to it, yelling, Brother Night Spirit, follow me. The golden lion headed towards his own cultivation room. Night Spirit followed soon after. Monkey, the spirit tiger and Ching acted as though nothing was wrong and did not stop them, as though they were not bothered by what was happening. Su Zimo could not sit by idly and coughed gently, whispering beside Night Spirit, Be gentler. He's your younger brother after all. Night Spirit nodded. Bam! The doors of the cultivation room were bolted dead. Monkey, the spirit tiger and Ching jumped on the spot and looked at the cultivation room far away with excited, gloating expressions. The spirit tiger said deeply, That stupid lion's going to last for 15 minutes. Ching said, 100 breaths at most. Monkey said, 30. Boom. Before their words were finished, there was a loud bang from the cultivation room. The next moment, the doors were pushed open with a creak. Night Spirit walked out with a calm expression. Behind him, on the iron door of the cultivation chamber, the golden lion's entire body was stuck on it, sunken in. A human-shaped dent was caved in the solid iron door. The golden lion had a stumped expression and a lost gaze as sparkling tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He no longer had any attachments towards living. Ha 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 ha! Monkey clutched his stomach at the sight of that and burst into laughter, unable to contain himself any longer. Was that 3 breaths? He came out as soon as he went in. Golden hair, you were way too fast. The golden lion finally realized that he was set up upon hearing the laughter of Monkey and the others as he glared at them begrudgingly. However, he could not blame others for this either. He was the one that asked for it. The golden lion gazed at Night Spirit's back with a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. This man was way too frightening. Earlier on in the cultivation room, Night Spirit suppressed him within a single round. Furthermore, the golden lion could clearly sense that if they weren't sworn brothers, it would have been an ice-cold corpse that was stuck on the iron door. How is this a cub? This is a devil. The golden lion wanted to cry. Little Night Spirit, you've become so powerful after 20 years. Ching was all smiles. When you were just born, you were only the size of a palm. Although you looked fierce, you were so fun to play with. Night Spirit pursed his lips and smiled bashfully. Ching urged him, hurry. Revert to your true form. Let me see just how much you've changed. That's right. I haven't seen you in such a long time. I wonder how you look like now, the spirit tiger added. Back then, First looked through many ancient books to identify your background, but he couldn't find anything at all. Monkey looked at Night Spirit somewhat expectantly as well, waiting for the latter to revert to his true form. Night Spirit slumped his head slightly with a hesitant expression, as though he was conflicted internally and was in pain. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he said calmly, "There's nothing to see, he's almost the same as when he was young. Don't get excited out of nothing." In truth, Night Spirit had already grown massively after consuming the dragon egg. Now that 20 years were gone, Su Zimo had no idea what Night Spirit looked like either. However, when Su Zimo saw how conflicted Night Spirit was, he knew that the latter definitely had his difficulties and did not want to make things difficult for him. Night Spirit understood Su Zimo's intentions and looked at him gratefully. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo changed the topic and said with a smile, "Everyone, it's truly rare that the group of us are able to reunite in the ancient battlefield today. Let's have a drink." The road of cultivation was long and Tianhuang mainland was endless. Everyone had their own paths. Some people never meet ever again after farewells, let alone 20 years later. Now that they were reunited, the joy in their hearts was indescribable. That's right, there's still 3 months to the fight for the phenomenon ranking. Since it's still early, we'll drink till we're drunk tonight. Ji Chengtian was an easygoing man as well and agreed readily. There's wine. Monkey smacked his lips and his eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The number of cultivators gathered in Myriad Phenomenon City increased. Almost all the famous paragons of various sects and factions have arrived in Myriad Phenomenon City. It was a storm with the gathering of countless heroes. The arrival of every peerless paragon caused quite a stir within the city. During this period of time, Su Zimo resided within the huge palace of Snowdrift Valley and did not leave at all. Yet news was transmitted one after another. Hang Chuyu, the paragon of Sword Sect, had arrived at Myriad Phenomenon City. 20 years ago, many successors of various major sects fought Su Zimo beneath the human emperor's palace, and some died while others were severely injured. There was nothing to speak of about those who died. Some of the successors who were severely injured did not manage to recover entirely. Some of them became despondent from the setback of the huge blow and became nothing more than a commoner. Of course, there were also a few of them that underwent a metamorphosis and were reborn entirely. Hang Chuyu was one of them. He was not the only one. Pang Yu of Overlord Palace and Monk Juchan of Diamond Monastery had arrived in Myriad Phenomenon City one after another and caused a great commotion. The 3 of them were the most prominent paragons back in the past. Indeed, the 3 of them gave Su Zimo immense pressure during the fight beneath the human emperor's palace as well. It's no wonder why they're paragons. Within the huge palace of Snowdrift Valley, Su Zimo murmured softly and rubbed his fingertips against one another, causing a spirit crane that contained information of the 3 of them to disintegrate into dust. There were many paragons that were defeated by Su Zimo previously, but the 3 of them were the only ones who got back on their feet. A few things were detailed clearly in the spirit crane. 20 years ago, the 3 of them received massive blows from the battle beneath the human emperor's palace. Yet, that became a blessing in disguise and they gained countless opportunities after their breakthroughs. They cultivated legacy phenomenons of their sects and rose again to become the number 1 golden cores of their respective sects. Of course, during this period of time, apart from the 3 of them familiar faces, A few other relatively foreign paragons were made known to Su Zimo. The fiend heir of Azura sect, Rintu. It was said that he was the most frightening successor to appear in Azura sect after the current Azura, Yen Beichen. He was only slightly more than 100 years old at this point of his cultivation, but his hands were filled with endless fresh blood. Legend has it that he was haunted by over 3 million vengeful ghosts, and the stench of blood could be smelled everywhere he passed, resembling an endless hell. Apart from Hang Qiuyu, Pang Yu, and Monk Juchan, Rintu was also a strong contender for a top 10 position on the phenomenon ranking. Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery. This successor was from Hollow Monastery and cultivated a top-tier ancient phenomenon of the Buddhist monasteries, the seven-floor pagoda. A pagoda was a Buddhist tower. In the Buddhist monasteries, a seven-floor pagoda was of the highest grade. Even from the ancient era, it was almost the limit for successors of Hollow Monastery to cultivate a six-floor pagoda. There were barely any who could cultivate a seven-floor pagoda. Eventually, all of them got to the top of the phenomenon ranking and became the titular disciples of that generation. Now that Monk Jian Kong entered the ancient battlefield with his seven-floor pagoda, his intentions could not be clearer. Of course, everyone knew that although the seven-floor pagoda was strong, it was still inferior compared to the legacy phenomenon of the human emperor Chaos Ocean. Above the palace, perfected Lord Luo Shui frowned slightly. The fight for the phenomenon ranking this time round is likely to be extremely intense. Previously, any ancient phenomenon would most probably make it to the top of the list, but things are different this time round. Rintu's corpse Mountain Blood Sea and Monk Jian Kong's seven-floor pagoda were both among them. In fact, many lost ancient phenomenons are reappearing in this era. A clash as such is rare even in the ancient era. Perfected Lord Luo Shui mulled deeply. You've got to be careful and not pit yourself against Di-In recklessly. Su Zimo had a calm expression and did not refute her. After all, Di-In's fame had been there for a long time. When he was in his 30s 100 years ago, Di-In suppressed various paragons domineeringly in the previous phenomenon ranking and obtained the top spot. In the eyes of many cultivators, although Su Zimo's rapid uprising and a few great battles have pushed his reputation up in recent years, he was still inferior to Di-In. At that moment, a shadow darted over. Ji Chengtian entered the palace, panting with a grim expression as he said slowly, "Di-In has arrived." Instantly, all the cultivators who were initially meditating in silence in the palace opened their eyes. That was a name nobody could ignore. Things in Myriad Phenomenon City had heated up completely. Su Zimo rose with an unyielding gaze. Even he could not maintain his composure at the mention of that name. 10 years ago, he exchanged blows with Di-In at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley, and both of them sustained slight injuries. Furthermore, Di-In was the only one who could match him in melee combat. Su Zimo did not know how that person cultivated or the sorts of miraculous opportunities he had encountered to be able to temper his body to that terrifying extent. He was even more curious about how much that man has grown after 10 years. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of figures soared into the air. Everyone arrived at the top of the palace and looked down at Myriad Phenomenon City. Almost at the same time, a series of figures rose in Myriad Phenomenon City. Everyone had their eyes on Di-In's arrival in the city. Roar! A deafening noise echoed. A gigantic and menacing demon beast walked through the long street domineeringly, and everyone in front of it gave way fearfully. The fur on the beast's body was extremely long, and it resembled a tiger in shape. It had a human's face, tiger's feet, teeth of a boar, and its tail was 108 foot long. For horns that were incomparably sharp surged into the air. It was a primordial ferocious beast, the Tao Wu. Many cultivators in Myriad Phenomenon City arrived mounted on their spirit beasts. However, in the face of the Tao Wu, all the spirit beasts were docile and kept mum in fear. An ancient remnant beast that could not dodge in time at the front was swallowed whole by the Tao Wu and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The owner of the ancient remnant beast turned frightfully, but he could only clench his teeth, endure things and leave. Although fighting between cultivators was forbidden within the city, there were no restrictions on killing between demon beasts. This is a being of the primordial era, and it is extremely violent with incredible strength. Unknowingly, perfected Lord Luo Shui had arrived behind everyone and said slowly. Su Zimo nodded. 10 years ago, the primordial ferocious beast suffered a huge loss in his hands. Although it was extremely strong, its head was pinned violently to the ground by Su Zimo, but it did not die. Now, it was clear that the primordial ferocious beast was even more terrifying than it was 10 years ago. I'm not his match. The golden lion shook his head with a grim expression. The spirit tiger took a deep breath and frowned when he sensed the aura the Tao Wu gave off. This fella is troublesome to deal with. Monkey remained silent and merely pouted his lips, seemingly in disdain. He had a prideful nature and would definitely not admit defeat even if he could not win the other party. Night Spirit was the most composed among everyone present. He looked at the Tao Wu that barged its way through the city with a cold gaze. There were no emotions in his eyes and they were like still waters. If the Tao Wu was already so frightening, how powerful would someone who could subdue that primordial ferocious beast be? Countless gazes in myriad phenomenon city were fixed on someone. A figure sat on the back of the primordial ferocious beast. The person did not look old and he wore purple robes. His brows extended to his temples. His eyes were shut and he had an indifferent expression that spread in all directions and suppressed the place. He was the top of the previous phenomenon ranking, the number 1 golden core of Tianhuang mainland, Diyin. Now that Diyin was back in this familiar place 100 years later, he was like an emperor that ruled over the world. Nobody could stop him. His reputation precedes him. This man sure is frightening. Ji Chengtian's pupils constricted as he shook his head and said somewhat dejectedly, I don't even have the courage to strike against this man. Defeated before a battle. That was how powerful a person's aura could be. A cultivator's mental state could be affected even though they were kilometers apart. Right from the beginning, Diyin did not even open his eyes. It might be because he was resting. Or it might be because there was nobody in Myriad Phenomenon City who was worthy of him looking at. His simple act of sitting on the Tao Wu casually to enter the city had already brought forth immense pressure to all the cultivators in Myriad Phenomenon City. The nascent souls were no exception. Perfected Lord Luo Shui frowned slightly with a look of disbelief as she murmured. His strength has already grown till such an extent? A middle-aged cultivator followed close behind Diyin blindly. Perfected Lord Han Yi? Perfected Lord Luo Shui's eyes flickered as she said softly. To think that he would be here too. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. Behind Diyin and perfected Lord Han Yi were cultivators of Chaos Essence Sect, including Nie Hao who was defeated by Lin Xuanji. All of a sudden, Su Zimo narrowed his gaze towards a cultivator in the Chaos Essence Sect crowd. To be precise, it was a little young monk. His hands were bound by a shiny silver rope that restricted his spirit energy, and he was being pushed forward. That little monk was none other than Mingzhan, who was separated from Su Zimo after entering the ancient battlefield. Although many cultivators have gathered in Myriad Phenomenon City for the past few days, there was no news of Mingzhan. Given Mingzhan's capabilities, there were few people in the ancient battlefield who could suppress him. Even if Mingzhan could not win them, he could definitely escape far away. To think that he would have met with Diyin. There were a few wounds on Mingzhan's body with flesh that was ripped and rotten with pus blood. It was clear that he had suffered immensely along the way. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. Mingzhan chanted sutras and studied Buddhism and Zen daily at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. He was far away from mortal strife and possessed an innocent heart filled with sincerity. Each time Su Zimo had a question, Mingzhan would explain carefully without a single bit of annoyance. In terms of seniority, Mingzhan was his senior brother. However, Mingzhan was extremely young and Su Zimo had always regarded him as a younger brother. When he saw the state that Mingzhan was in, the killing intent in Su Zimo's heart surged instantly. Diyin sensed something and his eyes jolted wide open. It was initially bright and sunny in Myriad Phenomenon City. The moment Diyin opened his eyes, a shadow shrouded over the place and the temperature dipped. Many cultivators in Myriad Phenomenon City could not help but shudder with pounding hearts as their hairs stood on end. Dian's senses were way too sharp. He could sense Su Zimo's hostility almost instantly. Both their gazes met in midair. Ah, it's Su Zimo. One of them is the current #1 golden core and the other is the legendary strongest monster incarnate in history. The two of them are about to face one another. Many cultivators whispered. Both of their auras climbed continuously. Neither of them was willing to express weakness. Suddenly, Su Zimo hollered with a thunderous force. Dian, release him. Su Zimo made use of a vocal technique from the Buddhist monasteries, and his voice had the effect of resonance, and awakening anyone from a state of stupor. Many cultivators felt their minds rattle. A weak-willed person might have bowed down immediately. The entire place went into chaos. Nobody in Myriad Phenomenon City dared to speak to Dian in that manner. Even nascent souls had to show respect to Dian. That was because Dian could have advanced to the nascent soul realm 100 years ago. He suppressed his cultivation intentionally and waited till this day so that he could ascend the Myriad Phenomenon peak once more and leave his name on the ancient phenomenon stele. Furthermore, he would definitely become a top-tier nascent soul the moment he advanced and could suppress almost all the perfected lords in the ancient battlefield. Nobody expected a face-off the moment they met one another. Furthermore, from Su Zimo's words, it seemed as though he meant something. Boom! Su Zimo descended from the skies and left a streak of air in his wake. He landed violently on the streets like a meteor in front of the crowd from Chaos Essence Sect. The stone slabs beneath his feet broke apart with a series of cracks that extended outwards. Dust billowed. Bang! 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 Little Fatty, Shijian, Monkey and the others descended one after another as well, and the entire ground quaked. No matter what, they would stand by Su Zimo's side unconditionally. Mingjin jolted emotionally when he caught sight of Su Zimo. Dian sat on the Tao Wu's back high and above, glaring down at Su Zimo, who was not far away with his lips curled into a fake smile. Niehao stood out and pointed to Su Zimo, shouting, "Who are you? How dare you speak to Senior Brother D in that manner?" Humph! Little Fatty sneered repeatedly, not willing to be seen as the weaker party. "Who the hell are you? Why are you barking here?" "You..." Niehao was interrupted by Little Fatty before he could continue. "I wonder who it was that picked a fight with others only to receive an immense beating like a dog. Even his grandmother would be ashamed. Ha 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 ha." Monkey and the others burst into laughter. Little Fatty was good at talking. There was no way Niehao could be his match. He was naturally referring to how Niehao was taught a lesson by Lin Xuanji at the Astral Dragon Sputum Lair. It was indeed Niehao's trigger point, but he could not refute it at all. Niehao's face flushed scarlet when he sensed the burning gazes in the surrounding. However, he could only clench his teeth spitefully and was unable to say another word. "Dian, I'll say it one more time." Su Zimo raised his head slightly with a cold gaze before slowly saying, "Release him." Dian had a calm expression and was unmoved. However, the mockery in his eyes intensified. "Su Zimo, don't be reckless." Perfected Lord Luo Shui's voice sounded within his mind. "Fights between cultivators are forbidden in the city. Almost everyone has been alerted to this commotion. If you act recklessly in front of such a crowd, you will definitely be killed." Su Zimo knew it very well. Perfected Lord Luo Shui did not say that to frighten him. It was the truth. If he violated the rules of Myriad Phenomenon City, even she wouldn't be able to protect him. However, he could not sit by idly seeing that Mingzhan was in Dian's hands. "Su Zimo, remember what I told you?" Dian said slowly. "I've warned you not to come into the ancient battlefield or you'll definitely die here." The moment he said that, a stir broke out in the crowd. From the sound of that, it seems like they've known one another previously. Yes, it seems like they've got a grudge with one another long ago. "This should be interesting," Su Zimo said coldly. "I was the one that walloped your beast previously. It has nothing to do with others. You can come with me with all you've got. I'll take it all." "Fufu, interesting," Dian chuckled. "You've got to have bargaining chips if you want me to release him. What do you want?" "Your right hand." Myriad Phenomenon City went silent instantly. Su Zimo's right hand was the legendary divine phoenix bone. It was an utmost treasure of the universe. A legendary mythical object. It was a treasure that connate spirit weapons or even connate dermic weapons could not match. Fu. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed and remarked nonchalantly, "Dean, you're afraid. Would I be afraid of you?" Dean seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world. Su Zimo shook his head. "You wish to leave your name on the ancient phenomenon stele and fight to be the top of the phenomenon ranking, yet you're afraid. You do not even have the courage to fight against me." Humph! The Tao Wu glared at Su Zimo with endless hatred in its eyes. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, it was nearly killed by a single palm strike from Su Zimo. That was the greatest humiliation in its lifetime. For the past 10 years, with Diyin's help, it obtained many opportunities and encounters as well. As such, its strength had climbed to a whole new level along with its confidence. The Tao Wu stomped on the ground furiously and grit its teeth. "You've got to get through me if you wish to fight my master. You think you're worthy of it?" Su Zimo swept his gaze and hollered, "Scram!" It was deafening like the explosion of a thunderbolt. A gigantic air current surged out of Su Zimo's mouth and almost formed a cyclone. Caught off guard, the Tao Wu shuddered and its ears rang continuously. It lost its footing from the coil of the cyclone and fell backwards uncontrollably. Diyin frowned and pushed his body down to stabilize the Tao Wu. The Tao Wu shrugged its head and snapped out of its stupor. It steadied itself and the hatred in its eyes intensified. The crowd fell into an uproar. The Tao Wu was a primordial ferocious beast and was one of the most terrifying and fearsome types. Although there were around 100,000 paragons in Myriad Phenomenon City, there were probably less than 100 of them who could suppress the primordial ferocious beast. Nobody expected the beast to almost topple over because of a single shout from Su Zimo. The Tao Wu was enraged. Although it was a demon beast, it felt ashamed that something as such happened right in front of everyone. It had nowhere to vent the frustration in its heart. Tao Wus were easily enraged and were the most violent. At that moment, blood was the only thing that could quench the rage in its heart. The Tao Wu's eyes shifted towards the few demon beasts in human form behind Su Zimo and seemed to have thought of something. "Ow! Ow!" cried a few times. Diyin understood and nodded, saying, "Su Zimo, I'll give you another chance. You can send a spirit beast to fight against my Tao Wu. If you can win it, I'll release him. If you lose, I'll spare your right hand for now, but you'll have to hand over your Purple Thunder manual." Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He sure has everything planned out. There are many spirit beasts in the city, but which of them is a match for the Tao Wu? Fufu, although that monkey from the previous time was strong, it is definitely not a match for the Tao Wu. On the surface, he's giving Su Zimo a chance, but in reality, that is nothing but a dead end. The cultivators in the vicinity discussed. The spirit tiger, Ching, the golden lion and little fox who were behind Su Zimo went silent. The spirit tiger said softly, "If I have a little more time to cultivate, I might be able to try and take on that Tao Wu. But for now, I can't win it." "I'll do it." Monkey stood out. To be fair, he did not have much confidence against the enraged Tao Wu. However, if he entered the berserk state and triggered the mysterious power in his bloodline, he might have a chance to fight this Tao Wu to the death. Su Zimo was hesitant. This might be his only chance to save Mingjin. He could not afford to lose. It did not matter if he lost the Purple Thunder manual, but Monkey's life could be at stake if he lost. "Let me do it." Suddenly, a calm voice sounded behind Su Zimo. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was instantly at ease the moment he heard that voice. It was Night Spirit. He had almost forgotten about him. "Su Zimo, do you agree to it?" Diyin pressed. "All right." Su Zimo was no longer hesitant and agreed to it readily. "Amazing." Diyin smiled gently. "Since it's a fight between spirit beasts, we'll both not interfere and let them fight to their heart's content. They'll fight to the death. Are you sure?" Su Zimo raised his brow. Diyin declared proudly, "A gentleman will always honor his words. Go, fight to your heart's content." Su Zimo had nothing to instruct Night Spirit. The commotion caused here was great enough. Almost all the cultivators in Myriad Phenomenon City were alerted to it. Although the nascent souls of the supersex did not show themselves, Su Zimo was certain that they were observing everything from behind the scenes. Su Zimo was not worried that Dean would renege on his words in front of everybody. Night Spirit walked forward slowly from behind Su Zimo. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, countless gazes locked onto Night Spirit. Many cultivators had puzzled expressions on their faces. What is that demon beast? It looks skinny and frail. The Tao Wu might not even be full eating it. Has Su Zimo already given up? Compared to the mighty and gigantic Tao Wu, Night Spirit looked as minuscule as an ant at the moment. It was as though he could be crushed with a single stomp from the Tao Wu's feet. Furthermore, Night Spirit was unassuming and nobody even noticed him previously. He was way too ordinary. Even the demonic chi he emanated was a faint trace that seemed as though it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Dean narrowed his gaze and stared at Night Spirit for a long time. The black-robed man truly did seem ordinary. However, for some reason, Dean felt his heart race inexplicably. He glanced sideways and whispered, "Elder Hun-E, can you tell what's the background of that beast?" Perfected Lord Hun-E shook his head. "I can't." After a moment, he continued, "However, even if it's a pure-blooded ferocious beast, it won't be a match for the Tao Wu." Dean nodded in agreement. Yes, he has a trace of essence blood from the primordial Tao Wu within his body and his physique has strengthened to a frightening degree. He can stand a chance even against the primordial 9 races. Be careful. Dean patted the Tao Wu beneath him and rose into the air. Don't worry, Master. The Tao Wu said murderously, I'll definitely bite off this little fella's head and savor it slowly. Swash. The Tao Wu transformed and its gigantic body vanished instantly. It turned into its human form and stood in front of Night Spirit with mocking eyes. Little fella, you had better revert to your true form or you won't get a chance to do so anymore. The Tao Wu snickered. As for me, I'll be able to rip you apart using this human body. Everyone knew that demon beasts could take on human form, but their full strength could only be released in their true forms. The fact that the Tao Wu was in human form and yet requested Night Spirit to revert to his true form was an indication of how much it looked down on the latter. However, everyone felt that it was only right. Furthermore, everything felt that even if this ordinary black-robed man reverted to his true form, he would merely struggle a little longer before his eventual death. Night Spirit was emotionless against the Tao Wu's ridicule, and his eyes suddenly turned dark. The temperature in the voids dipped instantly. A shuddering killing intent surged. Swash! Night Spirit made his move. In a flash, he vanished from the spot. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Night Spirit had not changed after 20 years. The murderous aura around him was completely cold and was released the moment he attacked. Resembling an endless night that brought forth despair, the Tao Wu transformed into its human form. Night Spirit was not going to mock, ridicule, or even bear any thoughts of an undeserved victory. For him, this was merely an opportunity. Night Spirit's mind was only filled with how he could kill his enemies swifter and more efficiently. A black shadow darted by like a phantom. By the time the Tao Wu reacted, Night Spirit was already beside it. It was too fast. The speed, precision of timing and angle caused Su Zimo to feel shocked. Diyin's expression changed starkly. How sharp were his eyes. The moment Night Spirit made a move, he had already realized that the Tao Wu was in deep trouble. Night Spirit reached out with outstretched fingers and grabbed from the side of the Tao Wu's body. Groar! The Tao Wu was scared out of its wits and could not help but roar when it saw that it was too late to dodge. Its tendons and bones rang and its blood chi surged as its body expanded. It had reverted to its true form right away. That was a wise decision. If it tried to dodge and was a step slower, it would have been turned into a corpse. Layers of thick fur lined the Tao Wu's body. The fur was shiny and bright, resembling a metal gauze that was stacked layer upon layer such that even supreme-grade spirit weapons could not penetrate it. there was even less chance of its flesh being injured. A flash of blood appeared. Night Spirit's scratch tore through the Tao Wu's defense and ripped of a piece of flesh from its massive body. Howl! The Tao Wu howled in pain and shuddered. Thankfully, it reacted in time and its body expanded after it reverted to its true form while his flesh turned firmer. Because of that, Night Spirit's attack deviated slightly from its original position and the Tao Wu's tendons and bones were not injured. If it was a bit slower, its abdomen would have been torn by Night Spirit's scratch. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. That scene had truly exceeded their expectations. Nobody expected the primordial ferocious beast, the Tao Wu, to be the one injured the moment they fought. Roar! The Tao Wu howled in rage and twisted its body, raising the 4 sharp horns on its head before thrusting towards Night Spirit violently. Its bloodline churned and the 4 sharp horns turned incomparably grisly, resembling burning spears. Blood chi gushed out stream after another. Its blood chi was intensifying. Many cultivators had grim expressions and were secretly shocked. The power released by the Tao Wu could even destroy the golden core phenomenons of most of the cultivators present. Night Spirit had a gold gaze and did not bother to take the 4 incoming horns head-on. He shuddered and his body turned extremely light all of a sudden as he pushed against the sharp horns and arrived on the head of the Tao Wu. The Tao Wu's expression changed. Night Spirit did not give the Tao Wu a chance to react and punched it viciously on the head like a hammer. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sound of bones cracking echoed. All the cultivators present felt their scalps prickle and hairs stand on end when they heard the sound. It was too ruthless. As a primordial ferocious beast, the Tao Wu's bones were probably tougher than perfect spirit weapons. But now, they were shattered by Night Spirit's bare hands. It was no wonder why the Tao Wu was a primordial ferocious beast. Despite its severe injuries such that its brain juice was seeping out, its body was still producing a tremendous amount of life force. The Tao Wu's eyes were bloodshot and its blood chi surged into its mind. It reached out with its massive palm and grabbed for Night Spirit at the top of its head in a deranged manner. A single punch, that was all. Night Spirit's figure had already disappeared. Like a phantom, a shadow slid down the gap between the Tao Wu's neck and arrived at the bottom before striking. The process of leaping onto the Tao Wu's head for a punch before sliding down to its throat was fluid as water without any sluggishness. It was clean and precise. Night Spirit stretched his hand like a dagger and thrust it into the Tao Wu's throat. When he pulled his palm out, it was stained with blood. It seemed like he had grabbed a twitching python that was filled with blood and billowing with steam. The Tao Wu's throat was crushed and Night Spirit had even pulled its windpipe out. It was way too savage. Pest! Pest! Gasps could be heard all around. Boom! The massive body of the Tao Wu could not hold on any longer and fell onto the ground heavily, causing dust to rise everywhere. Streams of grisly blood flowed from beneath its body. It was over. The head of the Tao Wu was smashed apart and brain juice seeped. Its life was completely severed with its windpipe pulled out. Even a deity could not save it. Night Spirit stood silently at the side with an extremely calm expression, his body drenched in fresh blood. It was as though he had just killed an ant, not a primordial ferocious beast. The entire process happened too quickly. It was especially so for Night Spirit's final 2 killing moves. Even perfected Lord Hun Yi could not react to it, let alone the golden cores who were watching. What was even more shocking was that Night Spirit had not reverted to his true form the entire time. This meant that Night Spirit was not using his full strength. Even until now, nobody knew what Night Spirit's true form was or what race he was from. Gazing at the lifeless Tao Wu, Di'in was silent and his expression was frighteningly grim. Beast, how dare you? Kill him! The cultivators of Chaos Essence sect were enraged and yelled one after another. Some of them even withdrew their flying swords from their storage bags. Su Zimo shielded Night Spirit behind him and glared at Di'in alone with a scorching gaze. This gambit was suggested by Di'in. He had to acknowledge it in front of everyone. Dean was the top of the previous phenomenon ranking and was lauded as the #1 golden core. If he reneged on his words, his reputation would be tarnished. This was the true meaning of swallowing one's indignance. He could only endure as he watched his spirit beast die. Dean raised his hand gently. That single action caused the air in the void to turn stale, and the pressure in everyone's hearts mounted. The noisy cultivators of Chaos Essence sect shut their mouths instantly. Complete silence overwhelmed the long street. Even though it was a setback, he was still the peerless #1 perfected being that looked down on the entire world. A single action from him was enough to suppress everything. "Release him," Dean said slowly without any emotions. None of the Chaos Essence sect cultivators behind him dared to disobey his words and untied the silver rope on Mingzhen obediently before releasing the latter. Mingzhen staggered and Su Zimo rushed up to support him. "Thank you, Zimo." Now that Su Zimo had returned to the secular world, Mingzhen could not call him junior brother any longer. Furthermore, their relationship was considered as a secret and outsiders did not know about it. Mingzhen lowered his head. The fact that Su Zimo was dragged into this affair caused the innocent young monk to feel a sense of guilt. Su Zimo did not say much and merely patted Mingzhen gently on the shoulder. He withdrew a few bottles of elixirs from his storage bag and passed them over. "Take these elixirs to stabilize your condition and deal with the injuries first." Mingzhen nodded and received them. Dean stood in the air and looked down at Su Zimo and Night Spirit with a chilling gaze. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Everyone could sense that Dean was truly enraged at the moment. "Su Zimo, this is considered your victory." After a suffocating silence, Dean finally spoke slowly. "However, I'll use your fresh blood as a tribute for my spirit beast. You and you." Dean pointed to everyone besides Su Zimo and said word by word, "I'll have all of you guys buried together with it. None of you shall escape." All the cultivators around looked at Su Zimo's group with pity in their eyes. Needless to say, it was a tragedy for them to be targeted by such a terrifying existence. "Pooey!" Monkey spat in Dean's direction with disdain. "Ha!" Little Fatty was optimistic by nature and broke into laughter while pouting his lips. "Dean, you are strong and I'm not your match. However, Myriad Phenomenon City has its own rules. You can't possibly attack me here, right? I'll stay in the city from now on. Let's see who's afraid of whom." Private duels were forbidden in Myriad Phenomenon City. Even with his torrential hatred, it was inconvenient for Dean to attack. Dean was expressionless as he replied indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Mark my words today. You will eventually leave this city. No matter where you guys end up after today in any corner of the universe, I'll definitely hunt you down relentlessly." The void was filled with a murderous intent when he said that. Even the cultivators watching in the vicinity shuddered in fright, let alone Little Fatty's group. There would be no peace in the future after being targeted by someone this terrifying. One could barely even take a peaceful nap. Nobody had any doubts about Dean's capabilities. Throughout history, he was the only monster incarnate that inherited the legacy phenomenon of the human emperor. Once he exits the ancient battlefield and advances to the nascent soul realm, a golden core of his level would definitely be undefeated in the nascent soul realm as well. At that time, nobody of the same level could stop him. With that said, Dean turned and flew into the distance without looking at Su Zimo's group. "In that case, I've got no other choice but to kill you." Suddenly, a calm voice sounded, but it shook the entire world. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes of disbelief turned towards Su Zimo. Despite Dean's domineering words and threat, Su Zimo could refute with a statement against the former without losing out in aura. Su Zimo did not conceal his killing intent as well and pointed at Dean directly. "You? Kill me?" Dean froze as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. He laughed with a mocking gaze while shaking his head. "That's right," Su Zimo said slowly with a firm voice. "I'm going to kill you. You don't have to search in every corner of the universe. I'll do it right here in Myriad Phenomenon City." Dean threatened Little Fatty and the others. Since that was the case, Su Zimo was going to kill this threat preemptively. Everyone was stunned. Fighting was forbidden in Myriad Phenomenon City, and there was no chance for the two of them to engage in a battle. How could Su Zimo kill Diin? Diin pondered for a moment and understood what Su Zimo was implying. You want to kill me? Sure, he sneered. I'll await you at the peak of Myriad Phenomenon Peak. We'll talk about it if you're worthy to come up. Everyone was enlightened. That was the only chance for them to fight. As long as they were on the same stone step, Enigma Palace will host a fight to determine the victor and the eventual ranking of the phenomenon ranking. Frog in the well. You don't even know who you're challenging. By the time that voice sounded, Diyin's figure had already disappeared at the end of the long street. Although Su Zimo is the strongest monster incarnate in history, isn't he way too cocky? It's not so easy ascending the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. That's right, even Diyin had to stop at the 100th step 100 years ago. We don't even know if this guy is stronger than Diyin, but he went ahead and declared that he wanted to kill the latter. That just shows his ignorance. The stronger the paragons, the smaller the difference in their strengths. It's already difficult enough for them to win one another, let alone kill one another. He did not even manage to kill Su Chang of Zephyr Thunder Palace, so how is he going to kill Diyin? What a joke! The surrounding cultivators dispersed and discussions could be heard faintly. Su Zimo merely smiled nonchalantly when he heard their remarks. No matter what, he resolved something on his mind by saving Mingzhen today. As for his feud with Diyin, the outcome will naturally be revealed at the fight for the phenomenon ranking 2 months later. Su Zimo's group returned to the palace of Snowdrift Valley. Along the way, he had a vague understanding of what Mingzhen experienced for the past few days. As Su Zimo had expected, although they were separated, Mingzhen's cultivation base was firm and his strength was immense. He had also made up for his lack of battle experience in the past few years. Although he met with many ferocious beasts and ancient living beings along the way, he got out unharmed. Mingzhen wore simple monk robes and merely muttered a Buddhist proclamation softly each time he came across a crowd before keeping his distance. He was truly someone with no desires and at peace. Naturally, most cultivators would not attack him for no reason as well. During this period of time, he caught sight of cultivators taking advantage of a female cultivator and truly could not let it pass by. Because of that, he took the initiative to attack and injured someone from the fiend sections. Su Zimo understood from Mingzhen's description. The fiend sect cultivator was not a nobody. If he was not wrong, that should be Shangguan Yu, the fiend heir of one of the 7 fiend sects, Cloud Rain sect. He could be considered as an acquaintance as well. Back beneath the human emperor's palace, Shangguan Yu was nearly killed by Su Zimo and escaped with severe injuries. To think that he would have entered the intermediate ancient battlefield 20 years later as well. Cloud Rain sect placed emphasis on the Tao of origin and was free from the bindings of men and women. There were no restrictions on their bodies and souls as they engaged in sexual intercourse, fusing yin and yang. Unfortunately, Shangguan Yu came across Mingzhen. Mingzhen had a pure heart and spent his days reciting sutras and studying Buddhism and Zen. His mind was clear and his heart was flawless. Even if Demoness G and Little Fox made a move at the same time, it would be difficult to stir Mingzhen's heart, let alone Cloud Rain sect. Not long after, Mingzhen met Diyin. The two of them had a conflict at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley previously. Naturally, there was no way Diyin would let him off. Mingzhen was still too inexperienced against Diyin. He was captured alive before he could even release his Golden Core phenomenon. The fight for the Golden Core phenomenon ranking starts 2 months later. Rest well and recover from your injuries first. Su Zimo exited after settling Mingzhen down. He gazed at a tightly shut cultivation room in the distance with a worried expression inside. Xiaoning had cooped herself in the room for the past few days and had lost weight, but she refused to come out. Su Zimo did not know how he should console her either. The deeper one's attachments were, the harder it was to sever them. The more pain one would feel after they were severed. Nobody else could help Xiaoning. She was on her own. Furthermore, Su Zimo was enduring immense pressure at the moment as well. It was not merely because of Diyin. There were many hostile supersects and factions in Myriad Phenomenon City. Zephyr Thunder Palace was bent on getting their hands on the Purple Thunder Manual and would definitely not let him off. And now, apart from Zephyr Thunder Palace, Clear Wind Temple and Purple Firmament sect that stood out and tested him together upon his entry into the city. Nothing else had happened. Su Zimo believed that the supersects would not let things go so easily. Nascent souls could attack freely in Myriad Phenomenon City. Indirectly, that gave rise to many more variables. That was not all. Su Zimo had something else on his mind. Nian Qi's whereabouts. At the same time, Nian Qi's background involved an even more frightening faction, the God Race. Even perfected Lord Luo Shui's expression changed starkly at the mention of the God Race. What was the reason for the God Race's appearance in the ancient battlefield? There was also Night Spirit. Night Spirit had not shown his true form at all. Even when he fought against the Tao Wu, he merely fought in his human form. On the one hand, it could be interpreted such that Night Spirit could kill the Tao Wu without reverting to his true form. On the other hand, it could also mean that Night Spirit had reservations about it. There were many signs that caused Su Zimo to lean towards the latter. However, what was Night Spirit concerned about? Would he get into huge trouble if he reverted to his true form? The culmination of many things weighed down on Su Zimo's heart. Myriad Phenomenon City entered a state of peace after Night Spirit killed the Tao Wu. However, as time passed by, the atmosphere within the city turned increasingly repressed and tense, even suffocating. It was like the calm before the storm. A storm was brewing. Another 15 days passed. Finally, a piece of news that broke the peace of Myriad Phenomenon City arrived. The fight for the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking was going to start in 3 days' time. Compared to the original timeline, it was brought forward by an entire month. Although many cultivators discussed it, nobody knew the reason. 3 days later, morning. At daybreak, figures sped towards the Myriad Phenomenon peak one after another in the city. A grand occasion like this only happened one every 100 years. Nobody would miss it even if they were not taking part. Su Zimo and the others gathered in the palace of Snowdrift Valley, prepared to leave. The doors of a cultivation room opened with a creak. Everyone turned towards the sound. Unexpectedly, Xiaoning had come forth as well. This was the first time that she had left the cultivation room during this period of time. Her face looked paler and her cheeks and body became skinnier as well. Yet, it seemed as though she had let go of something today and her eyes were livelier and brighter. Xiaoning? Su Zimo asked tenderly, as though he was afraid of alarming her. Xiaoning smiled gently. Brother, I'm fine. Su Zimo was relieved when he saw Xiaoning's smile as he heaved a deep breath. Sister Xiaoning, it's great that you're all right. All of us have been worried about you during this period of time and we hoped that you would recover as soon as possible. Little Fox walked forward and wrapped around Xiaoning's arm gently. Little Fatty, Lung Ro, Ji Chengtian and the others were relieved and had encouraging looks in their eyes. Xiaoning's eyes were slightly red as she bowed deeply to everyone. I've caused all of you to worry during this period of time. Everything will be fine now that you've overcome this, Ji Chengtian said warmly. Those in the past have already left, but you have to cherish those around you so that you won't have any further regrets. In all fairness, the sibling relationship between Su Zimo and Xiaoning was something that everyone envied. By this point of their cultivations, their kin had passed away a long time ago and they were almost severed from mortal ties. The relationship between the siblings was something extremely rare in the cruel world of cultivators. Let's go. We'll ascend the path of the past today and check out the talents of the world. Su Zimo was in high spirits seeing that Xiaoning was fine. He waved and led everyone out of Snowdrift Valley towards the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. The Myriad Phenomenon Peak was 108,000 foot tall, and its peak extended into the clouds. It was difficult to see the top with one's eyes. The mountain gave off a majestic aura that was ancient. For countless years, it witnessed the rise and fall of many paragons and the making of history. Any cultivator would seem incomparably significant compared to the mountain. A massive, dense crowd of cultivators gathered in midair and sped towards Myriad Phenomenon Peak. The fight for the phenomenon ranking this time round was unusually intense. Of the 9 immortal sects, apart from Glass Palace that was destroyed by Su Zimo, paragons from the other 8 were present. They were either classy, graceful, cold, or casual in their bearings. Of the 7 fiend sects, apart from the fiend heir of 7 kills sect that was killed by Su Zimo, paragons of the other 6 were present. They were either menacing, murderous, bewitching, or nefarious in their bearings. Of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, apart from the paragon of Dipamkara Monastery, paragons of the other 5 were present. They were either dignified, noble, pure, or filled with the glow of Buddha in their bearings. Before long, a dense crowd of cultivators was gathered at the myriad phenomenon peak. It was a black, massive crowd that contained at least 100,000 people. Among them, Su Zimo caught sight of a few familiar faces. The first one he noticed was Dean of Chaos Essence sect. No matter where he was, that man was bedazzling and brilliant. The two of their gazes met in midair and sparks flew. Dean smirked coldly before turning over. Apart from Dean, Su Chang of Zephyr Thunder Palace was present as well. Su Chang had a grim expression and glared at Su Zimo coldly, harumphing to himself. Wu Feng of Purple Firmament Sect and Duan Qingping of Clear Wind Temple were present too. After 20 years, the aura of Hang Qiuyu from Sword Sect turned even sharper and his eyes shone with a blinding sword light. Hang Qiuyu held immense hatred towards Su Zimo as well. Sensing something, Su Zimo turned and caught sight of another person. The person had black hair and wore black robes. His face was pale, stoned and expressionless as he walked silently through the crowd with a sheathed long sword in his hands. He was not fast. It was more like a stroll as he walked step by step. He had no followers, no sect mates, and merely walked forward alone with his sword. The reason why this man's presence could be felt from the crowd was because the edge he gave off was comparable to Hang Qiuyu's. If Hang Qiuyu was someone whose edge and sharpness was completely exposed, this man was completely reserved. Dugu Jian. He was someone from one of the 4 great gentry clans of the North region. During the fight for the Vermilion Fruit in the Great Chen Ruins, despite being a stranger, this man helped Su Zimo and crippled the successor of Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect. Dugu Jian paused in his tracks and looked over, as though he could sense Su Zimo's gaze. Su Zimo smiled gently and gestured with a nod of his head. Although Dugu Jian was expressionless, his eyes seemed to stir for a brief moment before he retracted his gaze and continued towards the myriad phenomenon peak. From the fiend sects, apart from the notorious Rintu of Azura sect, Pang Yu of Overlord Palace was also rather prominent. Pang Yu was a head taller than other cultivators and carried a gigantic black spear on his shoulder. He strode like a brute and was absolutely menacing with a fierce gaze. Before long, Pang Yu caught sight of Su Zimo as well. Surprisingly, he was not hostile towards Su Zimo and even grinned while cupping his fists from a distance. Su Zimo returned the greeting with cupped fists as well. Apart from the paragons, the most striking thing around the myriad phenomenon peak was 16 white clouds that hovered in midair. Above each cloud was a cultivator in a lotus position that gave off a shuddering aura. There were 16 nascent souls. Through their attires and the sect badges on their waists, the backgrounds of the 16 nascent souls could be seen easily. Among them, from the 9 immortal sects, apart from Glass Palace, nascent souls from the remaining sects, Heavenly Dipper sect, Snowdrift Valley, Purple Firmament sect, Chaos Essence sect, Clear Wind Temple, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Sword sect and Soaring Feather sect, were here to watch the battle. Those 8 white clouds were relatively closer to one another. Perfected Lord Luo Shui was among them. As for the 7 fiend sects, only 2 nascent souls from Azura sect and Overlord Palace were present. From the 6 Buddhist monasteries, apart from Dipamkara Monastery, nascent souls from the other 5, Dipamkara Monastery, Hollow Monastery, Formless Monastery, Wisdom Monastery, and Clear Heart Nunnery, were present. There were a total of 15 nascent souls from the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sections. On the 16th cloud, a gray-robed cultivator with fluttering robes sat. He held a feather fan and looked out of this world. Su Zimo's gaze shifted towards Lin Xuanji, who was nearby. That's perfected Lord Yujun of Enigma Palace. His cultivation is unfathomable, and he's also the host for the Golden Core phenomenon ranking this time round. Suddenly, a tender voice sounded. A fragrance wafted over, and a beautiful young girl appeared beside Su Zimo. Dressed in pink, her eyes were brightly clear, and she looked naive and innocent, as though she was younger than Little Fox. Little Fatty and the others were shocked and retreated immediately. They did not dare to look over, and their eyes were filled with cautiousness. Although the girl looked harmless, she was the pure maiden of the fiend sex who could bewitch the masses. Even women could fall into her trap if they were careless, let alone men. Su Zimo glanced sideways and smiled. You're here too. Of course. How can I be missing from a crowd as such? Demoness Ji snickered. Even without Ji Yaoxue, the relationship between them would not be superficial as well. Back when the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects grouped up against Su Zimo beneath the human emperor's palace, this young girl was the only one who stood by his side without any hesitation. Su Zimo did not care about what she meant by referring to him as her tripod. Even if he had to be her tripod, he was willing to, since she chose to stand by him given those circumstances. He did not have many friends. No matter what, she was one of them. The impact of the battle beneath the human emperor's palace 20 years ago was too great. Demoness Ji raised her chin sorrowfully. Although previous fights for the phenomenon rankings were intense as well, there weren't so many famous nascent souls present to watch and control the situation. Everything is because of you. Huh. Su Zimo was surprised. Initially, he thought that it was a common sight for nascent souls to arrive at Myriad Phenomenon City. Demoness Ji looked at the 16 clouds in midair and said, the nascent souls sitting there are not weak sealers in their twilight years. Su Zimo could tell that as well. The nascent souls on the clouds were all filled with vitality and life. It was clear that they were in their prime. Demoness Ji continued, not only that, apart from perfected Lord Yujun of Enigma Palace, the remaining 15 nascent souls are powerful experts that are famous in parts of Tianhuang mainland. Perfected Lord Luo Shui of Snowdrift Valley. Perfected Lord Hun Yi of Chaos Essence Sect. Perfected Lord Bei Do of Heavenly Dipper Sect. None of them are nobodies. Su Zimo was even more puzzled as he asked, what has their appearance here got to do with me? It's because of that battle beneath the human emperor's palace 20 years ago. Demoness Ji replied, don't think that it was nothing much because it was a fight between Foundation establishment cultivators. It caused quite a huge stir among the super sections. Paragons groomed by the super sects were killed and injured after that battle. I presume that the presence of these top-tier nascent souls is to prevent something similar from happening. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He had a vague feeling that things weren't as simple as that. His spirit perception was exceptionally sharp. On the surface, it looked like those nascent souls were high and above, sitting on their clouds while engaging in idle, casual conversations. None of their gazes were locked on him. However, he had been here for less than 15 minutes, but he already sensed more than 20 spirit consciousnesses sweeping past him. Demoness Ji said, if this was in the past, given the way the fiend sects conducted themselves, they wouldn't have bothered sending nascent souls into the ancient battlefield. But now, even Azura sect and Overlord Palace sent people here. Sensing the worries in Su Zimo's heart, Demoness Ji chuckled. You don't have to worry. None of them will dare to behave recklessly with Enigma Palace in charge. Everyone, please be silent. Suddenly, a voice sounded in midair. Although it was neither loud nor soft, it was transmitted to every single corner of Myriad Phenomenon City. The voice of perfected Lord Yujun sounded. It seemed to possess an inexplicable pressure as the 100,000-odd cultivators gathered around the Myriad Phenomenon peak quietened down before long. The rules of Phenomenon ranking fight are divided into two parts, the elimination battle and the eventual ranking battle. I won't elaborate on the details. Cultivators that could arrive in Myriad Phenomenon City were mostly paragons of the various major sects and factions. Even if there were itinerant cultivators, they would have asked about the generic rules earlier on. Perfected Lord Yujun said deeply, I'll only emphasize on one thing. When Fairy Ling Long established the phenomenon ranking in the past, her intentions were not for humans to fight and kill one another. All of you must remember that. Indeed, the format of ascending the myriad phenomenon peak would avoid a lot of needless bloodshed and injuries. That was the cleverness of Fairy Ling Long. In the chaotic ancient era, the death of a single paragon was an immense loss for the human race. When perfected Lord Yujun said that, he swept his gaze across Su Zimo and Dean. His intentions were clear. Dean smirked coldly and snorted. In his heart, Su Zimo was not worthy to be named together with him by perfected Lord Yujun. Fufu. On another cloud, perfected Lord Hun Yi of Chaos Essence sect chuckled softly. As you've mentioned, fellow Taoist Yujun, Fairy Ling Long established the phenomenon ranking for us humans. However, he paused briefly and changed the topic with a hint of killing intent. There seems to be a demon mixed in with our human cultivators below. There were many demon beasts below, but most of them were spirit beast mounts for the paragons and would not take part in the phenomenon ranking. It was obvious who perfected Lord Hun Yi was referring to as the demon. He did not beat around the bush at all, and all the cultivators below heard everything loud and clear. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes turned around, and instantly, many gazes were locked on Su Zimo. The pressure on him intensified. Perfected Lord Tianming of Zephyr Thunder Palace said coolly, "Fellow Taoist Yujun, when did a beast gain the rights to take part in the phenomenon ranking?" Amitabha. Monk Wei Fu of Diamond Monastery chanted a Buddhist proclamation and said softly, "If that is true, we must not let the demon take part in the fight for the phenomenon ranking." Monk Ju Chan of Diamond Monastery was defeated by Su Zimo 20 years ago, sowing a feud between them. The Purple Thunder Manual was in Su Zimo's hands, and Su Chang of Zephyr Thunder Palace was even nearly killed. There was no way Zephyr Thunder Palace would let Su Zimo off. Now that the Immortal sects, Chaos Essence sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace, were not bothered to hide their intentions, Diamond Monastery seized the opportunity to join in. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He was clearer than anyone about his body. He was a human. However, because he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, there was an inner core in his chest. There was no way he could explain that. Previously, before Dai Yu left, she did not wish for Su Zimo to continue cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It was probably because she had anticipated something as such happening to him in the future. Perfected Lord Luo Shui frowned. She wanted to help Su Zimo, but if he had no way of explaining or proving this, there was nothing she could do about it. Little Fatty and the others were anxious internally. However, they did not even have the rights to speak regarding this matter. The situation would only get worse if they tried to explain it. Actually, it's really simple. Perfected Lord Beidou of Heavenly Dipper sect smiled gently and said with an indifferent expression, "Since a demon has infiltrated the cultivators, all we have to do is kill it and everything will be settled." Although he said everything with a relaxed tone, it was shuddering. Little Fatty and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. At that moment, they finally realized that the super sects and major factions in Myriad Phenomenon City did not merely want to strip away Su Zimo's rights to partake in the phenomenon ranking. All of them wanted his life. The heavens cherish life. You are too deep in your desires to kill, fellow Taoists. Monk Yuan Kong of Hollow Monastery sighed gently. Buddhists are compassionate by nature. I've got a suggestion to make. Finally, a nascent soul was willing to speak up for Su Zimo. Little Fatty and the others were invigorated. Su Zimo was expressionless. He could not sense any benevolence in the eyes of the monk. Monk Yuan Kong continued, "All lives are equal. Even if Patron Su is a demon, there's no need to take his life. Furthermore, he might have merely veered onto the wrong path. As long as he repents and lay down the butcher's knife, there's a chance he can return to the path of righteousness." Perfected Lord Tianming of Zephyr Thunder Palace asked with a fake smile, "Reverend, how should he repent and lay down the butcher's knife?" "All Patron Su has to do is remove the inner core from his body. That will do?" Monk Yuan Kong said with a smile. Little Fatty and the others were shocked when they heard that. Devious. Although Monk Yuan Kong seemed like he was speaking up for Su Zimo, he was even more venomous and savage. Removal of the inner core will definitely lead to severe injuries. Notwithstanding his inability to fight for the phenomenon ranking thereafter, how long could Su Zimo live forgiven that he was surrounded by enemies and cultivators that coveted his possessions? Hee. Perfected Lord Chuyu of Overlord Palace sneered and mocked. What a sanctimonious expression. Su Zimo's gaze was ice-cold and he said nothing. The killing intent in his heart was already suppressed to its limits. It was impossible if they wanted to dig out his inner core. Little Fatty and the others were infuriated and cursed internally, but none of them dared to say anything. No matter what, they were against nascent souls. In Myriad Phenomenon City, nascent souls had absolute killing power. Reverend, you are wrong. Suddenly, a voice sounded from within the crowd. It caused an uproar like a rock that caused a tsunami. Everyone below were golden cores. Which golden core would dare to refute a nascent soul's words so tactlessly? Everyone turned towards the sound. A young monk walked forward from behind Su Zimo. It was Mingzhen. Little Fatty and the others watched with widened eyes as their jaws almost fell to the ground. Even though they were displeased, they merely cursed in their hearts. However, Mingzhen actually stood out and refuted Monk Yuan Kong in front of everyone. In reality, Little Fatty and the others did not know Mingzhen well enough. Mingzhen spent his days at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley away from the secular world and had a pure heart. To him, what was right and what was wrong was wrong. It did not matter what was the other person's identity, sect or faction. Be it nascent souls, void reversions, or even Mahayana patriarchs, Mingzhen would point out their errors. Reverend, if you want to remove Zimo's inner core, it is no longer pity, but cruelty. Mingzhen said deeply, lay down the butcher's knife and you shall become Buddha instantly. The intention of that saying is for people to lay down the knife in their hands and in their hearts as well. However, Reverend, your suggestion is not for the other party to lay down the butcher's knife, but to sever the arm which he wields the knife with. When you made that suggestion, the butcher's knife in your heart has already appeared in your hands. Perhaps you might not have been able to see it, but your appearance earlier on was frightening and menacing like a malevolent ghost. In Buddhism, we believe that you are what you think. Reverend, you've become a fiend. Bravo! Su Zimo lamented internally, secretly in awe. Every single word was perfect and pinpointed the flaws. Those words were like sharp swords that stabbed the Tao heart of Monk Yuan Kong. Even the dozens of nascent souls present were secretly amazed and looked fixedly at Mingzhen at the bottom with bright eyes, let alone Su Zimo. The golden cores present were shocked at Mingzhen's boldness in standing forth to refute nascent souls. Rather than refute, he was lecturing. He was lecturing a nascent soul as a golden core. However, the shock from Perfected Lord Yujun and the others was because Mingzhen's words contained supreme wisdom. A few accomplished monks of the Buddhist monasteries were stunned. Monk Yuan Kong's expression turned extremely grim. His cultivation and combat strength was far superior to Mingzhen. However, an argument of words was a comparison of their understanding of the obscurities in Buddhism, a comparison between their wisdom and their enlightenment towards Buddhism and Zen. In that respect, Monk Yuan Kong had lost. He could not refute or argue against Mingzhen's point at all. That was because in the depths of his heart, he was clear that he had truly harbored evil intentions and wanted to kill. Now that Ming Xian exposed him, even his Tao heart was shaken within a few sentences. Inexperienced young monk, even if you began cultivating in your mother's womb, how many sutras have you read? How many Zen mantras have you comprehended? Do you know what compassion and cruelty are? Do you know what is good and evil? Monk Yuan Kong's expression darkened as he shouted. In fact, Monk Yuan Kong used the power of Sanskrit from the Buddhist monasteries in that shout. Although it did not have the same might as the Daming True Sutra, he was a nascent soul after all, and there was even a fluctuation of dharmic power in the void that was shuddering. All the cultivators could sense that Monk Yuan Kong was truly angered, caught off guard. Mingjin shuddered from the impact of the Sanskrit and his face turned pale. However, there was no fear in his bright eyes as he said word by word, "There is no distinction between experience and learning. Those that arrive at the truth are the masters." His counter was truly impressive. Although it was merely 2 sentences, they poked at Monk Yuan Kong's weakness once more. If little Fatty was the one who said it, that sentence would become, "Although you are old, Monk Yuan Kong, you've wasted your time living like a dog. Even I can be your master." The hearts of everyone in Su Zimo's group sank. Monk Yuan Kong was lectured by a golden core in front of everyone to a point where he was helpless to refute. He was completely disgraced. Right now, he was on the verge of going berserk. Ming Zhen was bound to be killed with his rebuttal. "You have a death wish." "Indeed." Monk Yuan Kong's eyes widened menacingly. Boom! Enraged, he extended his massive palm with outstretched fingers. Dermic powers surged in midair and a massive hand that blanketed the skies was formed. It crushed down towards Ming Zhen on the ground and the void quaked with a shuddering might. That was an attack of a nascent soul. The golden cores on the ground sensed a gigantic shadow shrouding over and instantly, there was a suffocating, immense pressure. If that was the case for the golden cores outside the area of effect, it was hard to imagine the type of pressure Ming Zhen was experiencing targeted by Monk Yuan Kong. Ming Zhen grunted dully and blood oozed from the corner of his lips. Apart from Monk Yuan Kong, there were 4 other perfected lords from the Buddhist monasteries in the air. However, the 4 of them were either expressionless, lowering their heads or ignoring everything. Although they knew that Monk Yuan Kong was bullying the other party out of his embarrassment, the other 4 perfected lords of the Buddhist monasteries had no intention of helping out. It was truly not a wise choice to offend Monk Yuan Kong for the sake of an unknown monk. They considered their own interests rather than what was right. That was also the most precious thing about Ming Zhen. This was an affair of the Buddhist monasteries. However, if even those of the Buddhist monasteries were sitting by idly, there was even less reason for the Immortal and Fiend sects to interfere. Furthermore, Ming Zhen was on Su Zimo's side. The nascent souls from the Immortal sects were gloating over his misfortune internally. A green figure flashed past and shielded Ming Zhen, blocking half of the incoming pressure. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and his gaze was dazzling. Killing intent spewed wildly and his black hair danced as the blood qi in his body surged. His golden core spun wildly. He was fully prepared for a fight. There was no way he would sit by idly and watch Ming Zhen be suppressed, nor would he be captured without putting up a fight. Golden Core Phenomenon Ranking, Ancient Phenomenon Steel, Amazing Rewards? He no longer wanted them, nor could he be bothered as well. Since they were so overbearing, he would kill them with his might first. Perfected Lord Yujun frowned slightly. Just as he was about to raise his hand and stop things, he sensed something. His gaze landed not far away in the crowd and shone for a moment before he put down his hand once more. Amitba! A flare popped up in midair accompanied by a Buddhist proclamation and stopped the gigantic hand of dermic power from Monk Yuan Kong. Whoosh! Although the flare seemed so feeble that it could be extinguished by a casual gust of wind, it blazed instantly when it made contact with Monk Yuan Kong's dermic power palm. Crackle! The flare spread and burned with dermic power, surging into the skies. Monk Yuan Kong's expression changed starkly, and he retracted his palm. Even so, he was a half-step slower and a spark landed on his sleeves, burning it into ashes instantly. The flames did not extinguish and continued blazing towards his arm. Monk Yuan Kong's eyes shone with a cold glint and he bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a stream of essence blood. Extinguish! He hollered and the stream of essence blood exploded in midair, forming a grisly blood mist that poured down on his arm. Shing! The flames on his arm were extinguished with green smoke. Monk Yuan Kong let out a long breath of air. If he had reacted slower, his arm might have been gone. That split moment caused him to break out in cold sweat. Su Zimo suppressed the killing intent in his heart momentarily when he noticed what happened. It seemed like there was a chance for the situation to reverse from an irreconcilable state. The nascent souls in midair frowned when they looked at the flare hovering in midair. Clearly, They knew the background of the flare and gazed around. Monk Yuan Kong came to his senses gradually and scanned the place, barking with a grim expression, "Monk Yin Lu! Get out!" A young monk soared into the air from the dense crowd on the ground. Dapamkara Monastery. Little Fatty and the others pondered for a moment and recognized the sect badge on the waist of the middle-aged monk. Prior to this, only 5 of the 6 Buddhist monasteries had arrived. Dapamkara Monastery was missing. In the ancient battlefield 20 years ago, there was no successor of Dapamkara Monastery as well. Su Zimo's impression of the monastery was that it was extremely mysterious. Ji Chengtian whispered, "Monk Yin Lu of Dapamkara Monastery is rather famous in Tianhuang mainland and his strength is unfathomable. He is one of the top nascent souls, and people refer to him as the monk that leads the way with a bright flame." Su Zimo nodded. The move Monk Yin Lu revealed earlier on was spectacular enough. Even Monk Yuan Kong suffered a slight loss from it. Monk Yin Lu came close to the flare and extended his finger to tap on it gently. As though it entered Monk Yin Lu's finger, that frightening flare vanished instantly. "Monk Yin Lu, what's the meaning of this?" Monk Yuan Kong remarked coldly. "Are you going to go against me because of this young monk?" Monk Yin Lu smiled gently. "Fellow Taoist Yuan Kong, this young friend was not wrong. Indeed, your appearance earlier on was detestable and menacing. My flame was not meant to burn you, but the fiend in your heart." Monk Yuan Kong looked terrible. On the clouds, Monk Wei Fu of Diamond Monastery asked indifferently, "Monk Yin Lu, there has never been a disciple of Dapamkara Monastery that inherited its legacy and took part in the phenomenon ranking in all these years. You guys are nothing but an embarrassment. So what are you doing all the way here at Myriad Phenomenon City?" "I'm here to select a disciple." Monk Yin Lu smiled gently. In Myriad Phenomenon City, any itinerant cultivator with a stellar performance would naturally be invited by the various supersects to join them. However, it was difficult for the Buddhist monasteries to accept disciples and their requirements were extremely stringent. There were extremely few people who cultivated Buddhism in Tianhuang mainland to begin with. Even less Buddhist cultivators could pass through the various obstacles and make their way here. Almost all of them came from the 6 Buddhist monasteries or the 108 upper sects. "Hee hee." Monk Yuan Kong sneered. "Dapamkara Monastery is here to choose a disciple? How laughable. Who is going to join you guys?" Su Zimo was puzzled. No matter what, Dapamkara Monastery was one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries. As a super sect, they could also be considered as a place of pilgrimage for all Buddhist cultivators in the world. Why would nobody be willing to join them? Demonist Ji explained, "The cultivation techniques and secret skills of Dapamkara Monastery are famous for being difficult to comprehend. Many wise Buddhist cultivators that join Dapamkara Monastery end their lives without much of an accomplishment. Dapamkara Monastery has few disciples and is extremely isolated. Many monks spend their days sitting before the ancient Buddha accompanied by a green lantern all alone. That is something that most ordinary people cannot withstand." Suddenly, Su Zimo realized. It was no wonder why there were no legacy disciples of Dapamkara Monastery in the intermediate ancient battlefield as well as the elementary ancient battlefield 20 years ago. That was most likely the most important reason. Of course. Demonist Ji continued, "While the cultivation techniques of Dapamkara Monastery are obscure and cultivating them is almost impossible, if one manages to obtain the legacy, they become extremely powerful. It's no exaggeration to say that they will be supreme across the Buddhist monasteries." Monk Yin Lu was not troubled by Monk Yuan Kong's ridicules and merely snapped his finger with a chuckle. "I've already selected a candidate. Young friend, if you don't mind, you can join Dapamkara Monastery for your cultivation." Monk Yin Lu was pointing towards Mingzhen. Monk Yuan Kong sneered mockingly. "This young monk has a glib tongue and is only good at talking. How strong can he be? Can he even obtain a spot on the phenomenon ranking? His capabilities and strength are not important." Monk Yin Lu shook his head. "He has wisdom and a deep understanding and comprehension towards the teachings of Buddhism. That alone is enough. Furthermore, it's not a bad thing to have a glib tongue. Legend has it that Buddha was able to spit out lotuses while speaking. In fact, flowers will rain from the skies, and the floor will be filled with golden lotuses with countless Buddhas appearing through the air. How can this dirty-mouthed kid be compared to Buddha? How laughable. In the long run, Dipamkara Monastery's legacy is going to be lost. Monk Wei Fu shook his head. The other cultivators looked on with mocking expressions as well. In their opinions, although Mingzhen was good with his words and had a deep comprehension towards the teachings of Buddhism, what use was that? It wasn't as though he could subdue his opponents just by relying on his mouth. At the end of the day, overwhelming capabilities were required to subdue evil and fiends. Dian was the only one in the endless crowd that frowned. While the others did not know of Mingzhen's background, he knew. Young friend, are you willing? Monk Yin Lu was not bothered by the gazes of outsiders and merely looked at Mingzhen, asking with a smile. Mingzhen was a little lost and looked at Su Zimo beside him instinctively. Su Zimo mulled for a moment before nodding. Although the cultivation environment of Dipamkara Monastery was somewhat boring, it was nothing to Mingzhen. If Mingzhen could adapt to life at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he would naturally feel at home in the cultivation environment of Dipamkara Monastery. For Mingzhen, the difficulty of the obscure cultivation techniques of Dipamkara Monastery might not be much of a problem. Up till this point of his cultivation, all he studied were the ancient books and true sutras of Daming and Fahua monasteries. His foundation was something that no other Buddhist cultivator could compare against. Furthermore, Mingzhen was guided by the mysterious old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Of course, most importantly, it was the attitude of Monk Yin Lu towards Mingzhen. In that situation earlier when Monk Yuan Kong was clearly bullying a junior, the other 4 Buddhist monasteries chose to ignore everything. However, Monk Yin Lu of Dipamkara Monastery chose to make a move. Mingzhen took a deep breath, nodded and bowed to Monk Yin Lu. I am Mingzhen and I'm humbled by your graciousness, senior. I am willing to join Dipamkara Monastery. Well, well, well. Monk Yin Lu repeated 3 times in satisfaction. Perfected Lord Yujun raised his head slightly as well. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Please take your seat. He raised his hand gently and a wisp of mist flew out from his robes, pausing in front of Monk Yin Lu before forming a white, flawless cloud. Monk Yuan Kong ridiculed. Let's see what name this young monk, Mingzhen, can make of himself in Tianhuang mainland in the future. Piak, piak. Suddenly, Perfected Lord Honey clapped and said slowly, Everyone, the phenomenon ranking is about to begin. Let's settle this demon before us first. That's right, Perfected Lord Tian Ming of Zephyr Thunder Palace said coldly as well. We'll kill this lad first and talk about anything else later. That's right. The Perfected Lords of Heavenly Dipper Sect, Clear Wind Temple, Hollow Monastery, Purple Firmament Sect, and many other Immortal and Buddhist sects nodded in agreement as they discussed. The 2 Perfected Lords of the Fiend sects remained silent. Although both of them were not on the side of the Immortal and Buddhist Perfected Lords' behaviors, they would not go against everyone for the sake of Su Zimo. Monk Yin Lu frowned slightly. There was nothing he could do about this as well. After all, even he was unsure whether Su Zimo was a human or demon. Su Zimo might have a shot at survival if he could prove himself to be human. If not, he might not be able to get out of this predicament. Su Zimo had a cold gaze and his palm moved slowly towards his storage bag. Don't be reckless. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Lin Xuanji had arrived beside him unknowingly. It's not at that stage yet. This is the Myriad Phenomenon City and the Phenomenon ranking is hosted by Enigma Palace. The decision is not up to outsiders. Lin Xuanji shook his head gently and stopped Su Zimo with his gaze. Right then, Perfected Lord Yujun surveyed his surroundings and said slowly, If you're going to kill every single demon, are you going to the large number of spirit demons below? Perfected Lord Luo Shui let out a deep breath. Perfected Lord Yujun of Enigma Palace was probably the only one who could salvage the current situation. Perfected Lord Han Yi and the others frowned. Things would certainly be troublesome if Enigma Palace chose to stand by Su Zimo. On the one hand, it was because of Enigma Palace's special status. On the other hand, it was Perfected Lord Yujun himself. although cultivators of Enigma Palace rarely took part in the strifes of the cultivation world, nobody dared look down on them. How is that comparable? Monk Yuan Kong said deeply, "The demons below are all spirit beasts reared by our disciples, and will not partake in the fight for the phenomenon ranking personally." That's right. Although this lad is a demon, he wishes to partake in the fight for the phenomenon ranking. This means that he's coveting the treasures of humans, so that's reason enough for us to kill him. Perfected Lord Tianming of Zephyr Thunder Palace said murderously. Perfected Lord Honey shouted with a bright gaze. Perfected Lord Yujun, are you trying to stand on the side of a demon in broad daylight and pit yourself against humans? Are you going to betray our race and be a sinner of Enigma Palace? It was a merciless accusation of betraying humans. Monk Yin Lu sighed gently. That was what he was worried about. If he had stood out earlier on, he would have received the same accusation. Neither he nor Depamkra Monastery could afford an accusation as such. However, Perfected Lord Yujun was expressionless and composed against the pressure and questioning of the other Perfected Lords. Enigma Palace had a special status and possessed the confidence of not being affiliated with the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. How do you know he's a demon? Perfected Lord Yujun asked in reverse. He has an inner core and demonic chi will spread the moment he channels it. What else is he if not a demon? Perfected Lord Tianming remarked coldly. Ha! Perfected Lord Yujun asked again. He has a golden core that spreads spirit energy the moment he channels it, and he has a double phenomenon as well. Does that not make him a cultivator? You! Perfected Lord Tianming was momentarily speechless. Monk Wei Fu pondered for a moment. If we're uncertain, let's cancel his rights to partake in the fight for the phenomenon ranking first. Yes, that works too. Perfected Lord Beidou nodded. At that point, Su Zimo sneered internally. Those people wanted to strip him of his rights to partake in the phenomenon ranking as a second-best option after realizing that Perfected Lord Yujun would not yield. Perfected Lord Yujun said indifferently, "There's no need for that. Since nobody is sure whether this lad is a human or demon, we'll let the myriad phenomenon peak tell us the answer." What do you mean? Perfected Lord Honey frowned. Perfected Lord Yujun pointed to the myriad phenomenon peak. This mountain possesses dermic power imbued by fairy Ling Long that lasts forever. If someone of another race tries to ascend the myriad phenomenon peak and challenge fairy Ling Long's authority, they will definitely be killed mercilessly. If he's a human, he will naturally have the rights to ascend the myriad phenomenon peak. If he's a demon, he has no one to blame if he's killed by the dermic power left behind by fairy Ling Long. Although his words were harsh, Su Zimo could tell that Perfected Lord Yujun was helping him. What he implied was that if the other Perfected Lords had any more qualms, they would not be challenging Perfected Lord Yujun or Enigma Palace, but Fairy Ling Long herself. True enough. Perfected Lord Hun Yi snorted. The expressions of Perfected Lord Tianming and the others turned grim as they exchanged glances and no longer spoke. The short conflict between the nascent souls was tense, and many golden cores below watched nervously while breaking out in cold sweat. Unexpectedly, the predicament posed by the combined forces of many Immortal and Buddhist sects almost came to fruition, and Su Zimo was almost killed. But everything was resolved by a few comments from Perfected Lord Yujun. Su Zimo felt relieved, and the killing intent in his eyes dissipated as well. You've got to watch out if you want to ascend the myriad phenomenon peak. No matter what, you must not make use of the power of your inner core and release any demonic chi. A single wisp will cause you to be killed by the myriad phenomenon peak. Suddenly, that sentence sounded in Su Zimo's mind. It was Perfected Lord Yujun using his spirit consciousness to remind Su Zimo out of goodwill, and outsiders could not hear it at all. Su Zimo glanced at Perfected Lord Yujun with a grateful expression. If Perfected Lord Yujun had not stood out earlier on, he might have already attacked. Thank you. He glanced at Lin Xuanji beside him and expressed his thanks softly. Perfected Lord Yujun was a stranger to him, and his only connection to Enigma Palace was Lin Xuanji. Su Zimo knew that Lin Xuanji was definitely the reason why Perfected Lord Yujun helped him. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuanji shook his head. It's not only because of me. Don't forget, you were acknowledged by the human emperor's palace. Enigma Palace will definitely help you with that fact alone. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. The human emperor was the Tao companion of Fairy Ling Long. The acknowledgement of the human emperor's palace was equivalent to the acknowledgement of Enigma Palace. Karma was truly something that worked in mysterious ways. Let the elimination battle of the Golden Core phenomenon ranking officially begin. Suddenly, Perfected Lord Yujun's voice sounded once more and reverberated through every single corner of Myriad Phenomenon City. Boom! The crowd broke into an uproar. The cultivators partaking in the phenomenon ranking were naturally immensely excited. Even the cultivators who were merely watching were in high spirits and emotional. The phenomenon ranking this time round was going to be unusually intense. Today, thousands of golden core phenomenons were going to be clashing intensely. Many lost ancient phenomenons would reappear and light up the voids, clashing against one another with an endless brilliance. How spectacular would that be? It was a grand occasion for cultivators that was once in a lifetime. Today, the most frightening and talented people in Tianhuang mainland with the greatest potential would be selected. These were the people who had a high chance of attaining the title of Tao Lords and mighty figures in the future. Some of them might even be referred to as emperors in the future. He. Ren Tu of Azura sect let out a creepy laughter and said coolly, "Let's see how strong are the other paragons." Clang, clang. A series of sword buzzes echoed from around Hang Chuyu jarringly. "I love grand occasions as such. Let's fight." Pang Yu of Overlord Palace smacked his lips with a blazing fighting spirit. "Amitba, here I come." Monk Ju Chun of Diamond Monastery exclaimed a Buddhist proclamation and sped towards the Myriad Phenomenon Peak in a flash. Monk Jian Kong, Dugu Jian, Su Chang, Duan Qingping, Wu Feng and everyone else moved one after another as well. Dian glared at Su Zimo and smirked coldly before disappearing in a flash. Ji Chengtian said, "Let's go too." "All right." Su Zimo nodded. In their group, Lin Xuanji was a cultivator of Enigma Palace and would naturally not partake in the fight for the phenomenon ranking. Although Shi Jian was a legacy disciple of Puppet Sect, his capabilities relied entirely on his puppets and he had no golden core phenomenon of his own. As such, he was not going to take part as well. Xiaoning and Leng Ro were legacy disciples of Elixir Yang sect and Thousand Crane sect. While both of them cultivated golden core phenomenons, they knew that they had no shot at the phenomenon ranking and chose to merely watch by the sidelines. Ming Zhan, Ji Chengtian and Little Fatty were the only ones remaining who chose to take part in the phenomenon ranking. In midair, Monk Yuan Kong was slightly surprised when he noticed that and chuckled. "Monk Yin Lu, that amazing disciple you've just taken in is going to attempt and ascend the Myriad Phenomenon Peak." "Interesting," Monk Wei Fu remarked indifferently. He must have cultivated a nonsensical golden core phenomenon and thought that he's able to fight for the phenomenon ranking. In reality, he's just there to make a fool of himself. "I estimate that he will probably not go further than the second stone step," Monk Yuan Kong said. The nascent souls chuckled and were waiting to watch the show. Monk Yin Lu was not bothered nor troubled by their mocking. He merely gazed at Monk Yin Lu with a faint smile and instructed, "There's no need for any pressure. Just try your best. It's fine even if you fail. A single ranking list won't determine your future." "Yes." Mingzhen nodded. Su Zimo shook his head gently with a faint smile. He was clearer than everyone else about Mingzhen's strength. Monk Yuan Kong said that he wanted to see if Mingzhen could make a name for himself in Tianhuang mainland in the future. There was no need for the future. It was going to happen here and now. Mingzhen, that unassuming young monk, was going to shock the world and become famous overnight. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Figures flew towards the Myriad Phenomenon Peak one after another. There were at least 100,000 paragons who partook in the phenomenon ranking this time round, and they were clumped together in a spectacular sight. However, many people were sent flying by the power of the Myriad Phenomenon Peak the moment they stepped foot on the first stone step. It was even more spectacular watching the pathetic figures fly off one after another. Exclamations could be heard everywhere. The crowd was in an uproar. Above the clouds, the nascent souls shook their heads and chuckled. During each fight for the phenomenon ranking, there would always be cultivators that refused to heed warnings and attempt to ascend the myriad phenomenon peak, only to meet with the same outcome. Ancient emperors have left their marks and auras on the myriad phenomenon peak. It was not so easy to ascend it. In less than 15 minutes, more than half of the 100,000 paragons were eliminated. That was the elimination battle. It was most efficient in eliminating weak cultivators. As for the cultivators that ascended the myriad phenomenon peak, the situation was different for each of them as well. Some of them were drenched in sweat, clearly under immense pressure. Some of them swayed as though they could be sent flying at any moment. Some of them could not withstand it and released their golden core phenomenons right away. Instantly, the power of phenomenons surged one after another on the myriad phenomenon peak. The spirit energy in the surroundings was already boiling. Some of them were resplendent, some was bedazzling, some moved the flora while some possessed the endless oceans and bright moon. Countless golden core phenomenons appeared at the same time in a breathtaking manner. Of course, everyone was clear that the cultivators who summoned their golden core phenomenons were the weak ones who could not endure the power of the myriad phenomenon peak. The top paragons of the golden core realm would not even need to use their golden core phenomenons to reach the lowest stone step on the myriad phenomenon peak. They could ascend just by relying on their bodies, bloodline, and spirit energies. A soft exclamation could be heard above the clouds. Monk Yuan Kong was initially waiting to see Ming Zhen make a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, Ming Zhen made it to the second stone step with ease, and he was not slowing down at all. That alone was proof that Ming Zhen was much stronger than more than half of the cultivators present. "I'm sorry to have disappointed you." Monk Yin Lu smiled gently. Initially, he thought that Ming Zhen would stop at the first stone step as well. To think that Ming Zhen would provide him a pleasant surprise. Monk Yuan Kong harumphed coldly. "That's nothing much. There's more than 10,000 cultivators remaining on the Monk Yuan Kong. We'll see if he can make it to the top 108. The myriad phenomenon peak was 108,000 feet tall and had a total of 108 stone steps. The gap between each stone step was 1,000 feet. It was extremely difficult to get from one stone step to the other. The closer one was to the peak, the greater the pressure on them. In less than an hour, there were only slightly more than 10,000 cultivators remaining on the myriad phenomenon peak. Of the 10,000 cultivators, the gap between them increased as well, and they were divided into distinct groups. Unsurprisingly, the leader was the number 1 perfected being, Di'in. The way Di'in ascended the myriad phenomenon peak brought forth exclamations. He did not have to step on the stone steps of the myriad phenomenon peak to push himself up. Instead, he soared into the air and sped upwards at an extremely fast speed, leaving all the other cultivators behind. It seemed as though the power resisting from the peak had no impact on Di'in at all. Apart from Di'in, the actual first group comprised of 8 people: Ren Tu of Azura Sect, Su Chong of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery, Dugu Jian, Hang Chuyu of Sword Sect, Pang Yu of Overlord Palace, Monk Ju Chan of Diamond Monastery, and Ming Zhen. Many cultivators were shocked at that outcome. Everyone expected Ren Tu, Su Chong, Monk Jian Kong, Hang Chuyu, Pang Yu, and Monk Ju Chan to be in the first team since they were all top-tier peerless paragons. What nobody expected was for 2 unknown cultivators to make their way into the group and followed closely without any signs of falling off. One of them was Dugu Jian from a cultivation gentry clan of the North region. Sword cultivators were a special type of cultivator and were known for their frightening killing strength. Sword Sect was considered as a place of pilgrimage for all sword cultivators. The fact that a sword cultivator from out of nowhere was able to keep pace with a legacy disciple of Sword Sect was cause for commotion. On the myriad phenomenon peak, Hang Chuyu had an extremely sharp gaze and he glanced at Dugu Jian from time to time. However, Dugu Jian was oblivious to it, merely advancing in silence while looking down at the long sword in his hands. Ming Zhen was the other one that everyone was surprised to see. Nobody expected him to be able to keep pace with 2 of the strongest paragons of the Buddhist monasteries. Furthermore, Ming Zhen looked energetic and showed no signs of exhaustion. Monk Yuan Kong looked terrible. More than obtaining a spot on the phenomenon ranking, this person had a high chance of making it into the top 10. Congratulations for taking in a talent to Pamkara Monastery. Perfected Lord Luo Shui smiled gently and congratulated with cupped fists. Monk Yin Lu smiled. Even with his composure, he could barely contain the joy in his eyes. To Pamkara Monastery sure has good fortune, coming all the way to Myriad Phenomenon City to gain a freebie. The perfected Lord of Clear Heart Nunnery said with a salty tone. By then, the disciple of Clear Heart Nunnery had already fallen off to the third group. She was naturally disgruntled. Monk Wei Fu raised his brow gently. It does not matter even if he makes it to the first group for the time being. Later on, he'll have to rely on his golden core phenomenon to continue forward against the pressure no matter what. That's right, Monk Yuan Kong added. Without a strong golden core phenomenon to support him, everything that happens now is merely fleeting. Monk Yin Lu did not refute. However, he deeply anticipated deep in his heart what Ming Zhen's golden core phenomenon would look like. There were clearly more cultivators in the second group. Demoness Ji of Pure Maiden Sect, Little Fatty of Tomb Sect, Duan Qingping of Clear Wind Temple, Wu Feng of Purple Firmament Sect, Ling Han of Snowdrift Valley, Nye Hao of Chaos Essence Sect, and Qin Li of Illusion Fiend Cult. There were around 30 people. There were even more people in the third group, more than 100. Cultivators of the first two groups had yet to release their golden core phenomenons. However, cultivators in the third group were already getting slower in their ascension speed and showed signs of exhaustion. Some cultivators could not endure it and already released their golden core phenomenons. Ji Qingtian was in the third group. The cultivators at the back were considered to be in the fourth group, and there were hundreds of them. However, they were scattered and cultivators were repelled away from the Myriad Phenomenon Peak from time to time. These people were at the bottom of the Myriad Phenomenon Peak and almost had no chance of obtaining a spot on the phenomenon ranking. The cultivators who could leave their names on the phenomenon ranking were almost determined by now. It was between the cultivators in the first three groups. The eventual ranking would be decided after the ascension of the Myriad Phenomenon Peak was over to see which cultivators managed to ascend the most steps. The closer they were at the peak, the further front their ranking on the phenomenon ranking would be. Where is Su Zimo? He has a double phenomenon and even defeated Su Chang of Zephyr Thunder Palace. He should be in the first group, but why don't I see him? A series of discussions broke out from the crowd. Look, he's there. All the cultivators looked around and before long, they found out that Su Zimo was in the fourth group. He looked unassuming, mixed in with the crowd. How could this be? Could he really be suppressed because of his inner core? Fufu, he asked for this. It's his own fault. Among the crowd, some people sneered while others were worried. Lin Xuanji squinted his eyes for a moment before exclaiming softly as he noticed something odd. Indeed, Su Zimo was in the fourth group. However, unlike other cultivators in the fourth group, Su Zimo's aura was stable and he looked calm, as though he was not under any pressure. The reason why Su Zimo was relegated to the fourth group was because each time he climbed a stone step, he would linger for a long time in deep thoughts. He would only move on to the next stone step after a while. What is he doing? Lin Xuanji rubbed his chin, puzzled. He was not the only one. Even the nascent souls on the clouds could not read Su Zimo's movements. Nobody knew that while Su Zimo was contending against the pressure of the Myriad Phenomenon Peak, he was comprehending it as well. The Myriad Phenomenon Peak had existed for countless years. Almost all the powerful golden core phenomenons in history had left their marks and auras here. That included phenomenons from the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. Su Zimo was not at the impossible level such that he could comprehend the essence of those phenomenons just relying on that. However, by experiencing the marks and auras left behind by the golden core phenomenons, he deepened his understanding on the Taos of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. A golden core phenomenon was the epitome of all spirit arts. It contained a cultivator's understanding from the chi condensation to golden core realm. A phenomenon was only born by combining them and evolving from that point. By comprehending those golden core phenomenons, Su Zimo's golden core also grew fuller, and the three different auras of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects that shrouded his golden core grew brighter. The golden core swiveled slowly, fusing fire and water, yin and yang, and turned flawless and pure. It was as though it was harmonizing with heaven and earth and the sun and moon through all eternity. That was a true golden core. That was the true perfected state. It was an irreplaceable and precious experience. Since Su Zimo wanted to establish a Tao, this was an opportunity he could not miss. How difficult was it to establish a Tao? Up till this point, Su Zimo had no clue on how he should start. Perhaps the only way for him to identify an alternate path of cultivation available for mortals was by comprehending the obscurities of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects while experiencing the mysteriousness of the demon Tao. Each time he ascended a stone step, the aura of a different golden core phenomenon would surge towards him. Su Zimo closed his eyes and experienced everything carefully. The other cultivators ascended the myriad phenomenon peak for the sake of fame. However, at that moment, Su Zimo was already beyond the point of fame when he stood on the myriad phenomenon peak. In his eyes, there was only all the living beings in the world. In his chest, there was only the boundless heaven and earth. In his heart, there was a greater ambition. Most of the cultivators in the fourth group could only give up one after another when they saw that it was hopeless. Su Zimo was the only one that continued in silence. The cultivators in the third group could not endure it any longer and released their golden core phenomenons one after another. Gradually, an outcome was determined among the 100-odd people of the third group. Xianxia released the legacy phenomenon of ethereal peak and stopped at the 25th stone step. He was drenched in sweat and completely exhausted. That was his limit. Some of the cultivators stopped at the 20th stone step, while there were some at the 26th, 27th. There were almost 1 or 2 people on every stone step up above. Thankfully, there was no one else at the stone step Xianxia was on. That way, he could avoid a grueling fight after the elimination battle. "Can you make it up another step?" Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Xianxia's ears. He turned over and saw Su Zimo land on the 25th stone step with a single leap, standing beside him. "I can't make it anymore. I'm at my limits." Xianxia wiped away the sweat on his forehead and panted slightly while smiling. "Junior brother Su, don't worry about me. Continue advancing." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. Given Xianxia's spot, he should be ranked around 100 on the phenomenon ranking if nothing went wrong. Although it did not seem high for Xianxia, or rather for Ethereal Peak's legacy phenomenon, Ethereal Sword, it was already the best result. There were only 108 spots on the phenomenon ranking. Any cultivator that could obtain a spot was already a true paragon of the era. At that moment, Dean was already at the 99th stone step. This was where he stopped 100 years ago. Now that he had returned, his aura was forceful. He did not stop on the 99th stone step and soared through the air before landing on the 100th stone step. Dean had cast everyone far behind. Although the 8 people in the first group were still traveling side by side, none of them summoned their golden core phenomenons yet. However, the difference between them could gradually be seen as well as they rose higher. Overlord Palace and Diamond Monastery were supersects well known for body tempering. Pang Yu and Monk Juchen had robust bloodlines and their breathings were steady. Although they did not summon their golden core phenomenon, they looked comparatively relaxed. The difference in physique was clear between them and Rentu of Azura sect, Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery, Su Chong of Zephyr Thunder Palace, and the others. Some of them had hurried breathings. Some of them had sweat on their foreheads. Once again, everyone was surprised that Mingzhan was not inferior to Pang Yu and Monk Juchen in terms of physique. Mingzhan's expression was smooth as jade and he did not sweat at all. His breathing was still steady. It was clear that he was not at his limits. What's the background of that young monk? What cultivation technique did he cultivate? Monk Wei Fu frowned slightly. He must have had some encounters and opportunities, perfected Lord Bei Do said deeply. It's still too early to come to a conclusion. Eventually, the rankings between the few of them are determined by their golden core phenomenons and how much power they can release. Even so, all the nascent souls present were clear that even if Mingzhen's golden core phenomenon was weak, he would make it to the top 20 at least. That was already relatively frightening. Even legacy disciples of the various supersects might not be able to make it to the top 20. For example, the legacy disciple of Clear Heart Nunnery and Shangguan Yu of Cloud Rain sect were already relegated to the third group. In the second group, some cultivators could not withstand it any longer and released their golden core phenomenons as well. Little Fatty was still holding on. If he had not undergone the baptism with the wisp of Yellow Springs fog within the astral dragon sputum lair, he would have been left behind a long time ago. "Rise!" The paragon of Soaring Feather sect shouted softly. The sound of water rushing rapidly and tides surging could be heard behind him, causing ripples to splash. A blood-red sun was setting slowly on that long river. The evening sun dyed the skies red in a tragically beautiful scene. Even the river surface was stained red and transformed into a blood river with a torrential blood stench. "Look! That's the legacy phenomenon of Soaring Feather sect. The ancient phenomenon, Long River Sunset." A series of exclamations came from the crowd. With the boost of his golden core phenomenon, the paragon of Soaring Feather sect was invigorated. He looked much more relaxed as his speed increased and he sprinted up the peak. Galaxy Vortex. The paragon of Heavenly Dipper sect could not withstand it any longer and released his golden core phenomenon as well. Night descended instantly. The skies above his head were lined with stars that sparkled in a bedazzling manner. All of a sudden, it was as though there was a magnetic force. The stars that filled the skies began swiveling into a gigantic vortex. Countless stars collided and sparks flew everywhere, releasing a shuddering energy fluctuation. The center of the vortex seemed as though it could destroy everything. The paragon of Heavenly Dipper sect howled deeply, and his speed exploded. The other paragons of the second group released their golden core phenomenons one after another. Instantly, many ancient phenomenons flashed through the voids in a shocking manner. All the cultivators in the vicinity of the myriad phenomenon peak felt their blood pump at the sight of that. This was the only opportunity to witness the clash between many ancient phenomenons. Although there were millions of cultivators in the cultivation world, only the 100,000 of them that were in Myriad Phenomenon City would get the opportunity to witness this. "Look! That's my formless monastery's legacy ancient phenomenon. The Bodhi Tree Shadow. Senior brother Yongren will definitely be able to make it to the first group under that Bodhi tree." Senior sister Ling released her golden core phenomenon as well. The temperature around Linghan of Snowdrift Valley dipped and sparkling. Crystallized snowflakes fell one after another from the skies. Although the snowflakes looked weak, each of them possessed frightening killing power. The ancient phenomenon, omnidirectional snowstorm. The pressure on the cultivators of the second group was reduced immensely after they released their golden core phenomenons and their speeds gradually increased. However, things were clearer for the 17 nascent souls on the clouds. Although the paragons of the second group released many ancient phenomenons, it was still relatively difficult for them to catch up to the 8 people of the first group. It was true that those paragons were able to leap through several stone steps easily with the use of their golden core phenomenons. However, the pressure would only increase as they got closer to the peak. Before long, the paragons of the second group would slow down again. Furthermore, the 8 people of the first group had yet to release their golden core phenomenons. The moment the 8 of them released their golden core phenomenons, the gap between them and the cultivators of the second group would open up once more. "Rise!" Wu Feng of Purple Firmament sect shouted and channeled his golden core to its limits. A scarlet glow enveloped his face and it gradually turned purple. In the blink of an eye, his face was covered by a purple glow. All of a sudden, a purple chi floated over from the east and enveloped Wu Feng's body. Behind him was a faint figure of an elderly figure with gray beard and hair riding on a bull. Although his appearance was blurry, he released a boundless might. The ancient phenomenon, Eastern Purple Chi. Purple Chi was the chi of a venerable and was incomparably noble. Wu Feng's aura exploded along with his speed as he dashed towards the first group. Humph! A cold glint flashed through the eyes of the paragon of Malevolent Earth sect as he shouted, unwilling to be left behind. A boundless malevolent chi spread around him and rumbled. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic scythe. The scythe was black as ink and resembled a fearsome weapon from deep in the nine hells that could reap all life. The ancient phenomenon, malevolent earth scythe. Whoosh! The paragon of malevolent earth sect pointed forward. The gigantic malevolent earth scythe cut a pitch-black arc in midair, as though it could cleave the void into two. The paragon of malevolent earth sect sprinted along the arc that was ripped. Amitba. The paragon of wisdom monastery chanted a Buddhist proclamation, and his eyes shone with the light of wisdom. He conjured a unique dermic seal with his hands, and the power of phenomenon around him surged. Gradually, mysterious halos of light began appearing behind him, emanating a flawless saint glow. The glow shone down on the world as though it could purify all living beings. The ancient phenomenon, boundless Buddha light. Paragons that could reach this level were all prideful. All of them wanted to advance further and were not willing to fall behind others. However, the 8 in the first group were still far ahead in the lead. Gradually, as time passed by and everyone got closer to the peak, the speed of Little Fatty, Demoness Ji, Ling Han, Wu Feng and the others in the second group decreased as they showed signs of exhaustion. Before long, almost all the cultivators in the second group were at their limits. They scattered and stood on different stone steps, unable to advance further. Hurry, look! There are 2 paragons on the same step. That's right. By the looks of it, there will be a grueling battle after the elimination battle. There were 2 people on the 78th stone step. One of them was Demoness Ji and the other was Duan Qingping of Clear Wind Temple. Both of them panted and were exhausted. Duan Qingping's gaze roamed around Demoness Ji's body wantonly, and he gave an evil smile. Fiend maiden, you sure are unlucky to bump into me. Is that so? Demoness Ji snickered. If that's the case, please be gentler later on, fellow Taoist. Don't worry, Duan Qingping replied lustfully. I'll definitely be gentle with you. Although Duan Qingping sounded flirtatious, and he had an intoxicated expression as though he was charmed, the depths of his eyes shone with a cold glint. There were 2 other people in the second group that stood on the same stone step. One of them was Little Fatty and the other was Qin Li of Illusion Fiend Cult. The both of them exchanged glances. Qin Li laughed sinisterly. He used his hand to slice across his own throat with a gesture and did not conceal the killing intent in his eyes at all. Little Fatty pouted and reared his head to look upwards. In reality, he had strength remaining, but he was not confident of ascending another stone step. Furthermore, the paragon of Wisdom Monastery stood on the next stone step. If he failed to ascend further and ended up severely injured by the power of the Myriad Phenomenon Peak, it would be extremely embarrassing. Little Fatty pondered for a moment but chose not to advance. That's interesting. We'll be able to see 2 fights between paragons at the very least. That's right. Things will be much bloodier in a battle between the paragons. I heard that in paragons in previous ranking battles bled, and it wasn't rare for them to die on the spot as well. That's only natural. All of these paragons are prideful and none of them would bow down to the other. It's only normal for them to fight to the death, especially if their sects had feuds to begin with. The cultivators watching discussed heatedly with excited faces. Naturally, all of them wanted to witness more ranking battles. The positions of the paragons in the second group are almost fixed and there won't be much changes to the rankings anymore. Yes, the outcome has basically been decided. Eh? Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed to the Myriad Phenomenon Peak in shock. Hurry, look, there's someone there. That's Su Zimo. Everyone was drawn in to the 8 people in the first group and the countless ancient phenomenons in the second group. They had almost forgotten about Su Zimo, who was taking his time down below. Something isn't right. He seems to be faster than before. Indeed, he has gotten much faster. How could this be? Normally, the pressure experienced by a cultivator increased the closer they were to the peak. As such, they would naturally slow down as well. However, none of the cultivators present could figure out why Su Zimo's speed increased instead, as though he could not feel the pressure from the mountain. What those cultivators did not know was that Su Zimo was already at perfected golden core realm. He was at a new level of understanding towards his core. He had already comprehended most of the marks and auras left behind by the ancient phenomenons on Myriad Phenomenon Peak, and there were not many remaining. Furthermore, his speed of comprehension increased as he advanced as well. Within a short period of time, he could experience the obscurities and mysteriousness of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoists behind their phenomenons. The aura around Su Zimo became increasingly pure. It was as though he had reverted to the state of resonating with nature. The 17 nascent souls on the clouds felt their hearts skip a beat when they sensed the change in Su Zimo. All of their eyes shone brightly with looks of disbelief. What was the point of cultivating? It was to remove the facade of things and revert to the origin of nature. That was also the reason why cultivators of the Golden Core realm were referred to as perfected beings. However, throughout history, there have been too few cultivators who were able to understand that level of wisdom. It was a process of comprehension to obtain the truth and break free from the restraints of heaven and earth. By removing the facades and reverting to the true self, one is free from the struggles of life and death. Anybody that could comprehend that possessed supreme wisdom. At that moment, Su Zimo was passing through an ancient path along the marks left behind by his predecessors. Eventually, he allowed the distinct auras of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoists in his heart to harmonize with his golden core perfectly and arrived at the realm of reverting to nature. It seems like a golden era has truly arrived in Tianhuang mainland. Monk In Lu lamented emotionally. It's extremely rare for a monster incarnate that has such immense fortune and wisdom to appear. To think that two of them would be born consecutively in this era. Seems like Diin has a match. Fufu. Perfected Lord Hun Yi chuckled proudly with disdain in his eyes as he shook his head. Indeed, that lad has great wisdom and fortune. However, he's far from comparable to Diin. We'll talk about that when he can catch up to Diin's footsteps. Right now, he isn't qualified to be compared with Diin. Monk In Lu did not reply. That was because Diin was already at the peak at that moment. On the peak, Diin stood with his hands behind his back. His figure was faintly visible through the clouds, and he emanated an unparalleled dominance as he looked down on all other cultivators. Diin was going to leave his name on the ancient phenomenon stele. He was the true number one perfected being. He was also the first to do so in 1,000 years. Although the 17 nascent souls present were once top cultivators that dominated in their time, none of them were able to accomplish this feat. Diin shifted his gaze. When he saw Su Zimo who was advancing from the back, he could not help but snort coldly. Clang! Clang! Finally, someone in the first group could not withstand the pressure and released a golden core phenomenon. The sound of swords buzzing reverberated relentlessly through the world. A series of chilling sword lights appeared behind Dugujian. They blanketed the skies densely and tore through air. Heavenly encompassing swords. It was a golden core phenomenon of the Tao of the sword and was created by a mighty figure of the ancient era. It was ranked 41 on the previous phenomenon ranking. To think that it would possess such might when it was released by Dugujian. Most sword cultivators revealed ferocity externally. Given the situation, a cold glint flashed through Hang Choyu's eyes as he released a golden core phenomenon as well. Shoo! 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 Sword chi streaked through the air at an extremely fast speed, leaving sword scars through the void in its wake. The void seemed to be sliced into tiny blocks. It was the legacy phenomenon of Sword Sect, startling sword chi. Both phenomenons of the Sword Tao were extremely sharp and sliced the surrounding spirit energy into tiny pieces. Without the two of them controlling things intentionally, the two sword phenomenons showed signs of competing against one another. Sword cultivators specialized in cultivating their ferocities. When two sword cultivators clashed, a victor must be decided. Hang Choyu and Dugujian supported their golden core phenomenons and dashed towards the 100 stone step. Immediately after, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace released his golden core phenomenon as well. One after another, streaks of lightning surged above his head and formed a bedazzling sea of lightning behind him. 5 divine thunderbolts shrouded around his head and protected him. Apocalyptic 5 thunders. Corpse Mountain. Rintu of Azura sect pointed forward with a cold gaze. Before him, a series of corpses with a foul stench appeared endlessly. They stacked onto one another messily and created a massive mountain. Rintu stepped on the corpse mountain emotionlessly and continued ascending. I heard that the corpse mountain of that golden core phenomenon is made from people that died in the hands of Rintu. Ah! A cultivator exclaimed and chills ran down his body as he said with a trembling voice. There's got to be millions of people there, right? Rintu's voice sounded again before he could finish. Blood sea. Splash. The blood that seeped out from beneath the corpse mountain grew and transformed into a boundless sea in the blink of an eye. The sea was blood-colored and gave off a cruel aura of despair and death. The corpse mountain floated in the sea of blood. Rintu stood on top of the corpse mountain with a torrential ferocity as he crossed the 100th step directly and continued ahead. It's the corpse mountain blood sea. To think that Rintu would fuse them together. I recall that the previous person who cultivated it to such a frightening level was an expert from Azura sect 1,000 years ago, and he's this generation's Azura. In reality, Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea were 2 ancient phenomenons that were ranked extremely high in the phenomenon ranking. Their might became even more frightening when they were combined as one. 1,000 years ago, the Azura Yen Beichen ascended to the top of the Myriad Phenomenon Peak with his Corpse Mountain Blood Sea and took the number 1 position. All 8 of them are rare peerless paragons, perfected Lord Luo Shui sighed gently. Any one of them could easily take the top spot in previous Golden Core phenomenon rankings. To think that all of them would be gathered together in this generation. Furthermore, there's an almost invincible monster incarnate above all of them. Diin. Bang. 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 Monk Juchun, Pang Yu and Monk Kong released their Golden Core phenomenons one after another as well. A golden light descended. Monk Juchun seemed to be veiled by a golden shade and shone brightly. A 7-floor pagoda descended with a blinding brilliance and hovered above Monk Kong. It poured down with a divine light like a waterfall that protected him. The legacy phenomenon of Hollow Monastery, 7-floor pagoda. The Golden Core phenomenons were turning increasingly frightening. Compared to Long River Sunset and Galaxy Vortex from earlier, they were at a whole different level in strength. Countless gazes were fixed on Mingjin. He was the only one who had not released his Golden Core phenomenon among the 8 people. Fufu. Monk Kong sneered. It's probably because he's got some worthless Golden Core phenomenon that's useless even if he releases it. That's why he's choosing to force himself through everything. Before he could finish his sentence, Mingjun conjured a hand seal with both hands and released an extremely terrifying aura. Immediately after, a green lotus appeared behind him and hovered in midair before swiveling slowly. Each petal was etched with obscure and complicated patterns. Slowly, the petals opened up and the green lotus blossomed. One after another, mysterious lights spread and shone. A fragrance wafted out from the center of the lotus platform. The green lotus blossomed as though it could purify all the evil in this world. The moment the green lotus blossomed, be it the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea or the 7-floor pagoda, the Golden Core phenomenons of the other 7 people shuddered for a brief moment as though they were impacted significantly. What is that phenomenon? That phenomenon looks a little familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Ah! Suddenly, a few exclamations sounded one after another above the clouds. The few perfected lords of the Buddhist monasteries bolted upright in shock as they glared at the green lotus behind Mingjun with disbelief in their eyes. World-cleansing green lotus. Slowly, Monk Kong uttered 4 words. The crowd was in an uproar. World-cleansing green lotus, the legacy phenomenon of Fahua Monastery, was a top-tier Golden Core phenomenon of the Buddhist monasteries. When cultivated to its peak, its might was even above the 7-floor pagoda. That phenomenon was the legacy phenomenon of Fahua Monastery, a super sect that was destroyed 10,000 years ago. It could only be comprehended by cultivating the number 1 secret classic of the Golden Core realm, the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra. However, the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra was lost for a long time in that catastrophe 10,000 years ago. In that catastrophe 10,000 years ago, Fahua and Daming monasteries were destroyed and countless cultivation techniques and secret skills were lost. Even after all these years, there were still cultivators searching for those cultivation techniques and secret skills. Nobody expected this unknown young monk to cultivate a golden core phenomenon that had been lost for 10,000 years. There was a high probability that this young monk had a deep relationship with the destroyed Fahua monastery. Monk Yuan Kong, Monk Wei Fu and everyone else looked at Ming Zhan with a glint in their eyes, resembling hungry, ferocious beasts that caught sight of a prey. Monk Yin Lu frowned slightly with a worried expression. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing another's greed. By releasing the world-cleansing green lotus, Ming Zhan was exposing himself to the greed of others. As the 8 people of the first group released their golden core phenomenons, the distance between them increased and gradually, there was a distinction between them. Ren Tu of Azura sect was right at the front. He was already at the 105th stone step. That was a rather formidable height. In the previous golden core phenomenon ranking, Di-In, who was number 1, merely made it to the 99th stone step. The fact that Ren Tu was able to reach that height meant that his strength was stronger than Di-In 100 years ago. Alas, Di-In suppressed his cultivation for 100 years and continued comprehending the power of the golden core realm. The reason for his return was to become the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking once more and suppress all other paragons. Ah! Ren Tu roared into the skies and his blood chi surged. Green veins appeared on his neck like spirit snakes, and he had a menacing expression of indignance. He wanted to ascend to the peak of the mountain. He was indignant. He did not wish to be inferior to others. However, the pressure from the peak was way too terrifying. Even climbing another stone step was almost impossible for him, let alone ascending to the peak. Di-In stood high and above with his hands behind his back. He gazed at the struggling Ren Tu with a faint ridicule in his eyes. One of them was screaming from the depths of his heart. The other was indifferent. One stood below. The other was at the peak of the mountain. The difference was glaring. It was the same below for Su Chang of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Monk Jian Kong, Pang Yu and the others. It was like an emperor looking down at the masses from the top. It did not matter how the masses struggled. None of them could take down his dominance. A series of sighs came from the crowd. It had to be said that for those paragons, it was a tragedy that they were born in the same generation as Di-In. Gradually, Ren Tu lowered his head. He was already exhausted. His limit was at the 105th stone step. Although the difference between him and the peak was only 3 stone steps, the distance between them was almost equivalent to the gap between heaven and earth. All of a sudden, exclamations sounded from the crowd beneath. The stone step that Ren Tu stood on quaked heavily for a brief moment. Ren Tu glanced sideways and the killing intent in his eyes surged. Not far from him, Su Chang of Zephyr Thunder Palace had managed to arrive at the 105th stone step as well using his apocalyptic 5 thunders. Su Chang panted heavily and was drenched in sweat. A stir broke out amongst the crowd. This meant that the 2 paragons would clash in the upcoming ranking battle. Finally, there would be a showdown between the Corpse Mountain Bloodsea and Apocalyptic 5 Thunders. Hee. Ren Tu let out an unsettling laughter that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Chang merely smirked coldly against Ren Tu's killing intent without any fear. At their level, none of them would back off from a battle unless it was against an unstoppable opponent like Di-In. Ren Tu wanted to kill Su Chang. Su Chang wanted to furnish his reputation by suppressing Ren Tu. Beneath Ren Tu and Su Chang was Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery. 104th stone step. That was Monk Jian Kong's limits. He gazed up at Ren Tu and Su Chang above him with a boundless indignance in his eyes. Before he entered the ancient battlefield, he wanted to challenge Di-In. When Di-In ascended the peak earlier on, he realized the difference between them. However, he felt that he was definitely within the top 3 of the phenomenon ranking. To think that he could only be satisfied with the 4th spot right now. Hurry, look, there's going to be another massive battle. Interesting, it's going to be a fight between the Buddhist monasteries. A clamor broke out from the crowd again. Monk Jian Kong turned over instinctively. Another person had appeared on the 104th stone step. It was the young monk called Mingzhen. A blossomed green lotus hovered behind Mingzhen. It looked extremely ordinary, but it gave off a frightening aura. Monk Jian Kong's pupils constricted. He was not bothered about this young monk prior to this. But now, it seemed like his fourth spot on the phenomenon ranking was not confirmed just yet. Mingzhen did not even glance at Monk Jian Kong, merely looking up at the 105th stone step with a calm expression. His foot lingered for a moment before he continued forward. What's he doing? Is he trying to get to the next stone step? There's no wonder why that's the #1 mystic classic of the Golden Core realm. Many cultivators were dumbstruck when they noticed Mingzhen's actions. However, Mingzhen merely ascended half the distance to the next stone step when he swayed and grunted before landing back on the 104th stone step again. Fu. Monk Jian Kong could not help but sneer. You overestimate yourself. Mingzhen clutched his chest and blood oozed out from the corner of his lips. He merely glanced at Monk Jian Kong but did not argue. Monk Yin Lu sighed gently. Humph! Perfected Lord Luo Shui glared at Monk Yuan Kong and said coldly. If someone had not injured this young monk earlier on by abusing his seniority, he might have already ascended to the 105th stone step. Many cultivators had a sudden recollection. Prior to the fight for the phenomenon ranking, Monk Yuan Kong used Sanskrit to injure Mingzhen. Mingzhen had ascended the myriad phenomenon peak with an injury. Two people stood on the 103th stone step beneath Monk Jian Kong and Mingzhen as well. Hang Qiuyu of Sword Sect and Dugu Jian of the Dugu clan. The two great sword cultivators were going to duke it out. This fight for the phenomenon ranking was way more intense than anyone had imagined. There were already 3 fights alone for the ranking battle of the top 10 spots. This was rare in previous phenomenon rankings. After the 2 of them came Pang Yu of Overlord Palace on the 102nd step. On the 101st stone step was Monk Ju Chun of Diamond Monastery. All 8 people of the first group had made it past the 100th stone step. The fight for the phenomenon ranking this time round sure is unusually intense. To think that there are so many paragons gathered. It's time to place your bets. There's no doubt about who is at the top of the phenomenon ranking. Let's guess who will be the 2nd, 4th, and... Before that cultivator completed his sentence, his gaze swept and froze on the myriad phenomenon peak while his mouth fell agape gradually. What's wrong? Some cultivators asked as they turned towards that person's gaze. We seem to have forgotten about someone. That cultivator could not contain the shock in his eyes. On the myriad phenomenon peak, a figure was ascending rapidly, surging into the skies, surpassing one figure after another. 90th stone step, 91st stone step, 98th stone step. Even after the 100th stone step, the figure's speed did not show any signs of diminishing and was still advancing forward. That person sure is terrifying. He did not release his golden core phenomenon for the first 100 steps and charged through them merely relying on his physique. It's said that his physique is comparable to a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. Indeed, nothing was exaggerated at all. That's nothing much. Dean only released his golden core phenomenon after the 100th stone step as well. At that moment, countless gazes were fixed on that green figure on the myriad phenomenon peak. As everyone discussed, Su Zimo had already stepped foot on the 100th stone step. Boom! The moment he landed on that stone step, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly as he gave a slight frown. The pressure that came from above had increased significantly after the 100th stone step. Even with his physique, he was feeling the strain. Of course, that was because he did not use the power of his inner core. Su Zimo estimated that if he used the power of his inner core and burst forth with the full strength of his blood qi, he could reach the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak even without releasing his golden core phenomenon. Of course, that was impractical. Perfected Lord Yujun warned him that using the power of his inner core on the myriad phenomenon peak would be courting death. Crack, crack, crack. The skies above Su Zimo's head tore repeatedly and lightning flashed. A heavy downpour rained down, turning into a torrential flood with endless meteors. It was as though the apocalypse had descended. Boom, 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 boom. Four gigantic, heavenly-piercing stone pillars stood in the floods. At the top of the stone pillars was a shell that covered the skies, etched with mysterious patterns that seemed like they contained endless secrets of the universe. The four limbs suppressed the raging tides, and the shell supported the broken skies. The primordial divine turtle had descended, rearing its head into a wild howl and a bright gaze. This was the first time that most of the cultivators present witnessed that phenomenon personally. Their expressions changed and endless shock filled their eyes. That primordial phenomenon had been lost for a long time. Even the 17 nascent souls present had not witnessed it personally before. There's no wonder why it's a primordial divine being that protected the masses. To think that it would possess such a might. Monk In Lu lamented. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said deeply, "The human race will definitely prosper with the resurgence of these lost primordial phenomenons." Perfected Lord Han Yi and Monk Yuan Kong merely smirked coldly with nonchalance. Although Perfected Lord Yu Jun was expressionless, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. While the appearance of a primordial phenomenon represented the arrival of a golden era, it could also imply that an unimaginable catastrophe was approaching. If the human race could tide through it, they would prosper. If they could not, there was a high chance they would be annihilated. In the ancient era, multiple emperors rose and a supreme peerless existence that was feared throughout history, such as the human emperor, surfaced. Those were the reasons that built the current state of Tianhuang mainland. But now that the emperors have passed on and the human emperor left Tianhuang mainland a long time alone, who was going to save the human race if a catastrophe truly arrived? "I might be worrying for nothing." Perfected Lord Yu Jun shook his head and smiled deprecatingly. The pressure on Su Zimo diminished significantly after he released the primordial divine turtle. He arrived at the 101st stone step and surpassed Monk Ju Chun, without pausing to continue ahead. 102nd step. 103rd step. Monk Ju Chun, Pang Yu and Hang Chuyu could only watch as Su Zimo passed them by. The three of them had conflicted expressions. In the battle beneath the human emperor's palace 20 years ago, the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects were left dead and injured. Most of them were despondent from the setback and relegated to be a part of the masses. The three of them were the only ones that overcame their inner demons and stood up again. They advanced honorably and regained their spots as the number one disciples of their sects in the Golden Core realm. A large part of the reason for their return was to erase the shame from their past. They wanted to fight Su Zimo again. However, Su Zimo did not give them that chance at all. He surpassed them with ease on the myriad phenomenon peak. Everyone knew that Su Zimo had a double phenomenon. Now that he was already here with a single phenomenon, where could he advance with two of them? Could he truly match Diin? Gradually, silence filled the vicinity of the myriad phenomenon peak. All the cultivators wanted to know where Su Zimo could reach. Diin stood at the top and glared down at Su Zimo expressionlessly. Bang! Su Zimo had ascended to the 105th stone step. Su Cheng was emotional as he glared at Su Zimo sternly with widened eyes. Dozens of days ago, he fought against Su Zimo. At that time, Su Zimo released a double phenomenon and fused them together to crush his apocalyptic five thunders. And now, he was already at this level with just a single golden core phenomenon. This meant that the power of Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon had grown to yet another level within these dozens of days. Su Cheng's guess was both correct and incorrect. It was true that the power of Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon had grown. However, it was not during these dozens of days, but on his journey of ascending the myriad phenomenon peak earlier on. He comprehended the marks and auras left behind by ancient experts on the myriad phenomenon peak and gained insight into the Taoists of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects from the Qi condensation, foundation establishment and golden core realm. His golden core phenomenon had evolved completely. While outsiders might not be able to sense it, Su Zimo understood that change the greatest. He stood on the 105th stone step and lingered for a moment with closed eyes. All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his eyes and roared into the skies. His golden core swiveled and a scorching heatwave was released. Bang! Boom! Boom! The mountains toppled and volcanoes spewed. Scarlet lava blanketed the floor and flames blazed for thousands of kilometers. A gigantic anaconda tunneled out from underground and soared into the skies, flapping its wings that were burned scarlet and almost transparent as it reared its head into a roar. The primordial soaring serpent. Two primordial phenomenons had descended. Su Zimo's aura exploded and he stomped on the ground heavily, soaring into the skies like an arrow as he crossed the 106th, 107th steps. Boom! In one go. Su Zimo ascended to the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak in one go, relying on his double phenomenon. Ah! After a momentary silence, the crowd broke into exclamations. Everything happened too quickly that many cultivators had yet to react to it. In the blink of an eye, there was another person at the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak. The mountain was 108,000 feet tall and clouds floated around it. Two figures stood among them, faintly visible and resembling peerless emperors that looked down on the mortal realm. Many cultivators looked extremely excited. Two people on the mountain peak implied that there was going to be an earth-shaking fight between them in the ranking battle. Heis! Perfected Lord Yu Jun sighed. This was the outcome he was most reluctant to witness as a cultivator of Enigma Palace hosting the phenomenon ranking. The loss of either of these two peerless paragons would not benefit the human race. At the peak, Dean gazed at Su Zimo, who was beside him, and smirked with a fake smile. Take a good look at this picturesque scenery, this wonderful world and the beautiful skies. Enjoy the look of reverence from the other cultivators. This might be the last things you can ever enjoy. Is that so? Su Zimo replied with an indifferent expression. Su Zimo, you are truly ignorant. Do you know what this peak of the myriad phenomenon peak means for you? Dean pointed below his feet and gave an unsettling smile. This is your death's gate. By ascending this peak, you've crossed the gates of death. Since you have a death wish, all I can do is fulfill that for you. Su Zimo merely scoffed coldly against Dean's provocations. Things between the two of them were irreconcilable and one of them was bound to die soon. It was needless to speak further. Unlike the bottom of the mountain, Su Zimo no longer experienced any pressure from the myriad phenomenon peak the moment he ascended its peak. It was as though they had obtained the recognition of this ancient mountain. Su Zimo turned around and surveyed his surroundings. It was spacious at the peak of the mountain with nothing in sight except for a tall stele that was erected in the middle. There were hundreds of names etched densely on it. As he stood before the stele, Su Zimo remained silent and his feelings were complicated. There was joy, pride and sorrow. Countless years have passed since the ancient times and the phenomenon ranking was held consistently once every 100 years. However, only these few hundred cultivators managed to ascend to the peak. From today on, his name would also be etched on that stele and be passed down through history no matter how much time passed through rain or shine. He ought to feel proud and elated. The sorrow came from the fact that he could not share this joy with someone. Without that person, he would not have had the chance to even cultivate, let alone leave his name on this ancient phenomenon stele. It seems like I've gotten closer to you again. Su Zimo lowered his head before the stele and murmured with a faint smile. Although he was still very far away from that ethereal world, he believed that he would definitely arrive there sooner or later and catch up with her footsteps. The two of you can condense your spirit energies and leave your names on the ancient phenomenon stele. Perfected Lord Yu Jun's voice sounded. Su Zimo and Dean obeyed and left their names on the stele. The style of the handwriting on the stele differed from person to person. Some were pointy, some were restrained, some were coarse and firm, some were elegant with long strokes, some were sturdy and antiquated while others were wild and casual. The bearings of their predecessors could be seen through their handwriting. All the cultivators beneath the peak of the mountain let out envious looks. The Golden Core phenomenon ranking was conducted once every 100 years. However, the ancient phenomenon stele was there for all eternity. Any cultivator that made it into Myriad Phenomenon City are all worthy of the term paragon. Right then, Perfected Lord Yu Jun said slowly, Today's accomplishments does not translate to future glory. Everyone, you have to work hard and not slack off. A name left behind on the ancient phenomenon stele might not be proof of one's future accomplishments. Among the several hundred cultivators, many of them died as well. The heavens are often jealous of those who are talented. They were bound to endure unimaginable hardship and dangers. At the same time, there were also cultivators that became emperors without leaving their names on the ancient phenomenon stele. Nothing in the world was absolute. Perfected Lord Yujun continued. The new phenomenon ranking is now out with the end of the elimination battle. After a slight rest, the cultivators on the list will undergo a final ranking battle. The ranking battle was held at a raised platform at the foot of the mountain. The platform was 100 feet tall and extremely spacious with enough room for 10,000 people to stand on it at the same time. There were a total of 18 ranking battles this time round. Of course, what everyone was waiting for was the fight between the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking. The final match would be between Su Zimo and Dean for the top of the ranking. After the elimination battle, cultivators on the phenomenon ranking had to take a short rest to recover their stamina. In Su Zimo's group, apart from Ji Changtian, the others, Little Fatty, Demonist Ji, and Ming Zhan, had to partake in a fight against another paragon for the final ranking battle. Little Fatty was up against Qin Li of Illusion Fiend Cult from the Fiend sections. Demonist Ji was up against Duan Qingping of Clear Wind Temple from the Immortal sections. Ming Zhan was up against Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery from the Buddhist monasteries. For cultivators to arrive on the same stone step, it was proof that the difference between the power of their phenomenons was not too great. However, power was not the only determining factor in a fight between cultivators. It was a face-off between their techniques, spirit arts, secret skills, and even experience in battle. Young monk, have this elixir. Xiaoning arrived beside Ming Zhan and handed the latter an elixir. Ming Zhan was wounded by monk Yuan Kong previously and ascended the myriad phenomenon peak with his injuries. Xiaoning could tell that his injuries had worsened and hence the gesture. Take it and heal up quickly so that you can fight with your full strength. Su Zimo nodded. Although he had quite a number of elixirs in his storage bag, the quality and effectiveness of elixirs from Elixir Yang sect was the best. Ming Zhan's cultivation technique came from the Buddhist monasteries. His recovery speed was shocking. With that elixir and some rest, he could recover almost entirely before his battle. Thank you, benefactor. Ming Zhan received the elixir and swallowed it. The ranking battle began the moment afternoon came. In order to prevent paragons from dying in the ranking battle, as long as any cultivator could not win and left the radius of the stone platform in time, it would be considered as a defeat. The battle would come to an immediate end. The first battle was for the 98th spot of the phenomenon ranking. The two paragons that fought came from the upper sections. Although it was near the end of the phenomenon ranking, the battle was also unusually intense. Both paragons took turns to release countless spirit arts and secret skills. Their variations in both melee and ranged combat was endless. Eventually, both paragons released their golden core phenomenons and fought till they were completely exhausted before one of them took the win with a slight lead. All the cultivators watching below were amazed. They were also able to benefit immensely from the fight between the paragons. 12 battles were over as time passed and evening approached. The next match was for the 20th spot of the phenomenon ranking. The two paragons were Demonist Ji and Duan Qingping. On the stone platform, Demonist Ji bowed forward politely with her hands in front of her. She gave Duan Qingping a gentle smile as she said tenderly with watery clear eyes, "Big brother Duan, please." Duan Qingping froze momentarily with a lost look in his eyes. Immediately after, he frowned and could not help but shudder with a conflicted expression on his face. "What's wrong with Duan Qingping? I didn't see Demonist Ji attack?" Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Su Zimo nodded silently. Demonist Ji had gotten even better and more frightening with her bewitchment technique. Apart from the Buddhist monastery's paragons who were clear of worldly desires, any other cultivator could be charmed by Demonist Ji if they were distracted for a moment. Ah! Duan Qingping widened his eyes and glared around. howling at the top of his lungs. Black wind catastrophe. Pitch-black cyclones that howled furiously appeared and swarmed around Duan Qingping in a shuddering manner. The cyclones were so powerful that any cultivator that made contact with them would be ripped apart instantly. Duan Qingping realized that something was amiss and released his golden core phenomenon right away. Unfortunately, he had already lost the first move and was bewitched. It was difficult for him to regain his sanctity even with the release of his golden core phenomenon. Demoness G stood at the side and glared coldly without making a move. Like an insane, headless fly, Duan Qingping howled furiously on the stone platform as though he could not see Demoness G at all. He had already lost his mind completely. Humph! The perfected Lord of Clear Wind Temple had a terrible expression when he saw that. Given the current situation, it won't be long before Duan Qingping spent his spirit energy and exhausted himself completely without Demoness G even making a move. Victory was decided. It was an effortless victory. Demoness G did not even have to release her golden core phenomenon. The next battle was for the 14th spot of the phenomenon ranking. Little Fatty was up against Qin Li of Illusion Fiend Cult. The cultivation techniques of Illusion Fiend Cult lean on affecting one's mental state. Be careful. Demoness G reminded Little Fatty out of goodwill on her way down. Little Fatty, Demoness G, and even Ji Chengtian, Shi Jian, and the others were from different sects. In fact, they were opposing factions of immortals between fiends and had no interactions at all. However, the group of them now had a degree of connection with Su Zimo at the core. Thank you. Little Fatty expressed his thanks. Little Fatty's Yellow Springs phenomenon would not have been able to reach this spot before he entered the Astral Dragon Sputum Lair. It would have been difficult for him to be on the top 50 spot of the phenomenon ranking, let alone the top 20. But now, Little Fatty was acknowledged by the Yellow Springs diagram. Although he had not cultivated an essence spirit and was still unable to make use of that dermic weapon from the ancient era, his Yellow Springs phenomenon underwent a complete transformation and was a far cry from before. Two people stood on the stone platform. Qin Li's eyes were bright and suddenly, a series of horrifying images appeared behind him. Countless living beings were tied onto scorching iron poles and smoke steamed from their sizzling, burning flesh as they struggled and howled endlessly. On the other side, a gigantic stone mill appeared in the void. Millions of living beings were pulled in by the stone mill as it swiveled and crushed slowly, grounding their flesh and bones as grisly blood spilled onto the ground. Although the blood and flesh of the living beings were crushed, their consciousness was still present. In the blink of an eye, the splattered blood and flesh was reanimated and drawn into the stone mill to repeat the same process again, causing them to endure the same pain endlessly. They underwent a continuous reincarnation to repeat the same cycle over and over again. Many cultivators felt chills and mental scars when they witnessed that image. The ancient phenomenon, Limitless Hell. A series of images from hell surfaced behind Qin Li in a sinister manner. Yellow Springs. Little Fatty pointed forward with a grim expression. A surging yellow river appeared behind him with corpses and souls that floated and struggled within it. The yellow springs gushed and drowned the limitless hell behind Qin Li directly. Many of the living beings in the limitless hell obtained true relief when they entered the yellow springs, no longer subjected to the endless torment and suffering. Crack, crack, crack. The limitless hell creaked and was on the verge of collapsing. Qin Li's expression turned frightfully pale as he bolted in retreat and managed to get out of the stone platform in time. Thank you for giving in. Little Fatty let out a deep breath and closed off his golden core phenomenon before grinning brightly with cupped fists. There were only 4 ranking battles left after his. The next battle was between the Sword Cultivators. As the number 1 disciple of the Golden Core realm in Sword Sect, Hang Chuyu naturally had to defend the glory of his sect. The reputation of Sword Sect would definitely be affected if he was ranked below a sword cultivator of another sect or faction. This was a battle that he could not lose. Hang Chuyu believed that he would not lose either. There was no way the ancient phenomenon of Sword Sect, startling Sword Chi, would lose to this person's heavenly encompassing swords. The two of them stood on the stone platform. Before the fight even began, the perfected Lord of Sword Sect spoke. Are you willing to join Sword Sect? Many cultivators in the vicinity let out envious looks. Dugu Jian was already acknowledged by Sword Sect, one of the immortal sects, before he even fought Hang Qiuyu. Sword Sect was a place of pilgrimage for all sword cultivators in the world. Countless cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Tao of the sword in the cultivation world has been amassed by the sect throughout history. It had a wealth of knowledge. Sword Sect was the place where every single sword cultivator dreamed of reaching. On the stone platform, Dugu Jian was expressionless as usual even after Sword Sect's invitation and merely shook his head gently. A stir broke out amongst the crowd. They were rejected. Dugu Jian rejected without hesitation towards an invitation of Sword Sect. Young man, let me remind you that you will only be able to comprehend the true Tao of the sword in Sword Sect. The perfected Lord of Sword Sect frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before continuing. It isn't easy for you to reach your current attainments. Since you have quite a decent potential in the Tao of the sword, I can offer you another chance. Dugu Jian gazed at the sword in his hand and merely shook his head again. It was as though there was nothing else in the world apart from the sword in his hand. He did not believe in any sect or his gentry clan. The only thing he trusted was the sword in his hand. Dugu Jian's aura did not fit in with anyone in the vicinity, and he exuded an indescribable loneliness. He was the sort of sword cultivator that was truly frightening. His thoughts were concise and he was not distracted by anything. The perfected Lord of Sword Sect was expressionless and did not say anything more. The battle commenced. Buzz, buzz. Almost at the same time, Dugu Jian and Hang Qiuyu struck at almost the same time as two unparalleled sword lights flashed through the air. They disappeared instantly at an extremely fast speed. Immediately after, two flashes of blood flickered. Both of them were injured at the same time. It was too fast. Many cultivators could not even react in time. The two sword beams deflected the moment they made contact and both parties were already injured. Hang Qiuyu was struck in the right leg and Dugu Jian was struck on the left arm. Both their wounds were extremely deep and their robes were stained red instantly. Their injuries even possessed an extremely strong sword qi. As such, their wounds could only recover after the sword qi was purged completely. However, neither of them had the chance in such an intense fight where they could not afford to be distracted. Sword cultivators had the most frightening killing power. A single moment of distraction could result in death. Both of them attacked once again at almost the same time. Clang! Clang! Their swords collided repeatedly in midair and let out the sounds of metal clashing as sparks flew everywhere. Their figures interweaved and only separated again after 3 seconds. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Dozens of injuries had appeared on both their bodies. Some were deep while others were superficial. In fact, some of them revealed the white bones beneath the flesh. Those bones were almost cut. Dugu Jian could not defend against Hang Qiuyu's sword. However, Hang Qiuyu could not defend against Dugu Jian's ferocity as well. Both of them were drenched and their blood qi deteriorated. If the stalemate continued, there was a chance that victory could be determined within a split second. Startling sword qi. Hang Qiuyu released the legacy phenomenon of Sword Sect and a patch of sword qi gathered densely behind him. It was extremely sharp and bolted in the direction of Dugu Jian. At the same time, Hang Qiuyu bit his tongue gently and spat out a stream of essence blood that splashed onto the streaks of sword qi. The power of his phenomenon surged intensely. Instantly, Hang Qiuyu's expression turned extremely pale. That was a secret skill of Sword Sect, and the stream of essence blood took a huge toll on one's essence qi. That was a move that he would not have used unless it was absolutely necessary. The entire void was sliced apart by the streaks of startling sword qi. Dugu Jian barely released his heavenly encompassing swords when it was riddled with holes by the startling sword qi and shattered immediately. He's still not leaving? Many cultivators frowned. Dugu Jian no longer had any means to fight with the dispersion of his golden core phenomenon. If he continued to linger on the stone platform, he would definitely be minced mercilessly by the startling sword qi. There was no hint of fear or intention of retreating in Dugu Jian's eyes as he faced the incoming sword qi. He seemed to have comprehended something at that moment of life and death, and the aura around him began to transform. The startling sword chi that was pushing towards Dugu Jian started turning sluggish. Hang Choyu's eyes widened in alarm and fury. His golden core phenomenon was no longer in his control. Right in front of countless gazes, the streaks of sword chi fell in front of Dugu Jian, as though they were subdued by him. The perfected Lord of Swords sect yelled in shock. All swords united! All swords united was a supreme and invincible phenomenon of the Tao of the sword. It could suppress any other phenomenon of the Tao of the sword without fail. In the past, the Sword Emperor of Tianhuang mainland cultivated all swords united and controlled all the swords in the world. Every single sword in his path was subdued completely. Throughout history, even for cultivators of sword sect, only 10 people managed to cultivate all swords united. All 10 of them ended up as top-tier experts that ruled with dominance. On the stone platform, the power of phenomenon that belonged to Dugu Jian was initially about to disperse. However, in the blink of an eye, an even mightier power descended. Thousands of startling sword chi danced and swiveled in midair, streaking wildly with blinding streams of light in their wake. Although they were extremely sharp, they could not injure Dugu Jian at all. In fact, just as the sword chis were about to strike Dugu Jian, they changed directions agilely and wrapped around him. As he stood within the dense streaks of sword chi, Dugu Jian's edge shone brighter, and despite the hollowness in his eyes, they resembled two sharp swords. Hang Choyu's pupils constricted as he sensed danger. Not good. He was alarmed internally and released the sword escape technique of his sect without hesitation to speed out of the stone platform. Shoo! A bedazzling sword beam flashed instantly. Hang Choyu's figure vanished from the stone platform. The speed of his movement technique was truly startling. Some of the super sects in the cultivation world would possess secret escape techniques. Previously, Su Chang released the escape technique of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Zephyr Thunder Escape, to flee from Su Zimo's grasp. Some of the top-tier secret escape techniques could match and even surpass the speed of nascent souls during the short burst. Blood Escape, which Su Zimo had cultivated, was one of them as well. Clang! 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 Under Dugu Jian's control, thousands of startling sword chi streaked through the air and pierced the location where Hang Choyu stood, leaving sword scars on the ground. Victory was already decided the moment Hang Choyu exited the stone platform. For paragons of that level, it was almost impossible to kill them if they were bent on escaping. Dugu Jian leaped down from the stone platform in silence. The perfected Lord of Swords sect frowned slightly and gazed at Dugu Jian's back in deep thought. It was down to the final 3 ranking battles. Next up was Monk Jian Kong and Ming Zhan. Monk Yuan Kong looked down at Ming Zhan from above and asked all of a sudden, "Ming Zhan, where did you obtain the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra?" Ming Zhan frowned and did not reply immediately. Although he wasn't experienced in worldly affairs, he was no fool. Monk Wei Fu of Diamond Monastery at the side looked down with a burning gaze. He channeled a Sanskrit sound technique of the Buddhist monasteries and asked loudly, like a bell, "Ming Zhan, let me ask you, what are the 5 precepts of Buddhism?" Ming Zhan said deeply with a stern expression, "No killing, no stealing, no adultery, no lies, and no intoxication." "All right," Monk Wei Fu nodded. "Since you understand that you should not lie, you know that you aren't allowed to tell falsehoods and rubbish. Let me ask you, where did you obtain the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra and who taught it to you?" Monk Yin Lu frowned. It was obvious that Monks Wei Fu and Yuan Kong harbored designs on the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra. However, Monk Wei Fu was shrewd and brought out the 5 precepts of Buddhism to push Ming Zhan to a dead end before coercing the latter to reveal the secret behind the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra. Monk Wei Fu was in fact warning Ming Zhan that a monk should not lie. Ming Zhan replied deeply with a calm expression, regarding the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra. At that point, he paused suddenly. Notwithstanding monks Yuan Kong and Wei Fu, even the other nascent souls perked their ears in secret and awaited Ming Zhan's answer eagerly. If they could obtain any useful hint or clue within his words, They might be able to find the countless cultivation techniques and secret skills left behind by Fahua Monastery. Hurry and speak, Monk Yuan Kong urged. Where is the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra? Mingzhen clasped his palms and replied earnestly. Monks should not engage in falsehoods. Regarding the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra, I don't wish to talk about it. Silence overwhelmed their surroundings. The faces of monks Yuan Kong and Wei Fu froze instantly. What did he mean that he did not wish to talk about it? No matter how much the two of them schemed, they had not expected that reply from Mingzhen. Little Fox could not help but let out a stifled chuckle. Indeed, Mingzhen did not lie. It was just because he did not wish to speak about it. His simple reply resolved the troubling question posed by the two perfected lords of the Buddhist monasteries. What a glib tongue indeed, Monk Yuan Kong said with a blackened expression. Jian Kong, teach this young monk a lesson and show him the true capabilities of the Buddhist monasteries. Monk Jian Kong nodded and his gaze towards Mingzhen turned colder. Young monk, defeat him. Ji Chengtian, Little Fatty and the others were cheering for Mingzhen. Su Zimo said nothing. He was not worried about that battle. Mingzhen inherited the legacy of two super sects, Fahua and Daming monasteries. At the very least, nobody on the same level could compare to him in terms of their understanding of Buddhism and their capabilities from the Buddhist monasteries. On the stone platform, Monk Jian Kong did not hesitate and released his golden core phenomenon right away. Boom! In midair, a gigantic Buddhist pagoda descended slowly with a terrifying might. It gave off a bright brilliance as though it could suppress all evil. There were a total of 7 floors to the pagoda and each of them was etched with dizzying Sanskrit words. The 7-floor pagoda. A pagoda was a Buddhist tower. In the Buddhist monasteries, the 7-floor pagoda was utmost. There were 3 levels to this legacy phenomenon of Hollow Monastery. The 3-floor, 5-floor, and the strongest 7-floor pagoda. Throughout history, only monks that possessed great wisdom in Buddhism could cultivate the 7-floor pagoda. Monk Jian Kong assumed a lotus position and his hands shifted repeatedly to form seals. Streams of Buddha light made with spirit energy shot out from his fingertips and surged into the 7-floor pagoda. The 7-floor pagoda shone brightly. Amamium. As the 7-floor pagoda descended, Buddhist proclamations sounded from within. It stirred one's mind such that they would want to prostrate and pay respects unconsciously. If that was the case for the cultivators watching in the vicinity, the pressure on Mingzhen was imaginable. Amitba. Mingzhen had a calm expression and lowered his head slightly. He clasped his palms together before exclaiming a Buddhist proclamation softly. Behind him, a green lotus surfaced and blossomed softly, with a bright Buddha light that seemed as though it could cleanse the world of all evil. The green lotus rose slowly and stopped the descent of the 7-floor pagoda. Creak, creak. While there was no earth-shaking explosion from the collision of the two great phenomenons of Buddhism, the entire stone platform creaked. While the 7-floor pagoda was strong, it could not do anything to that pure and flawless green lotus. Monk Jian Kong's eyes widened and his features began to contort as he continued imbuing with spirit energy. Mingzhen's palms were clasped together as he chanted Buddhist sutras softly with a lowered head. It looked as though he was undergoing a normal day of cultivation at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo said softly, Jian Kong lost. Jian Kong desired the win too badly. Because of that, his mental state became disadvantaged instead. However, Mingzhen maintained his normal composure. To compete or not to compete. One has no competitors if he does not compete. The difference between them was clear. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The 7-floor pagoda had already fallen, but the green lotus was still there. Monk Jian Kong collapsed onto the stone platform with a pale expression. Mingzhen rose and merely raised his head slightly to express a humble thanks before making his leave calmly. There were only 2 ranking battles remaining. The top 4 of the phenomenon ranking was going to be determined with the 2 battles. The next battle was between Rintu of Azura Sect and Su Chang of Zephyr Thunder Palace. The fight between them was even more intense. Both of them were almost representative of the peak of the Golden Core realm for the Immortal and Fiend sections. After 1,000 years, there was finally another cultivator from Azura sect who managed to fuse Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea together and burst forth with a frightening might. At the same time, Su Chang was also one of the few paragons in Zephyr Thunder Palace that managed to cultivate the apocalyptic Five Thunders. Both of them possessed a myriad of cultivation techniques and secret skills from the Tao of the Immortals and Fiends. Lightning flashed in a blinding manner and the Blood Sea raged with a torrential blood stench on the stone platform. The power of thunder was the most effective counter against evil and fiends. However, Rintu's fiend techniques were way too terrifying, and there were at least thousands of vengeful souls circling him with a sinister aura. Even the power of thunder could not purge them completely. Both of them had met a strong foe. It was only after a grueling duel, when they were both almost exhausted, that Rintu stood out with a slight edge to claim victory. The end of that battle meant that the ranking of the new phenomenon ranking was almost entirely determined. There was only one last battle left. All eyes were on this. It was destined that among the two of them, one person was going to leave an unparalleled mark in history today. Dean opened his eyes with a deep gaze. As though he had fused into the universe, his aura became chaotic, ethereal, and unfathomable. He rested with his eyes closed throughout the entire ranking battle earlier on and was not bothered to watch. Be it Monk Jian Kong, Ming Zhen, Ren Tu, Su Chang, or anyone else, their fights were not worthy of his time. It was only at that moment that Dean rose slowly. An ancient aura of a lord overlooking the world was exuded, and the cultivators present felt their hearts skip a beat. Even people the likes of Rintu and Su Chang frowned at the sight of Dean at that moment as a feeling of uncontrollable defeat surged into their hearts. It was way too scary. Before he even attacked, the pressure he exerted on everyone in the vicinity was already this terrifying. Not many people have witnessed Dean fight ever since he obtained the top spot of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago. That was because there were not many cultivators that were worthy of him fighting. To think that a monster incarnate would appear out of thin air 20 years ago and similar to him, left a name on the ancient phenomenon stele that would last through eternity. Be careful, Lin Xuanji reminded with a voice transmission. I heard from seniors in my sect that he is not only terrifyingly talented, he is even blessed with great fortune. He managed to obtain a legacy of the Golden Core realm left behind by the human emperor in a ruin. It is said that this legacy of the Golden Core realm is complete and is superior to many secret skills, spirit arts, and even body-tempering techniques of Glass Palace and Overlord Palace. He is definitely not inferior to you in melee combat. Su Zimo nodded silently. Lin Xuanji was not wrong. They had a short melee combat exchange previously at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, resulting in broken bones and light injuries for the both of them. Up till this point of Su Zimo's cultivation, Dean was the only one who could defend and even undo a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. However, that was 10 years ago. Su Zimo's golden core had not fully recovered 10 years ago. He was also not at the perfected stage for his inner core. For the past 10 years, he took in the spirit water at the backyard of the old temple continuously, and his body was refined further to a terrifying degree. After he entered the ancient battlefield, he obtained the refinement of the electric pool in the astral dragon sputum lair, and right now, his inner core was already at the perfected stage. Su Zimo believed that if he channeled his golden core and inner core at the same time and released his blood chi together, that amount of power was something that even Dean, who had obtained the legacy of the human emperor, would not be able to endure. Right then, Dean turned around slowly. He gazed at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and said slowly, I'll let you accomplish something. Among the paragons that leave their names on the ancient phenomenon stele, you will be the one that dies the fastest. Confidence. That confidence came from his 100 unrivaled years. A tremendous pressure gushed over. When it reached Su Zimo, it dissipated silently into emptiness. Su Zimo had a calm expression and replied indifferently, I have the same intentions as well. Dean smiled in disdain and flashed. Su Zimo leaped at almost the same time, and the two of them arrived on the stone platform. I'll make one thing clear beforehand. Suddenly, Perfected Lord Honey spoke. This phenomenon ranking belongs to the human race. I don't care if you're a demon or just someone who has cultivated demonic cultivation techniques. I forbid you from using any means available to demons. If you dare use any of them, I'll kill you personally. Perfected Lord Honey said the last sentence with a cold, murderous aura. Perfected Lord Yujun frowned slightly. With that, the battle became unfavorable for Su Zimo. How long could Su Zimo last in Dian's hands after his demonic capabilities? Perfected Lord Yujun wanted to speak but stopped. Although he wanted to help, he could not refute Perfected Lord Hun Yi's words. After all, this was a fight for the phenomenon ranking. If someone chose to compete for the phenomenon ranking using means of the demon race, it would definitely be somewhat inappropriate and incur objections. Su Zimo, if you disagree, we can forfeit this battle, Perfected Lord Yujun said deeply. The rewards for the second place of the phenomenon ranking are decent as well. Su Zimo could tell that Perfected Lord Yujun had his interests at heart. Perfected Lord Yujun was worried that half of Su Zimo's combat strength would be crippled without access to his demonic capabilities. He might be killed by Dian on the stone platform without a chance to even escape. Su Zimo, are you afraid? Are you thinking of running? Dian's eyes were filled with mockery. Escape! Su Zimo sneered and said slowly, I can still suppress you even without demonic capabilities. Well, well, well. Dian's eyes shone as he nodded. Let's see what you have to suppress me. Swash! No one saw how Dian exerted his strength, but in a flash, he appeared right in front of Su Zimo. They were dozens of feet apart, but he closed in instantly at an extremely fast speed. Splash! The sound of Dian's blood flow echoed from within his body like a raging tide. Tsunami blood. That was the highest realm of the power of bloodline. Even Shi Wuya of Glass Palace and Pang Yu of Overlord Palace, who specialized in body tempering, were not at that level. Swoosh! A gigantic fist flew out and expanded gradually. A torrential power crushed forward as though it could destroy all living things. The air current in the void was compressed to its limits and became incomparably scorching. They've begun. So fast. To think that it's a melee combat fight. A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. All the cultivators knew that melee combat was the most dangerous. For paragons and monster incarnates of that level, a split second was all that was required to secure victory in a melee combat fight. A split second was the difference between life and death. All the cultivators present watched with widened eyes and did not dare to blink, afraid that they might miss out on anything in that brief moment. Little Fatty and the others tensed up subconsciously as well, with nervous expressions on their faces. They did not know whether Su Zimo could defend against the frighteningly powerful attacks of Dian without his demonic capabilities. Instinctively, Su Zimo wanted to release a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering, when he was faced with the punch with a torrential might that resembled an emperor looking down on the world. This was his combat instinct. Combat instinct was for someone to make the right call and judgment through muscle memory. Although one might be in a blank state of mind at the moment of an enemy's attack, their bodies can react without thinking. At many times, it wasn't because someone could not see the attacks of their enemies. It was because it was too late by the time they thought about how to deal with the attack or dodge it. Their talent in melee combat relied entirely on their instincts. However, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled that Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering was a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness and was considered as a technique of demons. At this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had cultivated the killing moves in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness to a point where he was mentally and physically harmonized with it in a mysterious manner. If the bystanders were to close their eyes instead of Su Zimo, they would witness a sanguine ape demon king with a torrential blood stench and killing intent in their minds instead of Su Zimo. Perfected Lord Hun Yi and the others would definitely attack him. That single thought caused Su Zimo to hesitate, and his aura was disadvantaged instantly. He did not have time to counterattack and could only defend passively. In that flustered moment, Su Zimo merely managed to prop his arms up. By then, Dian's fist had already descended. Bang! Their flesh and bones collided. Thud. Su Zimo's bloodline gushed and he staggered a step back. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had been in many fights and overwhelmed countless strong foes. However, this was the first time that someone could knock him back in melee combat. He lost the initiative with a single distracted thought. A monster incarnate like Diin would definitely not let that opportunity slip. Diin strode forward and hurled his arms, smashing down like a steel whip violently on Su Zimo. The wind howled. Su Zimo had a calm expression that had no trace of panic. His bloodline surged with the sound of raging tides as his bones crackled. Swoosh! Su Zimo threw out a punch along Diin's arm. A ball of blinding light was released by that punch. 6 spirit patterns, a connate spirit weapon. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. That connate spirit glove was obtained by Su Zimo from the Glass Palace cultivators. He destroyed early on when he entered the ancient battlefield. No matter how strong or tough Diin's body or arm was, he could not withstand the impact of a connate spirit weapon. Diin's lips curled and a mocking look flashed through his eyes. Just as his arm was about to make contact with the connate spirit weapon, Diin changed tactics and spread his arms. His fist opened up and he slapped down on Su Zimo's head with his palm. Cripple! Diin roared with a murderous intent. Su Zimo's expression changed. There was a powerful mincing force from Diin's palm. It was like a gigantic mill that suppressed Su Zimo's fist at the bottom, swiveling, suppressing and mincing continuously. In fact, the energy it gave off had already penetrated the surface of the glove and was acting on Su Zimo's fist directly. Su Zimo could clearly feel his fist and arm being pushed down by a gigantic mill, but he could not break free at all. Great Chaos Essence Palm. In the crowd below, Lin Xuanji murmured softly with a grim expression. The Great Chaos Essence Palm was a secret skill unique to Chaos Essence Sect and was extremely frightening. At its limit, a single palm strike was enough to split mountains. Cultivators that wore connate-grade defensive spirit weapons would appear fine on the surface. However, their organs would be ruptured into sludge, killing them completely. The Great Chaos Essence Palm ground through everything. Even a connate spirit energy could not withstand the grinding power of the Great Chaos Essence Palm. Thud! Su Zimo staggered another step back and shrugged his arm gently, secretly alarmed. If he had not released tidal might at the very last moment, his arm would have been crippled and he would have been severely injured after that exchange. Su Zimo had not procrastinated for the past few years after the Azura, Yen Beichin, imparted to him the tidal manual. There were a total of 9 levels to tidal might. Right now, Su Zimo was at level 3. Diin was even more alarmed. Under normal circumstances, there was no way Su Zimo would be able to defend the instant he changed tactics during their fight and released the Great Chaos Essence Palm. However, the moment they collided, 3 layers of power surged forth from Su Zimo's fist, resembling crushing tides. That power was the thing that dispersed the grinding power of his Great Chaos Essence Palm. There was no time for him to ponder deeper about that question during a fight. Now that Diin had the initiative and a tremendous aura, there was no way he was going to give up on his superior position as he charged forward once again. He extended his arm and crushed down on Su Zimo once more. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of their collisions sounded repeatedly. Diin pushed in continuously. Su Zimo was forced back endlessly. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Diin revealed his frightening talent in melee combat, and even managed to cancel out killing moves of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness in succession. Now that Su Zimo was unable to make use of his demonic techniques, his strength was significantly reduced and he could not release many melee combat killing moves as well. He was hard-pressed to reverse the situation in that short period of time and was suppressed by Diin constantly. He could be killed at any moment. Sigh. The difference between them is too great. To think that Diin would suppress Su Zimo right from the start of the battle. Su Zimo is completely helpless. That's right. The only thing that remains is how long Su Zimo can survive. Although he has the title of the strongest monster incarnate in history, he is still inferior compared to Diin. Actually, the situation can be considered rather decent. The fact that Su Zimo is able to withstand so many attacks from Diin is already proof of his strength. The crowd discussed. Little Fatty and the others had grim, nervous expressions and their bodies were strung tensely, afraid that something might happen to Su Zimo. Relax. At the side, Lin Xuanji was extremely calm as he pointed to the two people on the stone platform. Take a good look. Although Zimo seems disadvantaged and has been on the retreat, there aren't any signs of his defeat. This still remains an extremely close fight. On the stone platform, Diyin's flurry of attacks was getting faster and more intense. His agility was frighteningly fast as he flickered left and right. His palm technique was even more terrifying as hundreds of afterimages from his palm rained down from above and all directions, pushing towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Although he was on the retreat, the glint in his eyes merely intensified. Even without his demonic capabilities, he had many trump cards still. Pa! All of a sudden, a Sanskrit word boomed without warning. Su Zimo uttered Sanskrit and clasped his palms together. His forefingers made contact while his other four fingers intercrossed into a mysterious spirit seal. After he conjured that spirit seal, Su Zimo stopped retreating instantly. It was as though roots had grown beneath his feet that connected him with the stone platform. His body was unshakable like a mountain. Diyin shuddered. His bloodline and spirit energy was interrupted by that Sanskrit word, and there was a momentary sluggishness. At the same time, his great chaos essence palm was slightly affected as well. Above the clouds, the expressions of several nascent souls from the Buddhist sects changed as they exclaimed, "Immovable foundation seal." Even monk In Lu let out a beguiled expression as he muttered softly, "How is that possible?" The immovable foundation seal was a top-tier dermic seal from the Daming True Sutra of the Buddhist monasteries. However, the Daming True Sutra was lost along with the annihilation of Daming Monastery. To think the world-cleansing green lotus phenomenon of Fahua Monastery was not the only thing that reappeared during this phenomenon ranking. A lost dermic seal of Daming Monastery was here as well. Monk Yuan Kong, Monk Wei Fu and a few other nascent souls of the Buddhist monasteries exchanged bright glances. The immovable foundation seal possessed an extremely frightening defensive capability when it was released together with the Daming mantra, rooting a foundation to the ground like an immovable mountain. When Diyin's great chaos essence palm landed on Su Zimo, streams of divinely Buddha light were triggered and a tremendous amount of energy was reflected. Su Zimo did not budge at all. As for Diyin, his torrential flurry of attacks paused momentarily. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and his lips moved as he uttered another Sanskrit word. Ma! The Sanskrit rang throughout the world. At the same time, he reached out with his palm and another Buddhist dermic seal was formed as spirit energy gushed. A bright golden palm appeared in midair with outstretched fingers, resembling a jail that moved to imprison Diyin. It was one of the Daming dermic seals, Immortal trap seal. Even immortals could be trapped by that dermic seal. Su Zimo managed to stabilize the situation with the immovable foundation seal and counterattacked for the first time. Diyin was expressionless and the muscles on his ears twitched, causing them to close sinisterly in the direction of his cheeks. The sound of the outside world was entirely blocked off. With that, the power of the Daming mantra decreased significantly right away. Annihilation soared chi. Against the incoming gigantic golden palm of the immortal trap seal, Diyin let out a long howl and his fingers shuffled to create a hand seal, causing a gray, hazy stream of sword chi to burst forth from his fingertip. The sword chi streaked through the air and devoured the life and spirit chi in the voids completely. That's a secret skill of the human emperor. As the current generation's legacy disciple of Enigma Palace, Lin Xuanji was knowledgeable and recognized the background of that sword chi right away. Diyin has indeed obtained the legacy of the human emperor. Sizzle. A jarring sound was released as the sword chi glided across the golden palm. Instantly, a gray scar appeared in the middle of the palm. Boom! The golden palm was sliced into two parts by that sword chi. Is that all you've got? Diyin sneered, before his laughter stopped. He was overwhelmed by the deafening sounds of sword chi blanketing the air. Clang, clang. Streams of sword chi streaked one after another through the void in a blinding manner. There were 27 flying swords, and all of them were at supreme grade. Furthermore, each individual sword shone with blinding lightning with electric currents that coiled around them in an extraordinary manner. The flying swords followed a unique trajectory and left scars in midair, rapidly forming an extremely sharp formation. Ah! To think that it's a sword formation! Who would have expected that Su Zimo had that up his sleeves? In the crowd, the paragon of ancient array sect gazed at the stone platform, frowning in deep thoughts. Although the gleam from the sword formation was so frightening, he could not identify its origin. Have a taste of my capabilities as well, Su Zimo shouted and controlled the level 3 illumination sword formation, engulfing it over Diin. Sword chi buzzed and swiveled endlessly in midair like a blazing sun. It gave off a destructive aura as though it could rip everything apart. O.M. Ma! Sanskrit sounded once more. Both Su Zimo's hands shuffled to form different spirit seals, and his golden core spun. Spirit energy gushed, forming a halo with a saintly glow behind his head. The Fiend Suppression Seal and Demon Subduing Seal. 2 other Daming Dermic Seals appeared at the same time. 2 gigantic golden palms surfaced and crushed Diin from 2 different directions. It was not over yet. After he released the 2 Dermic Seals of the Buddhist monasteries, Su Zimo channeled a mental technique and gestured as though he was hugging a ball in the air in front of him. A flare burst forth in his palms and a fireball was gathered. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward. The humongous fireball bolted forward and the temperature in the void climbed rapidly. While it was in midair, the fireball suddenly exploded into dozens of fist-sized fireballs, raining down like a fire rain of a spewing volcano. Instant thunder! Dark clouds lined up above Diin's head and spun continuously, forming a gigantic pitch-black vortex. Lightning flashed, thunder crackled, and the entire world spun. A thunderbolt thicker than a water bucket struck down ferociously towards Diin. Shocking, horrifying, incomparable. At that moment, more than 100,000 cultivators beneath the stone platform and the 17 nascent souls were dumbstruck with shock in their eyes. Nobody expected Su Zimo's counterattack to be this domineering, sharp, ferocious, and suffocating. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo released multiple spirit arts and secret skills. Apart from the sword formation, there were even lost secret skills of the Buddhist monasteries, fire spirit arts and thunder spirit arts that Zephyr Thunder Palace specialized in. Ren Tu, Su Chang, and everyone else watched with widened eyes. If they had to face such a terrifying attack, they would only be able to escape if they released their golden core phenomenon. Diin narrowed his eyes without a trace of panic in them. Slash! He controlled Annihilation Sword Chi and struck the core of Illumination Sword Formation. That was the brightest spot of the sword formation and also its weakest point. Instantly, Illumination Sword Formation shattered. Annihilation Sword Chi dimmed lifelessly and dissipated from the world as well. Mountain Support Technique. Diin shuffled his hands rapidly and conjured a spirit art, creating 2 spirit mountains that towered into the clouds in front of him that shielded him from the 2 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries. Bang! Bang! The 2 dermic seals collided against the spirit mountains and let out deafening explosions. Extinguish! Diin opened his mouth and a terrifying air current transformed into a cyclone in midair, extinguishing the incoming fireballs. Pest! All the cultivators gasped when they saw that. This was beyond the scope of spirit arts and secret skills. Even if everyone present had the method of cultivating that secret skill, none of them would be able to do it. It required an extremely powerful lung. Without the support of an immensely strong bloodline and organs, one's lungs would explode if they released that secret skill. The only thing that troubled Diin was instant thunder. It was too fast. Diin did not have time to conjure a spirit art and secret skill to defend against it. He raised his head. His pupils constricted swiftly like a round moon that was being devoured, leaving nothing but a pair of crescent moons surrounded by a milky white shade. His visual technique, Eclipse Eye. 2 cold beams shone in Diin's eyes, right in front of everyone. The thick thunderbolt that descended from midair was sliced apart by the two cold beams, turning into pieces that sizzled wildly. That was the power of visual techniques. A frightening burst of killing power could be released with just a pair of eyes. Dean released secret skills in succession and defended the entirety of Su Zimo's frightening attack. For the cultivators watching below, it felt as though the world had opened up. Well, well, well. Dean nodded repeatedly with a cold gaze that did not conceal his killing intent and shouted, "There has never been a cultivator who could force me to use my spirit weapon in 100 years. You're the first." For 100 years, Dean's palms were enough to suppress everyone of the same cultivation realm. In fact, his palms could snap and crush supreme-grade spirit weapons with ease. Even perfect spirit weapons could barely hurt him. If any cultivator brought out a connate spirit weapon, he could avoid it with his many combat skills and kill his opponent. But now, against Su Zimo's ferocious attacks, Dean could not hold it in any longer. He slapped his storage bag and an imperial seal appeared in his palm. It looked extraordinary and a glow swiveled around it. "Go!" He pushed forward and the imperial seal flew from his hand. It expanded rapidly in midair like a gigantic mountain and gave off an extremely frightening might that conquered everything around it. A sentence was etched beneath the imperial seal. "The emperor shall live a long and prosperous life with the mandate of the heavens." Ah! That looks like the heirloom imperial seal of the great Qian Empire. There's no mistake, that's it. To think that this treasure would end up in Dean's hands after the destruction of the great Qian Empire. There's no doubt that this man is born to be an emperor and possess great fortune. The heirloom imperial seal was made from a natural jade rock that absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. There were 6 spirit patterns on the surface of the jade rock by nature. Later on, a weapon refinement grandmaster gave it a light touch-up and it became the heirloom imperial seal. Legend has it that the imperial seal was kept in the palace of the great Qian Empire to undergo the baptism of dragon vein qi. The emperor of Great Qian carried it wherever he went, and as time went by, the might of an emperor was nurtured in the imperial seal. Although the imperial seal was made from a piece of jade, it was extremely tough and could snap metal and suppress all living beings. This was a true weapon that supported a nation. Back when the Great Qian Empire was destroyed and the 4 vassal states of each direction rose, flames of war raged on everywhere. Every single vassal state wanted to get their hands on this heirloom imperial seal of the Great Qian Empire. It was even said that whoever possessed the heirloom imperial seal could rebuild a new domineering empire to rule through history. Even now, when the North region is split into 4, for the past 10,000 years, the Great Zhou, Great Shang, Great Xia and Great Yu dynasties never gave up on their search for the heirloom imperial seal. Unfortunately, it was all to no avail. To think that the Great Qian imperial seal would be in Dean's hands. "Kneel!" Dean shouted with a bright gaze. The Great Qian imperial seal descended slowly and a massive empire was conjured around the imperial seal. It crushed down with the might that could support an entire nation. Su Zimo was expressionless and slapped his storage bag, causing a gigantic seal to appear in his palms. His seal was squarish and golden with a divine dragon coiling above it in a lifelike manner. This is... Above the clouds, the expressions of many nascent souls changed as they could not help but turn towards the aura given off by the gigantic seal. Dean frowned slightly. Even in the battlefield, he could clearly sense the power contained by the gigantic golden seal. That power had not been released just yet. However, there was a probability that it was not inferior to the Great Qian imperial seal once it was released. What was that thing that had the power to contend against the Great Qian imperial seal? That should be a treasure in the human emperor's palace. Although Lin Xuanji had not seen the coiling dragon seal before, he could roughly guess where it was from. There was truly nothing much that could compare to the Great Qian imperial seal in terms of might. A treasure of the human emperor was definitely one of them. No matter what, the owner of the Great Qian imperial seal was merely the emperor of Great Qian. However, the owner of the coiling dragon seal was the legendary human emperor. "You want me to kneel?" Su Zimo sneered and propped up the coiling dragon seal. injecting spirit energy into it. Whoosh! 6 spirit lights shone in a bedazzling manner. The divine dragon that was initially coiled above the seal seemed to have awoken as it opened its eyes suddenly. It gave off a shuddering aura that seemed as though it could crush the voids and suppress all living beings. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. The coiling dragon seal flew from his hand and turned into a golden streak of light, smashing violently into the great Xian imperial seal. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Streaks of resplendent lights could be seen from the collision point. Golden light spilled everywhere as a dragon danced in the air. The great Xian imperial seal was suppressed and trembled endlessly by the coiling dragon seal. The glow around the jade dimmed significantly. However, the great Xian imperial seal was a connate spirit weapon after all. Although the coiling dragon seal was strong, it could not suppress the former within a short period of time. The killing intent in Dian's eyes deepened after his moves were cancelled by Su Zimo one after another. He swiped his storage bag and withdrew 2 cold truncheons that were made of mystical metal. That's the weapon that Dian used 100 years ago. It's a connate spirit weapon called the Extreme Frost Truncheons. Lin Xuanji said deeply. A mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect headed to the depths of the North Pole personally to retrieve the frost ores. He had a weapon refinement grandmaster of 100 refinement sect refine them into the truncheons. For foot in length and 10,000 pounds in weight, it can split mountains. Demonist G nodded as well. In the ancient battlefield 100 years ago, countless weapons were destroyed by the pair of extreme frost truncheons. There were many paragons that died to them as well. Kill! In a flash, Dian charged before Su Zimo wielding the extreme frost truncheons in his hands. Swash! A frost wave descended from midair. The air in the surroundings froze almost instantly. Against the shroud of the extreme frost truncheons, Su Zimo could clearly sense his bloodline and spirit energy churning with a tinge of sluggishness. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. Even he was affected given his physique, bloodline, and the quality of his golden core. If it was anybody else, their spirit energy and bloodline would freeze up the moment they made contact with the truncheons. Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and the sound of a tsunami surged from within his body. His golden core spun wildly. He swiped his storage bag and blood quencher appeared in his hands. Countercurrent. Swoosh. The sound of a raging tide burst forth as a blood beam shone brightly and surged in reverse. Su Zimo did not retreat at all against Dian's attack. Instead, he made a powerful counterattack and released countercurrent from the sea calming manual. When he released his saber technique, it was as though waters from the sea had appeared in a massive manner. The frost from the extreme frost truncheons could freeze rivers and lakes, but it could not freeze a boundless ocean. Tsunami blood. Spirit energy was released relentlessly with a tidal might. His saber force resembled an ocean. The extreme frost truncheons could not freeze his bloodline, spirit energy, or saber technique. Clang. Blood quencher collided violently against the extreme frost truncheons. Crack, crack, crack. A layer of frost appeared on blood quencher's blade and spread towards Su Zimo's palm that was on the handle. I'll destroy it even if it's a connate spirit weapon. Dian smirked with a cold gaze. Not necessarily. Su Zimo was expressionless as he swiped his palm gently across the saber's blade. A streak of fresh blood splashed onto the blade. It was scorching hot. Buzz. As though it was triggered, blood quencher suddenly became excited. It quivered and buzzed endlessly as its blood beam expanded and stripped away the frost on its blade. The reason why blood quencher was able to evolve to become a connate spirit weapon was because it was soaked and refined in the blood of countless experts in the backyard of the old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Blood quencher was a ferocious weapon. It was extremely bloodthirsty. The stronger the bloodline, the more excited it was. Now that it tasted Su Zimo's blood, it instantly released a terrifying power. Blood chi emanated and managed to envelope the extreme frost truncheons. The extreme frost truncheons could not even freeze that blood chi. However, that was merely the start of Su Zimo's counterattack. A blood beam exploded from blood quencher, and it let out a torrential ferocity after consuming Su Zimo's blood. Su Zimo pushed forward and his saber force transformed after the steely tough countercurrent. Bloodquencher moved in from a tricky angle and stabbed below Di Yin's ribs. At the same time, Di Yin felt his vision blur. A fiendish phantom shifted and the shuddering sounds of ghosts wailing sounded beside his ears. Azura Saber. The saber technique that supported Azura sect. Most of the cultivators present were paragons of their respective sects and recognized the origin of that saber technique right away. Is that even real? Or is it just resembling the form of Azura saber? Resembling the form? How can it be fake when the saber force of Azura saber was already out? He has clearly obtained the legacy of Azura saber. Rentu's expression was terrible. Although he was a paragon of Azura sect and even managed to fuse Corpse Mountain and Bloodsea, his cultivation of Azura saber was not at that level. In other words, it meant that Azura saber was even stronger in Su Zimo's hands than it was in his. The nascent soul of Azura sect knitted his brows tightly. Azura saber was the saber technique that was used to support Azura sect and would never be imparted to outsiders. Where did Su Zimo learn it from? Furthermore, by the looks of it, it was clear that he had truly obtained its legacy. Azura sect sure is generous to impart Azura saber to an outsider. Perfected Lord Hun Yi glared at the perfected Lord of Azura sect and said coldly, "Hee hee." Perfected Lord Tian Ming of Zephyr Thunder Palace gave an odd chuckle. We don't even know if he's a human just yet. If he turns out to be a demon, Azura sect will definitely be the enemy of everyone in the world for colluding with demons. To hell with you. The perfected Lord of Azura sect was already frustrated when he saw that his sect's secret skill was leaked. When he heard those people from the Immortal sects try and pin the blame on him, he could not help but lash out at them. We can talk about this in the future. Everyone, let us just watch the battle. Perfected Lord Yujun finally spoke and interrupted the argument between the few nascent souls. The tides on the battlefield were slowly shifting. After Bloodquencher, Su Zimo released two top-tier saber techniques, Azura Saber and the Sea Calming Manual, perfectly. There was no sign of conflict between the two saber techniques of the distinctly different Immortal and Fiend Daos. One moment, it was righteous raging tides that surged forward with a steely intent. The next moment, there were chilling white bones from hell that gave off a sinister aura. His movements were natural and filled with imagination. Although Su Zimo could not use his demonic capabilities, he had two top-tier saber techniques of the Immortal and Fiend Daos. No other cultivator in the same realm could compare against him in saber mastery. Coupled with a killing weapon like Bloodquencher, his strength was even more frightening. Su Zimo released his saber force and pushed forward, suppressing Di Yin completely. Di Yin could only defend passively. Furthermore, he looked like he was in a pathetic state as he defended desperately. With his extreme frost truncheons, Di Yin's physique and power of bloodline was definitely not inferior to Su Zimo. However, he was drowned by Corpse Mountain Bloodsea, Azura white bones and malevolent ghosts all around him. The deafening sound of a tsunami echoed around him and rattled his mind. That saber technique was enough to shake the mind of a cultivator. If it was a cultivator with a weak resolve, he would definitely reveal an opening and be slashed down by Su Zimo. Di Yin retreated continuously and his eclipse eye shimmered darkly. He kept a clear mind and swung both truncheons to create ice walls around him. Cling! Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang incessantly and sparks flew as Bloodquencher collided against the extreme frost truncheons. The two monster incarnates were in an earth-shaking battle on the stone platform. The spirit arts, secret skills and countless combat skills released by the two of them during the fight broadened the perspective of the cultivators watching below, and they benefited immensely. Little Fatty and the others watched fixedly with tense expressions, nervous the entire time. Although Su Zimo was in the lead right now, the outcome was still not determined. This was not the limit to Di Yin's strength and terror. To think that Su Zimo could actually push Di Yin to such a state. By the looks of things, he might truly be able to overpower Di Yin. He will break down the legend and become the top of the phenomenon ranking as the new #1 perfected being. On the stone platform, the frequency of Su Zimo's attacks increased as he tightened his saber force and restricted Di Yin's available space continuously. Di-Yin's eyes were fuming with a repressed rage. Initially, he thought that he would be able to suppress Su Zimo with ease. To think that he would be forced to such a state by the latter. Ah! Di-Yin roared into the skies and released a shuddering aura. The void around him quaked and the stone platform creaked loudly. Against the suppression of the aura, Su Zimo's initial relentless saber force dissipated. It could not defend against the aura. Ah! Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Many cultivators felt goosebumps on their bodies. It was a golden core phenomenon. That was the aura of a golden core phenomenon. The legendary phenomenon of the human emperor was finally going to reappear. An ocean appeared behind Di-Yin, riding above darkness and light. It was chaotic, dusky, and rumbled intensely. Light, darkness, wind, fire, or thunder that approached the ocean were all devoured by it completely and vanished. Dimensional space was not existent in that chaotic ocean. Time seemed to be mixed up in that chaotic ocean. The human emperor's phenomenon, Chaos Ocean. Many cultivators found themselves drawn into Chaos Ocean mentally after looking at it for a prolonged period. All of them lost their consciousness and had lost expressions. Thump! A cultivator fell forward stiffly devoid of any life within him. He was dead. Chaos Ocean unified heaven and earth and could devour everything in the world, turning them into chaos. Be careful. Don't look at it for too long. Lin Xuanji knew how terrifying that phenomenon was and warned little Fatty and the others hurriedly. If that was the case for the cultivators below, it was difficult to imagine the pressure that was mounted on Su Zimo when he was right in the middle of the battlefield directly in front of Chaos Ocean. Blood Quencher could not push forward against Chaos Ocean, as though it sank into a swamp. Its initial fervent and buzzing blade went still instantly. Gradually, the 6 spirit lights on the saber dimmed as well. Su Zimo took a deep breath and his pupils constricted sharply. How scary! If Blood Quencher was tossed into Chaos Ocean, it won't be long before that connate spirit weapon was damaged severely, and it might even become irreparable. That was the phenomenon of the human emperor that dominated throughout history. In the face of Chaos Ocean, Su Zimo felt waves of suffocation as his essence, blood, spirit energy, and even life force and soul were being yanked forcefully from his body. In that brief moment of contact, Su Zimo felt his lifespan drain significantly. Di-Yin's eyes shone with a faint look of mockery as he raised his arm and pointed forward. The Chaos Ocean behind him moved forward and engulfed Su Zimo. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. How should one defend against such a frightening golden core phenomenon? The moment Chaos Ocean rose, the other 8 monster incarnates in the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking felt a sense of helplessness surge in their hearts. It was especially so for Rintu, Suchang, Monk Jian Kong, and the others. Initially, they wanted to overthrow Di-Yin during the phenomenon ranking this time round. It was only at this moment that they realized the immense difference between them and Di-Yin. That phenomenon is clearly much stronger than it was 100 years ago. Seems like Di-Yin did not waste his time suppressing his cultivation for the past 100 years. Instead, he has gained an even deeper understanding towards Chaos Ocean. I've got to extend my congratulations to Chaos Essence Sect, Monk Yuan Kong said. Without a doubt, Di-Yin will definitely be at the top of the phenomenon ranking this time round. Once he advances to the nascent soul realm, Chaos Essence Sect will gain another perfected lord. Given Di-Yin's strength, it was almost certain that he would sweep through everyone of the same level and dominate Tianhuang mainland. Once he advances to the nascent soul realm, perfected Lord Luo Shui had a grim expression. Even before Di-Yin was at nascent soul realm, the power of his Chaos Ocean was already at the level of a nascent soul. There was a high chance that any ordinary nascent soul would be killed mercilessly if they fought against Di-Yin. What a frightening person! Perfected Lord Luo Shui lamented internally, and a hint of worry flashed through her eyes as she looked at the green figure fighting against Di-Yin on the stone platform. Perfected Lord Yujun shook his head gently as well. The moment Di-Yin released Chaos Ocean, it was clear to all the nascent souls present that the outcome of the battle was already determined. The only thing that they did not know was whether Su Zimo could survive. That lad was lauded as the strongest monster incarnate in history, had cultivated to the extreme foundation establishment realm and was said to be the second human emperor. All his titles were hard-earned from battle after battle without mistake. There was a chance he might have a trump card to help him survive this. Beneath the stone platform. What should we do? Little Fox looked at Lin Xuanji anxiously. Her watery, foxy eyes did not blink as she whispered, "Will Enigma Palace really not step in to save him if he's in danger?" Lin Xuanji laughed bitterly. Enigma Palace has never sided with any party and will definitely not interfere for personal reasons in a battle of this level. However, as long as Su Zimo can leave the radius of the stone platform in time, Dean won't be able to hunt him down. Monkey reared his head slightly with a prideful expression as he watched the battlefield in silence. He would definitely step in if Su Zimo was in danger. There were no rules in his heart. At the most, he would just fight the world even if it stood against him. On the stone platform, a shadow enveloped the place. Su Zimo did not dare to hesitate when he sensed the horrifying aura of Chaos Ocean. He let out a long roar and his golden core spun as phenomenons appeared behind him. Bang! Boom! Boom! The firmaments collapsed and lightning flashed with raging flood currents. The primordial divine turtle had descended. Crack! 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 The mountains cracked and volcanoes spewed with flowing lava. The primordial soaring serpent had descended. Su Zimo released both his primordial phenomenons at the same time in order to deal with Chaos Ocean. However, in the face of Chaos Ocean, the two primordial phenomenons shuddered the moment they appeared. The divine turtle cried tragically while the soaring serpent hissed as though they were under tremendous pressure. Not good! Lin Xuanji exclaimed internally when he saw that. Ugh! Perfected Lord Yujun sighed. If Su Zimo chose to retreat the moment Dean released Chaos Ocean and darted outside the perimeter of the phenomenon, he might have had a shot at survival. But now, Perfected Lord Yujun lamented internally. What a pity that a monster incarnate of the human race is going to die just like this. Ha 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 ha. Above the clouds, Perfected Lord Han Yi's eyes were filled with mockery as he reared his head in wild laughter. He truly doesn't know his limits. To think that he would want to try and fight against Chaos Ocean. Dean waved his arm and Chaos Ocean rumbled forward furiously, drowning the two phenomenons of the divine turtle and soaring serpent instantly. The two divine beings struggled continuously within Chaos Ocean, but they could not break free and sank deeper instead. The luster on the two primordial phenomenons dimmed rapidly as though they could dissipate at any moment. How dare the light of a firefly try to compete against the shine of the moon for glory? Dean looked down like an unparalleled lord as he declared proudly, Extreme Foundation Establishment Realm? Double Phenomenon? After today, they will be nothing but mere jokes. Ah! Su Zimo has sunk into Chaos Ocean and can't get out. He will die the moment his two phenomenons shatter. Judging the way things are going, he's not going to last long. The crowd discussed. Monkey gripped his fists tightly and his eyes shone with a scarlet blood glint. His fur stood on end and the demonic chi that exuded from his nose and mouth turned thicker and thicker. However, although he was within Chaos Ocean, Su Zimo's eyes did not contain the panic and fear that everyone imagined. Instead, they were still as water. Fuse! Su Zimo's golden core spun with its full strength as he closed his palms slowly before his chest. As he did that, the two great phenomenons behind him merged slowly and finally fused together. One was fire while the other was water. One was passive while the other was active. The two primordial divine beings were fused as one perfectly. The serpent and turtle were entwined and the black tortoise had descended. A shuddering aura spread forth, affecting all the spirit beasts. Spirit demons reared by the cultivators present no matter their bloodlines or endowments. The moment the phantom of that gigantic black tortoise appeared, all of them felt chills and the urge to kneel down to it. It was a pressure that came from the depths of their souls and bloodlines. The black tortoise was one of the 4 sacred beasts, and was the progenitor of many demon beasts and living beings. The 17 nascent souls present were surprised as well. What a frightening aura! To think that this trump card up his sleeves. The power of that phenomenon has already surpassed the golden core realm and is at the nascent soul realm. The nascent souls present exchanged glances, shocked internally. What did that mean? It meant that both golden cores dueling on the stone platform possessed the power to slaughter through a major cultivation realm. They were able to kill nascent souls. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Nobody expected the outcome that was initially set to reach a new climax once more. Above the gloomy, chaotic ocean surface, a gigantic demon beast floated. Its back was inscribed with extremely mysterious runes as though they possessed the secrets of the universe. The black tortoise reared its head and glided through the ocean with its limbs. It could not sink further. Even Chaos Ocean could not drown that sacred beast. Legend has it that the 4 sacred beasts were born from the chaos that existed before the world was formed. How could water drown a fish? Su Zimo stood on the back of the black tortoise with his hands behind his back. His green robes fluttered and his black hair danced as he looked forward with a deep, domineering gaze. His figure stood on the black tortoise, as though that sacred beast was tamed and merely existed to serve his purpose. The scene was so shocking that it was etched into the hearts of every cultivator present. Dean narrowed his gaze as his golden core spun wildly. A series of waves raged within Chaos Ocean. The waters in the ocean were far from ordinary. Although they looked unassuming, every single splash was enough to kill any golden core present. The black tortoise glided with its full might against the current, and its back shone with mysterious lights that repelled the incoming splashes of the ocean away from it. Its massive body bobbed up and down in the raging tides. A figure stood on its back the entire time in an unyielding manner. The two of them were now in a stalemate. It did not seem realistic for Chaos Ocean to drown the black tortoise within a short period of time. However, it was absolutely impossible for the black tortoise to get out of Chaos Ocean's zone as well. 2 figures stood in a stalemate on the stone platform. 2 glorious golden core phenomenons clashed repeatedly, letting out blinding lights. Deafening roars echoed everywhere. The surrounding spirit energy had already been sucked dry completely by the 2 great phenomenons. The sacred beast, the black tortoise. To think that he created a brand new golden core phenomenon that can stand against the human emperor's phenomenon. This alone is something that will make its mark in the history of the cultivation world. By the looks of it, everything is going to boil down to the endurance of their blood chi, stamina, and spirit energy. On the stone platform, the 2 of them were in a stiff face-off. Neither of them dared to relax. If Su Zimo's spirit energy was insufficient, Chaos Ocean would drown the black tortoise instantly and drag him into the depths of the waters, ending his life. If Dian's spirit energy was weak, the black tortoise would also tear through Chaos Ocean and ram him to death. Both their golden cores spun furiously and injected spirit energy continuously. The 2 great golden core phenomenons collided even more intensely. The stone platform that was made from limestone quaked and creaked violently before collapsing right in front of everyone. The collision of the 2 great phenomenons destroyed the entire stone platform. Sand and rocks flew as dust billowed. The crowd was in chaos as all the cultivators scattered in retreat. If they were drawn in by the 2 phenomenons, even paragons like Rentu and Suchang would explode in a blood mist instantly. Above the clouds, Perfected Lord Yujun rose and said deeply, "Everyone, both of them are extremely rare paragons for the human race. The death of either of them will definitely be an immense loss for our race. The 2 of them have fought to the point where even the stone platform shattered. Let's call it a draw." Monk In Lu clasped his palms together and nodded. "Excellent." Perfected Lord Luo Shui nodded as well. "I agree. Draw." Perfected Lord Honey sneered. "You June, as a cultivator of Enigma Palace, don't you claim to be impartial and righteous? This fight has yet to end and you're talking about a draw? What a joke." "Honey, understand that my suggestion has no bias in it," Perfected Lord Yujun said deeply. "At this point, nobody knows the outcome of the battle. It's just a matter of their stamina and intensity of spirit energy. If things drag on, Dean might not necessarily win as well. That's right. I'm sure even Chaos Essence Sect doesn't wish to end up with an internecine outcome, Perfected Lord Luo Shui said coldly. Ha 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 ha. As though he had heard the greatest joke in the world, Perfected Lord Honey shouted, Internecine outcome? This has to be the greatest joke in the world. This unknown lad that popped out of nowhere really thinks that he's worthy of being compared to the legacy disciple of Chaos Essence Sect. I say it's a good thing that the stone platform is shattered. Perfected Lord Hun Yi stood up as well and declared coldly with a murderous aura. With that, there's no longer a restriction of area. That lad won't be able to escape even if he wants to, and they can fight to their deaths. Perfected Lord Yu Jun's eyelids twitched when he heard that. Perfected Lord Honey said that with absolute confidence towards Di'in. Rather than blind faith, it seemed as though the latter had something else to rely on. Could Di'in have another trump card up his sleeves? The thought of that possibility gave Perfected Lord Yu Jun chills down his spine. The eyes of the other 16 nascent souls shone, naturally. They understood what Perfected Lord Hun Yi was implying as well. Monk Yuan Kong asked with a fake smile, Fellow Taoist Hun Yi, could it be that Di'in has something that we've yet to see? Hee. Perfected Lord Hun Yi laughed without answering directly. Instead, he said indifferently, The cultivators present today sure are fortunate to be able to witness the birth of a monster incarnate that can stand shoulder to shoulder. No, he might even be able to surpass the human emperor. Fight to their deaths. That was a remarkable appraisal. Shoulder to shoulder, or even surpass the human emperor. It was impossible for him to spout that in jest. In fact, he can't even mention that in jest. He was definitely backed by something. All the cultivators present, Perfected Lord Yu Jun included, were shocked. Right then, the dust and smoke of the stone platform ruins dispersed and two figures emerged once more. They were still in a stiff stalemate. Su Zimo stood on the black tortoise with a calm expression. Diyin's eyes carried the hint of mockery still as he smirked, glaring at Su Zimo haughtily as though he was far superior. Finally, Diyin spoke. Su Zimo, do you know why I said that the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak would be your death's gate? The cultivators beneath were immensely shocked. None of them could imagine Diyin to have excess strength such that he could afford the distraction to speak despite the intense clash. Diyin continued, Do you know why I've never deemed you as somebody worthy? Su Zimo did not reply and merely looked at Diyin in silence. Diyin raised his head slightly with a proud expression and replied himself, That's because the difference between us is way too great. This is a difference that you can't even sense. What nonsense is that asshole spouting? Monkey grit his teeth and his eyes shone with a scarlet flash. Little Fatty and the others shook their heads. All the other cultivators were confused as well. You don't even know what trump cards I have up my sleeves. Diyin smiled gently as he spoke, seemingly to himself. I've never released this trump card before because it was initially meant for killing nascent souls. You sure are lucky to be the first person to die to my trump card. The crowd went dead silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with endless shock. Diyin had something else up his sleeves. In fact, his move could even kill nascent souls who were a major cultivation realm above him. Instantly, sweat poured down from Little Fatty's forehead as he murmured repeatedly, What should we do? What should we do? On the other hand, Lin Xuanji was instead not as nervous as he was earlier on. He merely gazed at Su Zimo with a slight frown and muttered, Strange. Even he who was outside of the fight was shocked when he heard Diyin's statement. However, Su Zimo, who was directly involved in the fight, was extremely calm and did not seem surprised. Diyin glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and smiled gently. He extended his palm slowly and raised his brows. Su Zimo, take a look. What is this? Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Diyin's palm. In the center of his palm, a small green lotus gradually blossomed. It was pristine as jade and gave off a mysterious glow as though it could cleanse everything in the world. Ah! This is... Could it be? That looks like the Buddhist monasteries. A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd, but none of them dared to continue. Above the clouds, the 17 nascent souls were shocked when they saw it. Their scalps prickled and all their hairs stood on end. Monk Yuan Kong's eyes widened with disbelief as he exclaimed, "World-cleansing green lotus." An uproar broke out the moment he mentioned those 4 words. Di Yin's voice sounded calmly. "Do you think that you're the only one with a double phenomenon?" Everyone turned silent. All the cultivators felt as though they were choked by a pair of invisible hands, as though a frightening aura suppressed them to a suffocating point where they could not breathe. When they saw the green lotus in Di Yin's hands, the eyes of many cultivators were filled with shock, disbelief, awe and pity towards Su Zimo. The fight was over the moment Di Yin brought out the green lotus. Even Su Zimo's greatest glory could not compete against Di Yin. He had a double phenomenon. So did Di Yin. Furthermore, the 2 golden core peaks were almost representative of the epitome of the immortal and Buddhist Taoist. All phenomenons in the world had to bow down when those 2 great phenomenons were brought out. Di Yin truly is someone with immense fortune. Not only did he obtain the human emperor's legacy, he even obtained the legacy of the Buddhist monasteries. If not for Di Yin, Su Zimo would indeed be worthy of his title as the strongest monster incarnate in history. Unfortunately, his greatest tragedy is being born in the same era and becoming enemies with Di Yin. Many cultivators discussed in hushed whispers. Little Fatty and the others were extremely anxious and had darkened expressions. Right now, the face-off between Chaos Ocean and the Black Tortoise phenomenon was a stalemate. Di Yin had Su Zimo completely suppressed the moment he brought out the world-cleansing green lotus. Ming Zhen opened his mouth slightly with a conflicted expression. Among all the cultivators present, he was probably the only one who knew how Di Yin cultivated the world-cleansing green lotus. Back in the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he was the one who handed Di Yin the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra personally. However, Ming Zhen truly had not expected Di Yin to comprehend its obscurities within a single month and cultivate that phenomenon of the Buddhist monasteries. What was a monster incarnate? He was an example of one. On the battlefield, Su Zimo stood on the black tortoise and looked at the green lotus on Di Yin's palm. However, his eyes merely flickered slightly without the fear and panic that everyone imagined he would possess. It was as though he was frightened stiff. Di Yin could not help but frown when he looked at Su Zimo opposite him. Su Zimo appeared way too calm. He felt disappointed when the shock and fear he anticipated was not present. Fufu. Di Yin sneered proudly. Su Zimo, how long do you think your black tortoise phenomenon can last against my double phenomenon? In truth, the instant the world-cleansing green lotus appeared, the phantom of the sacred beast, the black tortoise, shuddered momentarily. The limbs of the black tortoise struggled to advance and its body sank considerably. Di Yin flicked his palm forward gently, and the green lotus in it floated into the chaos ocean. It flowed along with the tides and gradually fused as one with the ocean. Pest! This is... Above the clouds, many nascent souls gasped and their pupils constricted. Di Yin raised his chin and said slowly, "Today, I'll let you have a clear understanding of your death. Not only do I possess a double phenomenon, I've even fused these 2 great phenomenons of the immortal and Buddhist Taoist together. This is an unprecedented golden core phenomenon that I shall name Chaos Green Lotus." When Chaos Green Lotus was formed, the initially noisy crowd went silent once more. Invincible, monster incarnate, unstoppable. Those were the only words in the minds of the cultivators. Any word paled in comparison to the sight of the Chaos Green Lotus. It was at that moment when many cultivators truly understood why perfected Lord Honey claimed that Di Yin could stand shoulder to shoulder with and even surpass the human emperor. If Di Yin could be compared to the human emperor because he cultivated a double phenomenon of Chaos Ocean and world-cleansing green lotus, he would have surpassed the human emperor completely by fusing them together as one to create a brand new golden core phenomenon. The power of that phenomenon was completely above Chaos Ocean. Notwithstanding the golden cores present, even the 17 nascent souls above the clouds felt chills run down their spine and were immensely threatened. This meant that the phenomenon could completely kill them. There was no longer anxiousness in the eyes of Little Fatty and the others. Instead, it was replaced by despair. If anyone else was up against an opponent as such, they would only be able to experience deep despair. This man is truly way too strong. At that moment, Ji Chengtian could not do anything but lament helplessly. This was Di Yin's true trump card. Di Yin stood in the air above Chaos Ocean with a torrential aura. His figure was like an emperor that looked down on the world. Nobody could reach him, and everyone could merely look up at him. This was the number one perfected being. This was the number one of the Golden Core phenomenon ranking. Su Zimo, what do you have to fight me with? Who are you to try and kill me? Di Yin let out a deafening roar that resembled thunder. Along with Di Yin's voice, the green lotus that floated in the center of the ocean began to swivel. Petals opened up one after another as it blossomed and let out streams of resplendent lights. Every single lotus was etched with mysterious patterns that seemed as though they possessed the absolute truth of the universe. The green lotus blossomed and let out a world-cleansing glow. The black tortoise's phantom shuddered, and its glow dimmed as though it could disperse at any moment. "Mister, hurry and run!" Little Fox could not help but yell. "There's no use, he can't escape." Lin Xuanji shook his head with a grim expression. Right now, as long as Su Zimo makes a rash move, his spirit energy will definitely be loosened. The moment he reveals an opening, he will be killed by the Chaos Green Lotus. On the battlefield, although the black tortoise phenomenon seemed as though it could disperse at any moment, Su Zimo's heart was calmer than anything else and his mind was completely clear. Right in front of everyone, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position on the shell of the black tortoise. He lowered his head and placed both palms on his knees facing upright. Has he given up on fighting? What can he do even if he doesn't give up? Who can defend against the Chaos Green Lotus? He can die without regrets being killed by the Chaos Green Lotus. In midair, Di Yin pointed to Su Zimo with a cold gaze. Die! The green lotus that floated in the ocean shook. Swoosh! A raging tide surged on the ocean surface accompanied by a soft explosion and surged forward. Instantly, it drowned the black tortoise along with Su Zimo entirely. Ah! The crowd gasped. It was over. The black tortoise phenomenon could not defend against the power of the Chaos Green Lotus and was engulfed instantly. Even Su Zimo sank to the bottom of the ocean and vanished without a trace. Little Fatty and the others stood rooted to the spot with widened eyes, unable to register what had just happened in their minds. Ha 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 ha! Perfected Lord Hun Yi reared his head in wild laughter. Good, good. Di Yin killed him, so all his treasures now belong to Chaos Essence Sect. Roar! Demonic chi shrouded around Monkey as he reared his head and let out a deep roar. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at perfected Lord Hun Yi above the clouds, venting the endless fury and killing intent in his heart. Brother! Xiaoning's face was frightfully pale as she said with a trembling voice. Su Hong had already passed away. If Su Zimo died as well, it would be an unimaginable blow to Xiaoning. Don't worry, he isn't dead yet. Suddenly, Night Spirit's voice sounded. He was glaring at the depths of Chaos Ocean with a cool gaze, as though he had seen something. Lin Xuanji exclaimed softly as well. Although he could not see what was happening within Chaos Ocean, Di Yin's expression did not relax after Su Zimo was engulfed by Chaos Ocean. Instead, he was looking grimmer. What happened? Could it be? In midair, Chaos Ocean churned still and stirred massive waves without any signs of letting up. However, Di Yin's eyes no longer had a mocking look in them. He narrowed his gaze and glared at the depths of the ocean, as though he had spotted something. All of a sudden, in the depths of that dark ocean, streaks of red light could be faintly seen. They grew brighter and clearer as they tore through layers of chaos and the ocean surface. A brilliant glow was released that illuminated the entire ocean surface scarlet. Flames! Flames had appeared at the bottom of Chaos Ocean. Immediately after, a massive figure floated up from the depths of the ocean with a puffed chest and a bright gaze. It was the sacred beast, the black tortoise, that was devoured by Chaos Ocean earlier on. Ah! The black tortoise phenomenon did not get dispersed by Chaos Ocean. Where is Su Zimo? No idea. But that black tortoise phenomenon seems different from earlier on. Su Zimo's figure had vanished entirely. Instead, raring flames blazed on the shell of the black tortoise, massive and fiery. The flames were so immense that even Chaos Ocean could not extinguish them. All of a sudden, a bedazzling glow that intensified flashed from the right side of the skies. In that dark night, a blazing sun appeared and released a scorching heat. It illuminated the entire myriad phenomenon city like daylight. The skies on the left were still ink-black and silently cold. It was as though the skies had been split into two entirely different worlds. Day and night appeared at the same time. It was dark on the left side and bright on the right. Between the two worlds where darkness and light intersected, lightning flashed and thunder howled, releasing endless electric arcs that spread through the voids like spirit snakes. The appearance of day and night together released two distinct lusters of yin and yang that coincidentally converged on the shell of the black tortoise. Yin and yang were interweaving. The mysterious patterns on the black tortoise's shell seemed as though they were triggered and released streams of resplendent lights. Swoosh! A blaze surged. All the cultivators present, including the 17 nascent souls above the clouds, were watching the battlefield fixedly with bated breath. Extinguish! Dean channeled his spirit energy and the green lotus swayed. Chaos Ocean howled as waves rose one after another to crash against the black tortoise. However, the black tortoise was unyielding and the flames did not extinguish. Perfected Lord Honey frowned and asked deeply, "What are those flames? How are they not extinguished by Chaos Ocean?" Monk Yuan Kong mulled with a bright gaze. "The flames seem as though they possess the aura of the Tao of Buddhism." Before his words were finished, Sanskrit sounded in midair. Someone was chanting sutras and prostrating to Buddha in that intense battle with a voice that resounded like a bell. It was loud and reverberated through one's ears. Every single word possessed a mysterious, noble power. The voids trembled. "That's Mister's voice." Little Fox broke out in tears with joy. She had been by Su Zimo's side for 20 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, coiled up in his ankles. She would often fall into slumber listening to Su Zimo's voice as he recited sutras. Little Fox could not be more familiar with those Sanskrit words. Su Zimo isn't dead. It seems like things are going to change once more. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. But where is he? More than shock, the eyes of the 100,000 cultivators were filled with questions. Above the battlefield, the green lotus swayed and Chaos Ocean churned. The black tortoise stood steady in the ocean with its limbs as a flaming light burst into the air on its shell. But there was no trace of Su Zimo. The Sanskrit became louder as time passed. Right in front of everyone's eyes, a jade-like pristine green lotus grew from the blazing flames. It was flawless and shone with a pure glow. It's the world-cleansing green lotus again. Su Zimo has also comprehended the world-cleansing green lotus. Even without the reminder of the 17 nascent souls above the clouds, the 100,000 golden cores present recognized that phenomenon right away. Just then, the Sanskrit stopped. A calm voice sounded from the shell of the black tortoise. "Dean, sorry to disappoint you. I don't possess a double phenomenon." Many cultivators were agape. As they looked at the green lotus on the black tortoise's shell, everyone came to a realization. With that world-cleansing green lotus, Su Zimo had already cultivated 3 golden core phenomenons. No matter who it was, Dean or Su Zimo, that won the fight today. Both of them had accomplished unprecedented attainments. Although Dean's expression was grim, he sneered still. "So what if you have 3 phenomenons? All 3 of them are trash. There's now you can compete against my Chaos Green Lotus." "Fufu." Su Zimo smiled lightly, not rebutting his words. His 3 phenomenons represented the Taos of Immortal, Buddhism, and Fiends. Furthermore, all of them were the top golden core phenomenons of their respective Taos. In reality, back when Su Zimo left the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he had already cultivated the world-cleansing green lotus. Dean was able to realize that phenomenon after browsing through the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra for a month. How could Su Zimo possibly gain nothing after spending 20 years laying dormant? Initially, the divine turtle and soaring serpent phenomenons were irreconcilable with their fire and water natures and were in constant conflict. The reason why the two phenomenons were able to fuse to become the black tortoise phenomenon later on was because Su Zimo had cultivated Buddhism at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and accomplished the world-cleansing Green Lotus. However, Su Zimo was unable to fuse the three phenomenons together. It was only after he ascended the myriad phenomenon peak that he obtained a true resolution. Su Zimo experienced the marks and auras of many ancient phenomenons on the myriad phenomenon peak. Those phenomenons were a representation of the ancient era, the most glorious civilization period of the immortal Buddhist and fiend Taoists. Although Su Zimo could not comprehend the thousands of ancient phenomenons, he could appreciate the intent of the immortal Buddhist and fiend Taoists behind them. The turtle and snake intertwined, fire and water fused while passive and activeness were harmonized. Day appeared with night, light stacked upon darkness, and yin and yang intersected. When the multiple sources of power were used on the back of the black tortoise, the obscure and mysterious runes on its back were activated and the true power of the black tortoise was released. The existence of that power was the reason why the black tortoise was not drowned by Chaos Ocean. The flames on the back of its shell were left behind by the Siraka flower. That was a divine flame of the Buddhist Tao. Chaos Ocean was not able to extinguish it. The Siraka flower possessed the power of life. With the help of the Siraka flower, Su Zimo fused the world-cleansing green lotus into the black tortoise phenomenon perfectly, and an eternal green lotus blossomed from the blazing flames. In fact, the green color of the lotus was purged away by the raging flames and dazzling streaks of golden light were gradually released. Within the terrifying flame ocean, an indestructible golden lotus was born and shone brilliantly. One after another, golden petals blossomed and gradually revealed a golden lotus seat within. A figure sat on the lotus seat with his palms clasped together. His head was lowered in a dignified manner, and he was shrouded by an endless golden glow, resembling a Buddha that sat on the lotus seat with absolute authority. Everyone focused their attention. It was Su Zimo who had vanished earlier on. Within Chaos Ocean, the black tortoise broke out. Day and night appeared together and lightning flashed as thunder crackled. The sea of flames was massive and shone with a golden glow as the entire world shook. The black tortoise disregarded the raging tides and moved against the current with the golden lotus on its back. Day and night appeared together while lightning flashed as thunder crackled. The two heads of the turtle and serpent reared and roared into the skies, sweeping their divine might through the 9 heavens in a majestic manner. An intense clash broke out between the two great golden core phenomenons in midair. Bang! 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 Incomparably strong air currents darted wildly, causing the voids to quake, and scorching heat waves were released one after another from the center of the two great phenomenons. Pest! What a tremendous power! The nascent souls above the clouds were shocked. All of them felt threatened by the power released from the clash of the two great golden core phenomenons. Without hesitation, everyone retreated far away from the battlefield, afraid that they would be implicated. Perfected Lord Han Yi, Monk Yuan Kong, Perfected Lord Tian Ming, and the others were alarmed and furious. Their gazes were grim as they looked at one another. All of them could see the killing intent in the other's eyes. This lad must not survive. The power released by that golden core phenomenon was enough to kill them. Even if they were in Diyin's position, they couldn't guarantee that they could defend against the golden core phenomenon and escape unscathed. That phenomenon combined the secrets of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoists and had even tapped into the power of heaven and earth. It was comparable to Dharmic power. It will never happen. Diyin's blood chi surged, and he channeled his golden core wildly such that even his expression turned menacing. He was the top of the previous phenomenon ranking. He was the #1 perfected being. His attainments in his golden core phenomenon had already surpassed the human emperor. He was definitely going to leave his name in history and dominate over Tianhuang mainland. He must not lose here. A defeat would erase all his past glory instantly. His glory would be the stepping stone of this green-robed cultivator before him. The green lotus swayed and released streams of pure, flawless light, causing raging tides to surge forward one after another in chaos ocean. Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. Immediately after, a massive object tore through the waves and arrived at the front with the might of heaven and earth, slamming violently towards Diin. Swash! The chaos green lotus shone and stood in the black tortoise's path. Bang! The chaos green lotus collided against the black tortoise. The world changed. It was as though everything was frozen at that moment. Everything went silent. Although the green lotus remained intact, its glow dimmed completely without any greenness in it, as though it had withered. A series of cracks appeared on the black tortoise's body as it stopped for a moment before dispersing. On the surface, it seemed as though Diin had the advantage. However, his expression was extremely grim at the moment. That was because Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon was not completely destroyed yet. Although the black tortoise was gone, the golden lotus that was born in the blazing flames was still present. Break it! Su Zimo descended like a divine being and roared. He strode forward with the golden lotus in his hands and smashed it on the chaos green lotus before him. Boom! The two lotuses collided and bright Buddha lights filled the surroundings. The true form of the golden lotus was a world-cleansing green lotus. However, yin and yang intersected while lightning and thunder fused. Soaked in seawater and refined under raging flames, it evolved into an everlasting golden lotus. Gold was indestructible and eternal. It could last as long as heaven and earth and shared the brilliance of day and night. Crack, crack, crack. The chaos green lotus cracked. Diin jerked and his eyes grew dim as blood drained from his face. The chaos green lotus was fused from two great phenomenons and was even able to threaten nascent souls. It was obvious how immense the burden of that toll on Diin's body was. Now that the chaos green lotus was shattered, the rebound of the power caused Diin severe injuries instantly. Diin fell over, coughing huge mouthfuls of blood. Ah! A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. Diin was defeated. Nobody expected that outcome from this earth-shaking battle. This was a battle that was filled with ups and downs. Both monster incarnates released countless methods, spirit arts, and secret skills that were far beyond the realm of knowledge for golden cores. The golden core phenomenons released by the two of them at the end were so strong that even nascent souls had to keep their distance. Amitba, Monk In Lu lamented. In the ancient era, there was the legend of the dragon horse accomplishing the river diagram. To think that we're actually witnessing the sight of a black tortoise destroying chaos today. The younger generation will definitely surpass us. None of the other nascent souls spoke. Some of them had not gotten over the clash between the two great golden core phenomenons earlier on. Some of them were emotional while others shook their heads and sighed lightly. Some of them had bright gazes that flickered with uncontrollable killing intent. Perfected Lord Hun Yi and the others had grim expressions as they exchanged glances. That lad's spirit energy must have been used up after he released such a terrifying phenomenon and fought in such an intense battle. His golden core phenomenon is about to disperse soon. Everyone, the best chance to kill this lad is now. We can't wait any longer. That's right. Given his potential, things will only turn worse after he grows further. After killing him, I want the Purple Thunder Manual in his possession. That belongs to Zephyr Thunder Palace. I won't take any of the other treasures. I want the Divine Phoenix Bone. That's enough. We can discuss how to split the loot after killing him. Now isn't the time to be arguing about that. Their spirit consciousnesses shuttled as perfected Lord Hun Yi and the others conversed in secret. Right then, Diin was falling after his chaos green lotus was shattered. Su Zimo wielded the golden lotus and continued his pursuit with a murderous intent. Perfected Lord Hun Yi had a vicious gaze and suddenly struck. He could not wait any longer. Diin must not die. Even if he lost this battle, he was still an incomparable monster incarnate and the most talented cultivator of Chaos Essence Sect. As long as Su Zimo was killed, Diin would remain as the #1 perfected being. Perfected Lord Hun Yi's glabella shone and his robes fluttered. Dermic power surged as a gigantic longsword was conjured in midair. It was extremely sharp and had a chilling intent. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic sword appeared above Su Zimo's head and thrust down viciously. The place fell into an uproar. That attack happened way too suddenly. Nobody expected a nascent soul to interfere in the battle. Furthermore, his attack came without any warning. It was more like an ambush. How dare you? Perfected Lord Yu Jun's expression changed starkly as he roared and struck instantly. However, his reaction was already a step slower. It's over, Lin Xuanji exclaimed internally when he saw that. Even bystanders could not react to it. How could Su Zimo, who was wholeheartedly focused on Di'in in the battlefield, avoid that killing move? Furthermore, it was clear that Su Zimo's spirit energy was depleted, and he was at his limits after his fight with Di'in. A golden core was almost definitely doomed in an ambush by a nascent soul. Many cultivators could have already envisioned the image of Su Zimo's corpse. Right in front of countless gazes, Su Zimo, who was about to catch up to Di'in, suddenly froze in his tracks as though he was possessed. In a flash, he twisted and propped the golden lotus in his hands above his head. Clang! The moment the golden lotus was lifted above his head, the gigantic sword descended and struck the golden lotus, causing sparks to fly along with the jarring sound of metal clashing. What swift reactions! The crowd gasped. Even Perfected Lord Yu Jun was a step slower in stopping Perfected Lord Hun Yi's ambush. To think that Su Zimo could stop in time and shield his head with the golden lotus. That was the benefit of cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Even without seeing or hearing it, he could still detect danger. However, detecting danger was one thing. Whether or not he could defend against the power of a nascent soul was another. A blinding light burst forth when the gigantic sword collided against the golden lotus, sending resplendent streaks of light everywhere. A heat wave burst forth and almost flipped all the golden cores in the vicinity over. The gigantic sword was repelled high into the air. The golden lotus exploded right away. Finally, that earth-shaking golden core phenomenon was shattered into pieces after being ground down by Chaos Ocean, relentlessly coupled with the attack of a nascent soul. There was a boom. Su Zimo crashed down onto the ruins of the collapsed stone platform and was buried beneath the stone slabs, vanishing from sight. Many cultivators shook their heads when they saw that. Su Zimo's spirit energy was probably used up completely after his intense battle with Di'in. It was clear that the power of his phenomenon had also deteriorated. Coupled with his hurried defense, he would most likely be crippled even if he managed to survive that sword strike. What a pity! To think that the number one of this phenomenon ranking would meet with such an end. That's what happens when you don't have the backing of a strong sect or faction. Many cultivators lamented internally. Hun Yi, what are you trying to do? Perfected Lord Yu Jun was enraged and bellowed as he swept his sleeves to send an attack forth. The gigantic sword conjured by Perfected Lord Hun Yi's dermic power was shattered by Perfected Lord Yu Jun's sleeve sweep and dissipated instantly. Perfected Lord Yu Jun soared into the air and slapped his storage bag. His spirit consciousness jolted and summoned 2 chilling flying swords that circled around him. The tip of the swords quivered like the forked tongues of snakes and were aimed directly at Perfected Lord Hun Yi. At the same time, Perfected Lord Dobei of Heavenly Dipper Sect, Perfected Lord Tian Ming of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Monk Yuan Kong of Hollow Monastery, Monk Wei Fu of Diamond Monastery, and some others rose one after another, glaring at Perfected Lord Yu Jun with hostile expressions. Lin Xuanji's heart skipped a beat when he saw that. The fight for the phenomenon ranking began to spin out of control the moment Perfected Lord Hun Yi attacked. In fact, it might already be beyond Enigma Palace's control at this point. Why, you wish to kill me, Yu Jun? Perfected Lord Hun Yi raised his brow slightly. You harbored designs and tried to murder a paragon of our human race. What does it matter even if I kill you? Perfected Lord Yu Jun was truly furious at this moment given his character. Nothing so vile had ever happened since the inception of the Golden Core phenomenon ranking in the ancient era. A nascent soul had disregarded Enigma Palace completely by ambushing a Golden Core. His methods were simply way too despicable. Hun Yi, don't you have any shame? Perfected Lord Luo Shui stood up as well with a cold expression that seemed as though her face was veiled by a layer of frost. Fufu. Perfected Lord Hun Yi swept his gaze at Perfected Lord Luo Shui before sneering. Yu Jun, this lad is a demon. What's wrong with me stepping in to kill a demon? You're trying to kill me because of a demon instead. Yu Jun, Enigma Palace was founded by Fairy Ling Long. You must not forget your roots and stand on the side of the demons. Monk Wei Fu said slowly as well. Bullshit. Perfected Lord Yu Jun replied coldly. Su Zimo had been to the human emperor's palace and ascended the myriad phenomenon peak to leave his name on the ancient phenomenon stele. He is recognized by both the legendary human emperor and Fairy Ling Long. That alone is proof of his identity. Yet, you guys insist on twisting the facts. Where are your morals? Perfected Lord Bei Do said indifferently. Make way, Yu Jun. That lad will definitely have to die today, and not even Enigma Palace can protect him. What if Snowdrift Valley is included? Perfected Lord Luo Shui shifted to the side of Perfected Lord Yu Jun in a flash. The two nascent souls of the fiend sex smirked coldly. Although both of them looked down on the disgusting antics of the immortal cultivators, they chose to wait by the sidelines idly. In the blink of an eye, two factions were created on the battlefield. From the immortal sex, apart from Glass Palace that was not present, 7 nascent souls stood forth, leaving Perfected Lord Luo Shui as the only one on Perfected Lord Yu Jun's side. From the 6 Buddhist monasteries, Hollow Monastery and Diamond Monastery took the lead, and 5 of the monasteries stood on the side of Perfected Lord Hun Yi. Why are you guys doing this? Monk Yin Lu frowned as he looked at the 5 perfected lords of the Buddhist monasteries in disbelief. Monk Wei Fu said deeply, I don't care if he's a demon or a fiend. In any case, he isn't someone from our Buddhist monasteries. Since that's the case, he has to hand over the cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Buddhist monasteries, such as the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra, and will have to cripple everything related to the Buddhist Tao in his body. That's right. The Tao of Buddhism must not be leaked to outsiders. The perfected Lord of Clear Heart Nunnery nodded as well. What are you talking about? Monk Yin Lu said, Buddhism places emphasis on the idea of karma. It's his karma that brought him the opportunity to cultivate the world-cleansing green lotus. You guys? When he saw the gazes of Monk Yuan Kong and the others, Monk Yin Lu was enlightened and suddenly stopped speaking. The people opposite him were not trying to kill Su Zimo for some righteous reasons. They were merely doing it out of greed. Monk Yin Lu sighed and rose before walking to Perfected Lord Yu Jun's side. Even so, Perfected Lord Yu Jun's group only consisted of the 3 of them. However, there were a total of 12 nascent souls on Perfected Lord Hun Yi's side. The difference in numbers was clear. In midair, the atmosphere between the 2 factions was extremely tense. The 100,000 or so golden cores on the ground were also gradually divided into factions. The majority of them, close to 70,000 people, chose to sit by the sidelines. Many cultivators from Immortal sects were gathered, led by Chaos Essence Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace. There were almost 30,000 of them, and they surrounded Little Fatty, Ji Chengtian, Xiaoning, Demoness Ji, and the others. Su Chang and Hang Chuyu from the Immortal sects and Monk Jian Kong and Monk Ju Chun of the Buddhist monasteries were among them as they glared at Little Fatty and the others greedily. As long as the order was pumped down from midair, a battle would break out on the ground instantly as well. Anyone that's unrelated should get as far away as possible. Su Chang glared at Little Fatty, Ji Chengtian, and the others before sneering. Don't think that we won't dare to lay our hands on you just because you're a cultivator from some of the unorthodox groups or heretical doctrines. Anyone on Su Zimo's side is my enemy, so don't blame me for not showing mercy. Right now, Diin was severely injured and was swallowing elixirs to heal up. Su Zimo had fallen into the ruins. Although his fate was unknown, he was most likely crippled. Rentu of Azura sect, who was ranked number 3 on the phenomenon ranking, did not intervene. As such, Su Chang, who was ranked number 4, was definitely qualified to make such a statement. Spat! The spirit tiger rolled his eyes and scolded. Who do you think you are? Su Chong gave a menacing laugh and pointed to Monkey and the other demons behind Little Fatty, saying with a murderous aura, "None of you shall escape today. I'm going to peel your skin and crush your bones into ashes." Roar! Monkey, the spirit tiger and the others roared and reverted to their demon forms. Unknowingly, Night Spirit's figure had already vanished from the spot. Nobody knew how he left. Nobody could even spot any traces of him. "You June, make way." Perfected Lord Honey raised his chin and said coolly with a sharp gaze. "Su Zimo has to die today, that's the main point. Even Enigma Palace won't be able to stop us." Boom! Right then, a tremendous explosion could be heard from the ruins on the ground. Sand and gravel flew everywhere. In the billowing dust, a green figure could be seen rising faintly with dancing black hair. He gave off a terrifying aura and his eyes shone coldly with a torrential killing intent. The dust dispersed and revealed the true appearance of the figure. "It's Su Zimo. He's not dead." That golden lotus phenomenon that was dimmed and on the verge of dispersing was able to withstand a sword strike from a nascent soul? Didn't that mean that the golden lotus phenomenon would have been able to go against a nascent soul? At its peak, when it was undamaged? Everyone turned towards Su Zimo. Although his green robes were slightly tattered, he was not injured at all. On the contrary, the aura Su Zimo emitted had turned even more frightening. Everyone felt unsettled after looking at him, as though they were faced with impending danger. It was as though Perfected Lord Hun Yi's sword strike had released an even more terrifying existence. Initially, Dean had consumed many elixirs from his sect and was recuperating with closed eyes, trying his best to recover as quickly as possible. However, he shuddered when he sensed that aura and looked over instinctively. Instantly, his pupils constricted. It was extremely dangerous. Dean could clearly sense that Su Zimo was even more dangerous at the moment than when they fought earlier on. "Perfected Lord Hun Yi, you have a death wish." Su Zimo stood in their air and glared at Perfected Lord Hun Yi, who was not far away, declaring with a tone that chilled one to the bones. The crowd fell into an uproar. He was provoking a nascent soul openly. Furthermore, even as a golden core, Su Zimo was on par with Perfected Lord Hun Yi in terms of aura and was not disadvantaged at all. Has Su Zimo gone insane? He's trying to provoke a nascent soul even after his spirit energy has been depleted. What does it matter even if he doesn't do anything? Right now, there are 12 nascent souls that want to join forces to kill him. By the looks of things, Perfected Lord Yujun and the other two won't be able to protect him. If I were him, I'd flee as soon as possible to hide in a secluded place and wait till I leave the ancient battlefield and return to Tianhuang mainland to break through to the nascent soul realm. All the cultivators knew that the ancient battlefield was merely a dimensional fragment with limited heaven and earth powers. There's no way for Su Zimo to break through here even if he was at the peak of the Golden Core realm. The breakthrough to the nascent soul realm was a significant event. It was when a cultivator cultivated to the point where he was able to connect to heaven and earth. Even in Tianhuang mainland, a single mistake could lead to one's death, let alone right now when they were in this shattered dimensional fragment. Although he was facing 12 nascent souls, Su Zimo's eyes surged with killing intent and there was no fear in them. He did not make use of any demonic capabilities throughout his entire battle with Dean. No techniques from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness were used, let alone the power of his inner core. That was because he was bound by the rules of Enigma Palace and the phenomenon ranking. Su Zimo respected the rules not because of fear, but because he respected Fairy Ling Long. Now that Perfected Lord Hun Yi had already broken the rules by attacking him, there was no need for him to have any reservations. Although Su Zimo's spirit energy was depleted, and he could not release his golden core phenomenon for the time being, he had even more terrifying means and trump cards. His inner core, his blood chi, and his melee combat capabilities. All the nascent souls present would find themselves praying if he closed in on them. Su Zimo, retreat first. Perfected Lord Yujun said deeply with a grim expression. This is no longer a fight for the phenomenon ranking. Let me handle it. Su Zimo could tell from Perfected Lord Yu Jun's words that the latter was clearly trying to protect him. Before Su Zimo's thought was finished, Perfected Lord Yu Jun sent a voice transmission into his mind. Su Zimo, leave Myriad Phenomenon City first with the others. Enigma Palace will send the rewards for the phenomenon ranking to you. As long as they left Myriad Phenomenon City, nascent souls would be bounded by the rules of the ancient battlefield and would not be able to attack recklessly. That would ensure the lives of Su Zimo and the others at the very least. To be fair, the alliance of Perfected Lord Hun Yi and 11 other nascent souls had already gone far beyond Perfected Lord Yu Jun's expectations. Even he was not confident that he would be able to contain the situation right now. Trying to escape? Perfected Lord Hun Yi's eyes flashed. He could naturally tell what Perfected Lord Yu Jun was implying as he glared at Su Zimo and sneered. Little bastard, you won't be able to leave Myriad Phenomenon City today. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo reared his head in laughter and pointed to Perfected Lord Hun Yi with a murderous intent. Old dog, how dare you threaten me when you don't even know that you're about to die? Swash. In a flash, Su Zimo transformed into a streak of light and darted towards Perfected Lord Hun Yi at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo had taken the first move against the alliance of 12 nascent souls. Bastard, you're courting death. You truly don't know what's good for you. Kill him. Perfected Lord Hun Yi, Perfected Lord Tianming, and many other cultivators attacked in succession, locked onto Su Zimo. With that order, Su Chong and Monk Jian Kong's faction on the ground broke out into a massive fight against Little Fatty, Ming Zhen, and the others. In the blink of an eye, the skies were filled with spirit lights and dermic powers surged. The void seemed to have been weaved into an inescapable net made of dermic powers that shrouded over Su Zimo. Save him! Perfected Lord Yu Jun shouted and struck without hesitation. Shoo! Shoo! 2 flying swords streaked through the air and penetrated the gigantic web of dermic powers weaved by the 12 nascent souls. Frost Seal! Perfected Lord Luo Shui shouted and conjured hand seals. Her spirit consciousness fluctuated as she released a dermic art from Snowdrift Valley. The temperature on the battlefield dipped instantly. Layers of frost appeared on the surface of the flying swords. In fact, Perfected Lord Hun Yi and the others even felt signs of their bloodlines and dermic powers freezing up. Go! Monk Yin Lu flicked his finger and a dark speck of flame drifted into the center of the battlefield. Crackle! The flame ignited and the dermic powers in the air burned. Together, Perfected Lord Yu Jun, Perfected Lord Luo Shui, and Monk Yin Lu instantly created a huge hole in the dermic power net weaved by the 12 nascent souls. Perfected Lord Yu Jun waved his sleeves and they extended 100 feet as though they were alive. They coiled in the direction of Su Zimo and attempted to save him from the chaotic battlefield. This was a massive battle between nascent souls. An ordinary golden core would definitely die if he was drawn into the fight. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo sensed the fluctuation in the dermic power in the air and channeled his inner core. All of a sudden, his blood chi surged and his speed exploded as he burst away from the radius of Perfected Lord Yu Jun's sleeves. In a flash, Su Zimo tore through the hole in the dermic power web and charged towards Perfected Lord Hun Yi. Perfected Lord Yu Jun froze for a moment. Before he could react, the situation in midair underwent an earth-shaking change. Su Zimo relied on the help from Perfected Lord Yu Jun and the other 2 to break free from the obstruction of the 12 nascent souls, and he was now less than 30 feet away from Perfected Lord Hun Yi. Perfected Lord Hun Yi's expression changed starkly as he fled in retreat without hesitation. At the same time, his glabella shone and his hands shifted rapidly to conjure a dermic seal that gathered at his fingertips. Dermic powers converged into it relentlessly, gushing with a horrifying might. All of a sudden, a figure appeared behind Perfected Lord Hun Yi. It was imperceptible under the guise of the night like a phantom. It was Night Spirit. Nobody noticed how Night Spirit entered the battlefield. By the time everyone realized, Night Spirit was behind Perfected Lord Hun Yi and had already extended his palm, thrusting it into the latter's back. Watch out! Monk Yuan Kong, Perfected Lord Tianming, and the others yelled in shock. Perfected Lord Hun Yi was a top-tier expert of the nascent soul realm after all. He reacted within a split second and dermic powers exploded from his robes with a bright glow. 5 dermic patterns. He was wearing a perfect-grade defensive perfected Lord dermic weapon. As a top-tier expert of the nascent soul who had undergone countless battles and a perfected Lord of Chaos Essence sect, there was no way he would not possess some treasures. How could he be killed in melee range so easily? Bang! Night Spirit thrust his palm into perfected Lord Hun Yi's back. The glow of the perfect-grade, perfected Lord Dao robe flickered momentarily before dimming. The Dao robe caved in deeply and perfected Lord Hun Yi shuddered. Blood drained from his face as he staggered to the front. Even the dermic art that had yet to form in his hand was dispersed by the attack. Nobody understood the shock perfected Lord Hun Yi experienced at that moment. It was lucky that he wore a perfect-grade perfected Lord Dao robe. If it was any other supreme-grade dermic weapon, his organs might have been ruptured by Night Spirit's attack. That sort of power was way too terrifying. Perfected Lord Hun Yi did not dare to linger at all and fled into the distance. He had the perfect-grade perfected Lord Dao robe with him. As long as he could hold out for a couple of breaths, perfected Lord Tianming and the others would be able to step in and rescue him. However, although he was fast, Su Zimo was faster. Hand over your life! Su Zimo shouted and released Divine Steed Fleeting, gliding through the voids before arriving instantly behind perfected Lord Hun Yi. He reached out and flung his arm in the direction of perfected Lord Hun Yi's head. His arm coiled and trembled around perfected Lord Hun Yi's head like the trunk of a divine elephant. Snap! Right in front of countless gazes, perfected Lord Hun Yi's head spun a few times around his own neck and his spine was completely snapped. Rumble! A bloodied head that was completely mangled fell to the ground. The burst power of that attack ruptured perfected Lord Hun Yi's brains completely, and his essence spirit did not even have the chance to escape. Perfected Lord Hun Yi was dead. The chaotic battle on the surface paused for a brief moment. Nobody expected the battle to be this tragic, such that a nascent soul died right after the commencement of the fight. Furthermore, he died to a golden core, the number 1 perfected being. This was the true number 1 perfected being. That was the courage and capabilities befitting someone at the top of the phenomenon ranking. Within the crowd of the battle royale, Dean heaved a deep breath of air, and a resolute look flashed through his eyes. Without hesitation, he bolted in a flash to escape Myriad Phenomenon City. He had fled. Given the current circumstances, the number 1 of the previous phenomenon ranking chose to escape. The cultivators that noticed what he did sighed with emotional looks on their faces. At the same time, all of them could empathize with Dean. Su Zimo was way too strong. Even a nascent soul was killed by him. Dean had no choice but to avoid Su Zimo. As long as he survived, given his talent and potential, he could rise again after advancing to the nascent soul realm. At that time, he could challenge Su Zimo again and might have a shot at winning. Both on the ground and in midair, the golden cores and nascent souls were fighting in a chaotic mess. Dean's movements were nothing special, and he did not attract the attention of many people. However, Su Zimo noticed him. He had kept his eyes on Dean's activity right from the beginning without relaxing at all. In his heart, Dean was a greater threat than perfected Lord Tianming and the others. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too difficult to kill Dean once they returned to Tianhuang mainland with the protection of a massive faction such as Chaos Essence Sect. Su Zimo made his decision the moment he thought about that. Night Spirit, stay here and take care of Xiaoning and the others. I'll go and kill Dean. Su Zimo left that statement and burst forward in a flash, charging in the direction where Dean disappeared. Trying to run? Leave the purple thunder manual behind. Perfected Lord Tianming, perfected Lord Beidou and the others stood out in succession to block him. Naturally, there was no way perfected Lord Yujun, perfected Lord Luoshui and Monkey Lu were going to stand by idly, as they released many dermic arts and secret skills to defend against most of the attacks. Monk Wei Fu managed to break free from Monk In Lu and appeared in front of Su Zimo in a flash. Amitba! He let out a long Buddhist proclamation and extended his palm, gripping it into a fist. Blood chi surged and his arm shone with a blinding light as though it was covered with a layer of gold. Boom! He threw a punch out. Dermic powers surged and the voids trembled. Monk Wei Fu had a burning gaze as he glared into Su Zimo's eyes, shouting, "Demon, where do you think you're going?" With that, Monk Wei Fu released 2 secret skills and a dermic art of Diamond Monastery. The secret skills were none other than the enraged Diamond Gaze and Lion Roar. The dermic art was Monk Wei Fu's punch. Known as the Diamond Fiend Suppression Punch, it was the ultimate technique that supported Diamond Monastery. Every single punch contained a ton of power and could subdue evil and fiends, as though one was imbued with diamond. However, Monk Wei Fu's visual technique could not affect Su Zimo at all. Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness regularly and was superior to Monk Wei Fu in terms of visual prowess. Furthermore, Su Zimo cultivated illumination daily with an unwavering resolve. The enraged Diamond Gaze could not push him back at all. Get lost! Su Zimo was in a rush to catch up to Diin and did not wish to be stopped here as he released a tremendous roar. It was the secret skill, Thunderclap Kill. The power of his lungs was way too strong. The roar engulfed Monk Wei Fu's lion roar instantly like a sudden thunderbolt. Su Zimo's eyes shone ferociously as he faced Monk Wei Fu's incoming golden fist. Without dodging or avoiding, he charged forward and threw his leg ahead. A gigantic ravine seemed to have formed in the air. Using Plow Heaven Stride as a foundation, Su Zimo threw out a punch as well, channeling his inner core to gather his blood chi towards his fist. Everything burst forth the moment he clashed against Monk Wei Fu. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Their surroundings seemed to have frozen. The next moment, a figure was repelled and nearly fell from the skies. Monk Wei Fu had a frightfully pale face and the robes on his arm were shredded into pieces. His flesh split apart with a series of frightening bloody rips. Pest! A perfected lord of Diamond Monastery that specialized in body tempering was sent flying by a single punch from Su Zimo. To think that Su Zimo's melee combat strength would be this terrifying. Su Zimo did not pause at all as he tore through countless obstacles and continued his pursuit for Diin. Diin sped the entire way. When he heard the commotion, he turned around instinctively and caught sight of Su Zimo who was sprinting towards him. Lunatic! He cursed as he conjured hand seals and channeled spirit energy. 5 elements escape. Fight streams of lights with a myriad of colors shone from Diin's body and his speed exploded, as though he was in resonance with heaven and earth. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and slapped his storage bag, grabbing a handful of elixirs to stuff into his mouth. The elixirs in his storage bag were all at perfect grade. The moment they entered his tummy, the elixirs were converted into rumbling spirit energy that cruised through his limbs before converging in his dantian. Su Zimo was invigorated and a pair of gigantic wings spread behind him. Ethereal wings, coupled with Su Zimo's blood chi and the burst of his body. A green streak of light bolted by at a terrifying speed when he flapped his wings. The 2 monster incarnates rushed out of Myriad Phenomenon City one after another. The one at the front was running for his life. All his attention was focused on his pursuer. Neither of them noticed that not far away from Myriad Phenomenon City, a group of cultivators was approaching slowly. There were around 100 cultivators and all of them were tall and muscular. All of them wore black robes that concealed their appearances beneath a dark hood as they emanated malevolent auras. Is this the Myriad Phenomenon City of the human race? The black-robed man that led the group paused in his tracks and raised his head slowly to gaze at the majestic ancient city before him. Suddenly, he laughed sinisterly. Hee, we're finally here. Commander, hurry. Look over there. A black-robed cultivator pointed to the east of Myriad Phenomenon City where 2 figures were sprinting away from Myriad Phenomenon City, one after the other. They arrived from the south, so they did not encounter the 2 figures. The black-robed cultivator said deeply, "The man at the back has a pair of wings. That seems like a secret skill that was created by imitating our bloodline. Commander, please permit me to kill the 2 of them." Another black-robed cultivator said murderously, "They are sullying our bloodline by trying to imitate it. They deserve to die. The black-robed man that led them turned his head slightly, and two cold glints flashed from the depths of his dark hood. Go and return quickly. The rest of you, follow me into Myriad Phenomenon City. The paragons of the human race are all gathered here. They must have a lot of treasures with them, and we can defeat them all at the same time. I heard that the god race has entered the ancient battlefield this time round as well. We can't let them get ahead of us. Understood. The black-robed cultivator bowed and was about to chase after the two figures in the east. The black-robed man mulled and said, "Be careful. Judging from their speed, those two should be top-tier paragons of the human race. Don't underestimate them and end up dying." "Don't worry, Commander," the black-robed cultivator smirked. "Humans have a weak innate bloodline. No matter how much effort they spend cultivating, they are no match for us." "All right, go on." The black-robed man nodded. The black-robed cultivator transformed into a dark streak of light in a flash and disappeared from the spot. His speed was frightening. Myriad Phenomenon City. Although Su Zimo and Diin had already left, perfected Lord Hun Yi's death caused the chaotic battle to spiral out of control completely. Under Nie Hao's lead, Chaos Essence Sect, along with Su Chong of Zephyr Thunder Palace and Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery, released a bombardment of ferocious attacks against Little Fatty, Shi Jian, Ji Chengtian, Night Spirit, Monkey, and the others. There were many paragons from the Immortal and Buddhist sects, and they surrounded Little Fatty and the others right in the middle. It was lucky that Thousand Crane Sect and Elixir Yang Sect were on their side because of Leng Ro, Ji Chengtian, and Xiaoning. Otherwise, they would have been drowned by the thousands of paragons on the opposing end. Talismans filled the skies and flying swords streaked everywhere. Among them, the 6 demon beasts, Monkey, the Spirit, Ching Ching, Night Spirit, Little Fox, and the Golden Lion went on a massacre and burst forth with terrifying combat strength. Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, and the Golden Lion rammed through the crowd, and not many cultivators could stand in their way. Some of them merely suffered light injuries, such as snapped tendons and broken bones, but others died on the spot. Ching Ching reverted to her true form and flapped her gigantic wings, spiraling in midair with sharp fangs and claws. Little Fox released her fox charming techniques and gazed at weak-willed cultivators, bewitching them instantly to create chaos in the crowd. Night Spirit was the most frightening among them. Like a phantom, he shuttled through the crowd. His feet barely touched the ground, and there was barely anyone who could even touch his clothes. Everywhere his shadow passed by, paragons died. The true uproar happened when Su Chong, who was number 4 on the phenomenon ranking, found his head separated from his body in less than 10 moves against Night Spirit. His golden core phenomenon, the apocalyptic 5 thunders, was shattered by 3 punches from Night Spirit. The battle turned increasingly tragic and bloody as it dragged on. There were cultivators from both factions injured or dead. It was difficult to end a massive battle as such the moment it started. In midair, perfected Lord Tianming, perfected Lord Beidou, and the others tried to stop Night Spirit countless times when they saw cultivators from their factions dying to him. However, perfected Lord Yujun, perfected Lord Luoshui, and Monk Yin Lu managed to hold them back. Yujun, perfected Lord Tianming narrowed his gaze and shouted murderously. Perfected Lord Tianming died from an ambush of the demon race, and cultivators from the Immortal and Buddhist sects are being murdered by those beasts as well. Yet, you're trying to stop us from stepping in to kill them. Perfected Lord Hun Yi deserved to die. Perfected Lord Luo Shui sneered. As someone from an immortal sect and a nascent soul, he ambushed a golden core. He deserved to die 100 times over. Amitba? Monk Yin Lu frowned as well as he said deeply, "This battle started from your end. Do you expect them to surrender obediently and die in your hands without a fight?" Perfected Lord Yujun declared loudly. "Tianming, Beidou, lay down the orders to stop and leave everything else for me to settle. Do you guys really wish to see Myriad Phenomenon City turn into rivers of blood and have mountains of corpses built in front of the Myriad Phenomenon Peak?" "Stop!" Perfected Lord Tianming laughed menacingly. "We'll talk about stopping after the group of them and their beasts pay with their lives." "Ha ha! The perfected lord of Overlord Palace, who was watching by the sidelines, clapped and said gloatingly, "Fight, fight! All of you from the Immortal and Buddhist sects love to preach about your self-righteousness. Yet, you guys look nothing more than disgusting and pathetic right now." Perfected Lord Chuyu of Azura sect was watching coldly by the sidelines with crossed arms as well. However, he frowned slightly. He. Right then, a sinister laughter sounded, and it actually overwhelmed the chaotic noises of the massive battle and echoed in every single corner of Myriad Phenomenon City. Puny ants indeed. The voice was erratic and sounded as though it came from everywhere. Its origin could not be determined. Even the perfected lord of Overlord Palace knitted his brows tightly with an indeterminate expression. His glabella shone as he spread his spirit consciousness all around in a continuous search. Perfected Lord Chuyu of Azura sect seemed to have detected something as he spun around and gazed to the south. On the long street in the south, a group of black-robed cultivators approached. There were around 100 of them, and they were all unusually bulky and tall. They were even taller than 10 feet. Although they wore black robes and their appearances could not be seen, it was clear from their figures that they were not humans. Chuyu shuddered when his spirit consciousness made contact with the group of them, and he retracted it immediately. What a strong, malevolent chi. His spirit consciousness was almost tainted by the malevolent chi the moment it made contact with the group of cultivators, and his essence spirit was almost injured. The perfected lord of Overlord Palace had a slightly grim look. Clearly, he had also noticed the strangeness of the group of black-robed cultivators. The nascent souls that were fighting in the air had no intention of stopping. All of them merely glanced over casually without paying much attention. Perfected Lord Yujun was the only one who seemed to recall something as his pupils constricted. "That's the thing about humans. You love to fight among yourselves." The black-robed man in the lead approached and stopped in his tracks. "In my opinion, humans will cause themselves to go extinct sooner or later, even without any catastrophes or calamities." "Who is there?" the perfected lord of Overlord Palace questioned loudly. "Who?" the black-robed man sneered. "Do you think you're worthy to know? Insolent. Brazen. Who is this coward who is hiding his face?" The cultivators of Overlord Palace did not partake in the chaotic battle. One of them could not hold himself back and arrived before the black-robed cultivator in a flash. He brought out a spear and thrust forward instantly. The spear streaked through the air and buzzed. It was clear how powerful the attack was. The black-robed man in the lead did not move at all. Behind him, a black-robed cultivator flickered and bolted forward in a flash. His black robes covered everything as he dragged the cultivator along with the spear into them instantly. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed cultivator reappeared on where he was. It was as though he had never moved. However, the cultivator of Overlord Palace was gone. Before everyone could recover from their surprise, a series of weird sounds came from beneath the cultivator's black robes. Crack, crack, rip, rip. It was as though someone was biting off the flesh and chewing on the bones. Pest! Many cultivators had goosebumps all over their bodies. A thick blood stench emanated out. One after another, lumps of flesh fell beside the feet of the black-robed cultivator. A golden core of Overlord Palace was eaten alive by that black-robed cultivator. Any cultivator that could arrive in Myriad Phenomenon City had witnessed deaths and have killed others as well. However, they were still shocked nevertheless when they witnessed a cultivator eaten alive mouthful by mouthful. Some of the female cultivators turned pale and their tummies churned. Unable to control themselves, they vomited on the spot. Night Spirit, who was initially in a massacre in the battlefield, suddenly stopped as though he sensed something. His ears twitched as he sniffed in the air and his expression changed. In a flash, he disappeared into the crowd and vanished. Brother Zhao, the fiend heir of Overlord Palace, Pang Yu, was enraged when he saw that as he let out a tragic cry. Without a second word, he brought forth a spear and charged towards the black-robed cultivator on the other end. He, another person who wishes to die. A black-robed cultivator in the crowd laughed and moved. "Leave this one for me to eat." The moment he said that, he vanished from the spot. Pang Yu felt his vision blur as though a shadow passed by. Not good, he lamented internally. It was too fast. That speed was much faster than he could see with his eyes. Swoosh! It was as though someone was blowing at the back of his neck. A chilling intent rose from the bottom of his feet and his hairs stood on end. Pang Yu did not hesitate and released his golden core phenomenon right away. Boom! The power of phenomenon churned in midair. Spirit energy circled Pang Yu continuously and converged rapidly to form a terrifying, pitch-black spear. The spear crackled with lightning and quivered slightly. Even the voids cried in its presence. Overlord Palace's legacy phenomenon. Heavenly thrusting spear. Too late. The moment Pang Yu released his golden core phenomenon, two words sounded in his ears with a hint of mockery, playfulness, and killing intent. Immediately, he felt a chill down his throat. It was a chill that he could not be more familiar with. It was the coldness of a sword's blade. In less than a single breath, an outcome between their fight was decided. Right in front of many cultivators, Pang Yu charged forward and the black-robed cultivator vanished. The moment Pang Yu released his golden core phenomenon, a phantom-like shadow appeared behind him, gripping a cold, curved saber and swinging it towards his throat. A paragon who was on the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking could not survive a single attack from the black-robed cultivator. Just as everyone thought that Pang Yu's head was going to be severed from his body, a series of spear shadows streaked through the air densely towards the black-robed cultivator at an extremely fast speed. The spear shadows possessed a wisp of heaven and earth's might. It was a dermic art. The nascent souls had attacked. Many cultivators turned over. The perfected lord of Overlord Palace glared deeply at the group of black-robed cultivators with a grim expression. He shuffled his fingers to create hand seals and the dermic power in his body surged. He was the one that produced the dense spear shadows. Damn it! The black-robed cultivator who was initially behind Pang Yu shrieked and his black robes suddenly tore apart, falling through the air in pieces. The true appearance of the black-robed cultivator was fully exposed. He was extremely tall with black skin and a pair of jet-black meat wings on his back. They were full spread and were dozens of feet wide. The black-robed cultivator looked extremely ugly with a green face and bared fangs. His nose was pointed to the skies and his fingers and toes had sharp, curved nails that shimmered coldly. That was no human. It resembled a malevolent ghost from hell. The green-faced malevolent ghost sensed the pressure behind him and could not pierce Pang Yu's throat in time. He revealed his true form and flapped his wings, transforming into a dark streak of light. Shoo! 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 The streak of light was extremely fast and surpassed the sensory reactions of every cultivator present. He shuttled through the dense spear shadows with unusual nimbleness and dodged through everything before reappearing behind the black-robed man. The crowd was shocked. On the one hand, they were shocked at the repulsive and ugly appearance of the creature. On the other hand, they were shocked at his capabilities. There was no dermic power fluctuation from the green-faced malevolent ghost. In other words, he was only at golden core realm at the very most. However, he was able to escape fully unscathed from a nascent souls-killing move by relying on his terrifying speed, and he was only a golden core. Pang Yu felt his limbs go cold. Although he managed to survive, his heart palpitated and had not calmed down. A thin bloodline appeared on his throat. If the perfected lord of Overlord Palace was a single step slower, he would have been a corpse. You have a death wish. The moment the green-faced malevolent ghost returned to the crowd, the black-robed man at the lead suddenly released a loud roar and his black robes exploded as well. He had the most muscular body among the black-robed cultivators, and his black meat wings produced a shuddering malevolent chi. Swoosh! The black-robed man vanished. You guys are... The eyes of Overlord Palace's perfected lord constricted violently. He had just raised his spear and his mouth was slightly agape after saying 3 words when he came to an abrupt stop. It was as though time froze. Right in front of many cultivators, the black-robed man vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was already behind the perfected lord of Overlord Palace and his wings were retracted. The black-robed man wielded two extremely curved sabers that were etched with complicated, ancient patterns in each hand. Drip, drip. Grisly blood droplets fell slowly one after another from the sharp blades. Rumble. The head of Overlord Palace's perfected lord slid down from his neck and rolled a few times on the ground. The eyes of the bloodied head were wide open, as though they experienced immense shock up till his death. The perfected lord of Overlord Palace was dead. He could not survive a single attack from the black-robed man. Many cultivators watched the scene unfold squarely and their minds went blank. Everything had happened way too quickly and suddenly. Pang Yu's gaze froze. Before he could even rejoice over his survival, his sex senior who stood in to save him was already dead. The nascent souls who were initially fighting to their deaths in midair came to a stop in unison. Perfected Lord Yujun, perfected Lord Bei Do, perfected Lord Tian Ming. Monk Yin Lu and the others had grim expressions as they stared at the creatures with green faces and bared fangs on the long street. There was a deep cautiousness in the depths of their eyes. In fact, it was fear. The chaotic battle on the ground came to a stop as well. Even a fool could tell that the green-faced beings with bared fangs were hostile. Initially, the massive myriad phenomenon city was filled with clamor and murderous yells. In the blink of an eye, it was dead silent. A blood stench wafted through the air with a murderous intent. Night Spirit was hidden among the crowd. He glared at the green-faced beings with bared fangs. Although his eyes surged with killing intent, they deepened as he retracted his aura and tried his best to conceal his gaze so that the opposing faction would not notice. Little Fatty stood right beside Lin Xuanji and could clearly detect the minute actions coming from the latter. Lin Xuanji's hands behind his back were trembling slightly. "Brother Lin, what's their background?" Little Fatty whispered. With an ashen expression, Lin Xuanji gulped before replying slowly. "One of the primordial 9 races, the Rakshasa race." Little Fatty and the others were shaken by what they heard. Instantly, the stories and legends of the primordial 9 races surged into their minds. Legend has it that, in the primordial era, there were 10,000 races that stood dominant. Among them, 9 of them reigned supreme and they were later known as the primordial 9 races. The 9 races reigned above the 10,000 races and their status was unshakable. Bloodlines, legacy memories, secret skills and cultivation techniques that were passed down from the 9 races were way too strong and could suppress the 10,000 races. Unlike humans who were innately weak, the 9 races were incomparably strong from birth. Even without cultivating, they were strong enough to dominate the 10,000 races, let alone humans who were oppressed right at the bottom as slaves. In the eyes of the primordial 9 races, humans were even cheaper than ants. A legendary war broke out in the primordial era that exterminated countless races with bones laid everywhere and rivers of blood. Because of that, the primordial 9 races was severely injured as well. Otherwise, the human race would not have had any chance to rise. In the ancient war thereafter, humans secured a tragic victory. The primordial 9 races were severely injured and scattered all around Tianhuang mainland to live ignobly. Those were later on known as the 9 Forbidden Grounds. Be it seniors from Immortal, Buddhist of fiend sects, they would always instruct their disciples to never ever step foot into the 9 Forbidden Grounds. Even during the golden era of the human race where multiple emperors rose and a legendary talent such as the human emperor was born, the primordial 9 races could not be wiped out entirely. That was enough to show the terror of their foundation. For most cultivators, their knowledge of the primordial 9 races only came from some sparse descriptions in ancient books or from brief descriptions from seniors of their sects. It was said that even the most ordinary existence in the bloodline of the primordial 9 races could easily kill anyone else from the other races of the same cultivation realm, humans included. For the primordial 9 races, the strongest among them with the purest bloodlines could even kill cultivators who were in major cultivation realms above them. Those were originally merely legends. But now, it has turned into a bloodied truth. The most muscular Rakshasa was clearly one of those with strong bloodlines. Although he was at the Golden Core realm, his movement techniques were extremely swift such that even nascent souls could not react to him. In midair, perfected Lord Tianming, perfected Lord Bei Do and the others had grim expressions. If they were in the position of Overlord Palace's perfected lord, they would have died as well. Sigh, we did not manage to avoid this in the end. Perfected Lord Yujun gave a long sigh and revealed a deep look of worry in his eyes. The reason why the phenomenon ranking was pushed forward for more than a month this time round was because he had caught wind of news that clansmen from the primordial 9 races had entered the ancient battlefield. After the ancient war, clansmen from the primordial 9 races rarely appeared in Tianhuang mainland. However, each time they did, there would be a bloodbath. 10,000 years ago, an earth-shaking catastrophe was even created that resulted in the annihilation of 2 super sects and a great empire that lasted for 10,000 years. This time round, Perfected Lord Yujun received news that one of the primordial 9 races, the God race, had appeared in the ancient battlefield. The God race definitely had a motive for entering the ancient battlefield, but he did not know exactly what it was. However, in order to avoid any clashes with them, Perfected Lord Yujun chose to push the fight for the phenomenon ranking forward. To think that they could not avoid it eventually. Furthermore, judging from the current situation, the circumstances were worse than he had imagined. The Rakshasa race had already entered Myriad Phenomenon City before the God race appeared. They waged a massacre the moment they attacked. They were hostile. The Rakshasa race was the most violent among the primordial 9 races. With meat wings behind their backs, they were extremely swift and ate people. Furthermore, they loved to consume flesh and bones. Among the Rakshasa race, the men were extremely hideous with dark skin, red hair, green eyes and faces with bared fangs. They looked absolutely terrifying. However, the women were beautiful, charming and looked no different from humans. The Rakshasa race also possessed the fastest speed among the primordial 9 races. Perfected Lord Yujun glared at the tallest and most muscular Rakshasa leader before asking deeply, "Why has the Rakshasa race visited Myriad Phenomenon City that belongs to our human race? We're naturally here to eat some humans." The Rakshasa leader laughed sinisterly and revealed a pair of bloodied and sharp fangs. Ow, ow. The Rakshasa clansmen behind him became extremely excited and peeled off their black robes. Each of them spread their black meat wings and revealed their true appearances, smacking their lips as though they wanted to charge forward immediately. Perfected Lord Yujun's face flashed with rage before slowly calming down. However, Perfected Lord Tianming, Perfected Lord Beidou and the others had shimmering gazes as they glanced out of Myriad Phenomenon City from time to time in deep thoughts. Perfected Lord Yujun said coldly, "Every one of the Rakshasa race, Myriad Phenomenon City is a sacred place for the human race, and there are more than 100,000 human paragons gathered here right now. There's only slightly more than 100 of you. If we truly break out into a fight, how many of you can manage to scrape out alive?" His tone was murderous and robust. As the successor of Enigma Palace, no matter how cautious he was in his heart, he could not retreat. Furthermore, there were many paragons of the human race in Myriad Phenomenon City. If they banded together, they would be a force to reckon with, and the 100-odd Rakshasa clansmen might not be able to win. Human paragons? The Rakshasa leader extended a grisly red tongue and smacked his lips before snickering. "I love to eat the flesh and drink the blood of paragons." The moment he said that, his figure vanished. The expressions of Perfected Lord Yujun and the others changed starkly. Immediately after, the Rakshasa leader's voice sounded. It was erratic and his exact location could not be determined, but his voice spread through the entire Myriad Phenomenon City. "There's so much fresh meat here. Kill them." More than 100 Rakshasa clansmen soared into the air and transformed into streaks of dark light that bolted into the crowd for a massacre. "How dare you!" Perfected Lord Yujun was enraged and summoned his destiny flying sword immediately. It hovered in front of his chest as he shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. As long as we stick together." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by another voice. "Cultivators of Zephyr Thunder Palace, heed my orders and swiftly follow me to leave Myriad Phenomenon City." Perfected Lord Tianming's voice sounded and lightning crackled around him as winds howled. He had released his sect's secret skill, Zephyr Thunder Escape, to flee out of Myriad Phenomenon City. "Cultivators of Heavenly Dipper Sect, heed my orders. All of you, get out of this place. Perfected Lord Beido's figure flashed as he fled out of Myriad Phenomenon City with a panicked expression without hesitation. Immediately after, monks Yuan Kong and Wei Fu pumped down similar orders. There were more than a dozen nascent souls, but in the blink of an eye, half of them chose to flee without fighting. The many golden cores present were undecided in their flusters to begin with. When they heard the voices, many cultivators fled away from Myriad Phenomenon City instinctively. Instantly, the long street was in chaos. There were screams and tragic cries. You guys! Perfected Lord Yujun's eyes were widened as chills ran down his body. Initially, their only shot at survival was if they joined forces and let go of bygones to stand together against the Rakshasa race. But now, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Heavenly Dipper Sect, Hollow Monastery, and some other sects chose to escape without fighting. That was equivalent to them giving up their final opportunity. Escape! Perfected Lord Luo Shui gave a bitter chuckle. Who will be able to escape? Even Zephyr Thunder Palace's unparalleled escape technique can't compare to the speed of the Rakshasa race. How foolish! Monk Yin Lu sighed helplessly. Perfected Lord Yujun gazed at the chaotic long street and fleeing cultivators with a sense of turmoil as tears welled in his eyes. All of those paragons were going to turn into the prey of the Rakshasa race, and there would be no survivors left. Perfected Lord Tianming released Zephyr Thunder Escape and dermic powers surged. Like a thunderbolt, he sprinted away from Myriad Phenomenon City without stopping. In fact, he was not even bothered about the disciples in his sect. Perfected Lord Tianming was not a sealer in his twilight years. He was a nascent soul that was in his prime. There was no way he was going to sacrifice his life to protect the disciples of his sect. His expression was panicked with a deep hint of fear in his eyes. He did not make the decision out of a moment of foolishness. It was a decisive choice judging from the situation. The primordial 9 races was way too terrifying. His fear towards the primordial 9 races was already rooted and stemmed from the depths of his bloodline. There was no way to resist it. It was the same way how a mortal would feel fearful upon encountering a ferocious beast even without fighting it. Furthermore, Perfected Lord Tianming knew that he was no match for the Rakshasa leader after witnessing the latter's terrifying capabilities. If he lingered in Myriad Phenomenon City, he would definitely die. Right now, they might have a shot at survival if they chose to escape. In truth, Perfected Lord Tianming was not the only one. Even Perfected Lord Beido, Monk Yuan Kong, and most of the other Perfected Lords had the same thoughts. Myriad Phenomenon City was in chaos. Figures danced in midair one after another. Sinister laughters echoed through the entire city. The Rakshasa clansmen bared their mouths and revealed bloodied fangs as they gazed at the cultivators scurrying in escape. Their gazes were fervent, as though they were looking at a delicious feast. Poof! A purple firmament sect cultivator had barely moved when he found his chest punctured by a dark light, causing fresh blood to spurt. The person's gaze froze and gradually dimmed. His body paused momentarily before exploding suddenly. He died right on the spot. Ah! A nun from Clear Heart Nunnery was overcast by a shadow the moment she soared into the air. Before she could release her golden core phenomenon, she nearly fainted from a sharp pain in her abdomen. Instinctively, she looked down. She saw a bloodied claw protruding from her abdomen wielding a round golden core in its palm. Her head slanted to the side and she fainted. Hee. The Rakshasa clansman tore out her golden core and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it. Immediately after, he dug out the nun's heart and stuffed it into his mouth as well, chewing it with blood splashing everywhere. Similar scenes were repeated elsewhere constantly. Although they were all at Golden Core realm, human paragons could not withstand a single attack against a Rakshasa clansman. Even ordinary Golden Core phenomenons were shattered with ease by the Rakshasa race. Only paragons on the phenomenon ranking could hold out briefly when they released their Golden Core phenomenons. However, the Rakshasa race specialized in speed and movement techniques. The paragons of the phenomenon ranking could only struggle and defend upon release of their Golden Core phenomenons. Once the power of their phenomenon was depleted, they would be nothing more than fish on a chopping board. More than 100 Rakshasa clansmen shuttled through the crowd wildly wielding sabers in their hands. Blood and corpse was left in the wake of everywhere they passed. The streams of dark light were like scythes of the reaper that collected the lives of human paragons. There were more than 100,000 cultivators fleeing in all directions. Little Fatty and the others were gathered together, and their small group had yet to attract the attention of the Rakshasa race. What should we do? Little Fatty's forehead was filled with sweat as he asked softly. The group of them was gathered purely because of Su Zimo. Now that he wasn't around, none of them had any plans. They had various expressions and different thoughts. What's there to be afraid of? Monkey's eyes were bright and bloodshot as he glared at the Rakshasa dark lights that streaked through the air one after another. With a fierce gaze, he said in a chilling voice, "We'll just kill the hell out of them no matter what race they are." Heis! Ji Chengtian sighed. While that may be the case, the Rakshasa race is simply way too terrifying. Although he had a pained expression when he looked at cultivators in the city dying one after another with their heads severed, he felt a sense of helplessness. Xiaoning pursed her lips tightly and was about to tear up. Even with Lung Ro's cold personality, her heart wrenched at the sight of her fellow sect mates from Thousand Crane sect dying, and she had a bitter expression. The spirit tiger gulped and his eyes shone as he whispered, "Brother Monkey, the Rakshasa race has yet to provoke us. Let's avoid their brutality for the time being." Lin Xuanji sighed at the sight of this. Even within their group, everyone had varied opinions, let alone 100,000 cultivators that came from all over Tianhuang mainland from different sects and factions. It was completely unrealistic for the 100,000 cultivators to band together. Their cohesiveness was gone. It was going to be difficult for the human paragons to escape from today's calamity. Notwithstanding Little Fatty and the others, even the demon beasts on Su Zimo's side such as Little Fox, Ching Ching, the Golden Lion and the Spirit Tiger were flustered with fear in their eyes. Monkey was the only one with a prideful gaze and sustained ferocity. Night Spirit was expressionless as he followed behind everyone with a cool gaze. Nobody could read his thoughts. "Night Spirit, what do you think?" Monkey turned to ask. "We'll take advantage of the chaos to escape." Night Spirit spoke with a deep voice. "If we get into a fight, it'll be difficult for us to escape unscathed." Monkey calmed down and gathered his thoughts. Even if he was confident in his unparalleled combat strength, he would only be able to take on up to 2 Rakshasa clansmen at best. The group of them merely consisted of slightly more than 10 people. However, there were more than 100 from the Rakshasa race. Furthermore, there was an even more terrifying Rakshasa leader who could kill nascent souls. If a fight were to break out, the majority of them would not be able to avoid the slaughter of the Rakshasa race. "Let's flee from Myriad Phenomenon City first. The tides are no longer on our side." Right then, Lin Xuanji's voice sounded with a hint of fatigue and exasperation. Since they had a decision, the group of them no longer hesitated. "Let's leave too." Monkey beckoned and the group of them followed the crowd to flee out of Myriad Phenomenon City. In midair, Perfected Lord Tianming sprinted the entire way with lightning speed. Hot on his tails was a sword light that traveled at an extremely fast speed. "Yu Hua! Get lost!" Perfected Lord Tianming caught sight of the sword light from the corner of his eyes, and his expression changed as he hollered. The sword light was Perfected Lord Yu Hua from Sword Sect who had released Sword Escape. Perfected Lord Tianming knew that if 2 nascent souls were gathered together, they would become a greater target and attract the attention of the Rakshasa race more easily. "Why don't you scram further instead?" Perfected Lord Yu Hua was not willing to relent and rebutted instead. Before his sentence was finished, both Perfected Lord Tianming and Perfected Lord Yu Hua felt a chill down their spines. An evil gust of wind blew and a dark light tore through the air. It was too fast. The Rakshasa leader had actually caught up to them in a flash. Perfected Lord Yu Hua was fully focused on escaping and reacted a tad too late. A blood light flashed, and the next moment, his head was severed from his body. A tiny man that glowed flew out of Perfected Lord Yu Hua's glabella with a flustered expression. After leaving the body, it trembled all over, clearly unable to withstand the killing intent and blood lust shrouding around Myriad Phenomenon City. The essence spirits of nascent souls were way too fragile. The moment the essence spirit of a perfected lord leaves his body, it is extremely susceptible to irrecoverable damage and might even die. However, at that moment, perfected Lord Yuhua could not afford that many considerations. Yet, the moment his essence spirit escaped, it was gripped by a pitch-black muscular palm. Caw, caw. The Rakshasa leader's laughter sounded. I've yet to experience the taste of a perfected lord's essence spirit. I'll savor it today. Eft. He stuffed perfected Lord Yuhua's essence spirit into his mouth and crushed it within a few chomps. Perfected Lord Tianming felt chills run down his spine at the sight of that. His limbs went cold and he almost fell from midair. The Rakshasa leader consumed perfected Lord Yuhua's essence spirit and shifted his gaze towards perfected Lord Tianming, who was not far away. He snickered and revealed a row of blood-stained and menacing fangs. It's over. Perfected Lord Tianming was devastated and had even given up on resisting entirely. How dare you, outsider race! Prepare to die! A series of deafening yells sounded from midair. It was perfected Lord Yujun, perfected Lord Luo Shui, and Monk Yin Lu, who had arrived just in time. They struck at the same time without hesitation and released the strongest secret skills of their sex. Instantly, dermic powers surged and the weather changed. The Rakshasa leader could sense the terror of the power, although perfected Lord Yujun and the others were behind him. While the Rakshasa race was one of the primordial 9 races and he could kill nascent souls who were a major cultivation realm above him, it did not mean that his power was enough for him to take on nascent souls head-on. Furthermore, this was an attack from 3 top-tier perfected lords of Tianhuang mainland. However, the Rakshasa race's advantage was not in terms of strength, but in speed. They can shuttle through the air at an unfathomable speed. His movement technique was something that even nascent souls would have difficulty capturing. The Rakshasa leader scoffed coldly and chose not to fight perfected Lord Yujun and the other 2 head-on. In a flash, he transformed into a dark streak of light and vanished from the spot, delving into the voids. Perfected Lord Yujun and the other 2 were relieved when they saw the Rakshasa leader escape. Tianming. This Rakshasa leader is definitely not our match in terms of strength. Perfected Lord Yujun looked towards perfected Lord Tianming, who was still in a daze not far away. As long as we join forces and create a circular formation, we might be able to kill that Rakshasa leader. That's right. Monk Yin Lu nodded as well. That Rakshasa earlier did not dare to fight us head-on. This is our only chance. Perfected Lord Tianming gradually returned to his senses and realized that the reason he survived was due to the arrival of perfected Lord Yujun and the other 2. However, there was no fighting spirit at all in his eyes. He was scared out of his wits. He knew that perfected Lord Yujun's words made sense. However, they could not react to the Rakshasa leader's speed at all. What were their chances of winning even if they worked together? Perfected Lord Tianming did not wish to die. He wanted to get out of this place. Get out of Myriad Phenomenon City. Get out of this hell as soon as possible. You guys can work together if you want to. Don't include me. Perfected Lord Tianming's expression changed and mulled for a moment. A determined look flashed through his eyes as he left that declaration before sprinting away without turning back. You. Perfected Lord Yujun was so furious that his arms trembled. Monk Yin Lu had a disappointed look in the depths of his eyes as he sighed. Everyone is only concerned about themselves. But at a moment as such, who can stand by idly? The 3 of you are the ones who want to join forces to kill me? Suddenly, a sinister laughter sounded beside their ears with a chilling intent. Not good. Perfected Lord Yujun and the other 2 felt chills run down their spines. A cold glint shone with the aura of death as it descended from above Monk Yin Lu's head, prepared to cleave him into 2. Hurry, retreat! Perfected Lord Yujun released a burst of power and jerked Monk Yin Lu away. Eft! A blood light flashed. An arm was flung into the air with blood spraying everywhere. Although Monk Yin Lu managed to survive, perfected Lord Yujun lost an arm and blood spewed from his wound. Perfected Lord Luo Shui rendered assistance hurriedly and shielded perfected Lord Yujun. With a wave of her hand, She laid down layers of ice crystals that reflected different light rays to distort one's vision, blocking the Rakshasa leader for the time being. Perfected Lord Yujun's face was extremely pale. The weapons of the Rakshasa race possessed an extremely evil type of power. They rendered injuries with unstoppable blood flows. After losing an arm, his blood chi was severely depleted and his combat strength was almost non-existent by now. Furthermore, the injury was serious and almost irrecoverable. Regeneration of limbs was only available at the conjoint body realm. However, the path of cultivation was arduous and treacherous. It was unknown whether he could even cultivate to the void reversion realm, let alone the Dharma characteristic and conjoint body realms later on. Perfected Lord Luo Shui rescued Perfected Lord Yujun, but the Rakshasa leader did not continue his pursuit of them. A dark light flashed. Monk Yin Lu's reaction was delayed because he was worried about Perfected Lord Yujun's wounds. Instantly, a massive cut appeared across his abdomen and his organs nearly spilled out. Ugh! He grunted deeply. Monk Yin Lu knew that the Rakshasa leader had not gone all out. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. Hee hee. Sinister laughter echoed through the air erratically. A moment ago it was at the front. The next moment, it appeared behind Perfected Lord Luo Shui's back. Watch out! Perfected Lord Yujun shouted to remind her, but he was still too late. A half-foot-long cut sliced down from the top of Perfected Lord's back. Any deeper, and she would have been split into two. Ah! Due to the pain and immense loss of blood, Perfected Lord Luo Shui could no longer control her body, as she fell from midair along with Perfected Lord Yujun and Monk Yin Lu. The three of them smashed to the ground in a wretched state, stained with blood and mud as their faces turned increasingly pale. Yes, yes, delicious. In midair, the Rakshasa leader held Perfected Lord Yujun's arm and was chewing off its flesh, chomping down in huge mouthfuls. Perfected Lord Luo Shui felt her stomach churn at the sight of it and nearly vomited. Perfected Lord Yujun's body shook in rage and flames of anger spewed from his eyes. He was grinding his teeth so badly they were almost crushed. The life essence from your flesh is even richer and rarer. I'll keep your lives for now. If I kill all of you now, your flesh won't remain fresh. The Rakshasa leader laughed menacingly. Right then, as though he sensed something, he spun around furiously and glared towards the west. 8 figures streaked through the air from the west of Myriad Phenomenon City. There were men as well as women. The men were handsome and the women were gorgeous. Among them, a woman's hands and legs were bound and she looked fatigued. However, the other 7 of them glowed with a faint light. Perfected Lord Yujun and the other 2 turned around instinctively as well. In midair, for nascent souls were speeding towards the west. One of them was Monk Wei Fu from Diamond Monastery, and the other was Monk Jian Kong from Hollow Monastery. The other 2 people were the Perfected Lords of Purple Firmament Sect and Clear Wind Temple. The 4 nascent souls encountered the incoming 8 figures. Scram! Monk Wei Fu was busy trying to escape and could not be bothered with the 4 people before him. He shouted and his blood chi churned to release the Buddhist sect's Lion Roar and Diamond Fiend Suppression Fist right away. Fufu, the leader of the 8 people, was a man with golden hair and blue eyes. He was extremely tall and handsome with a deep gaze. As he looked at the incoming Monk Wei Fu, he merely smiled faintly. The golden-haired man did not avoid or dodge and charged forward instead. Get the hell back! His blood chi churned and gave off a golden glow. As his bloodline channeled, there were even sounds of tsunami. It was as though a golden ocean was hidden within his body. The golden-haired man extended his arm similarly and threw out a punch as well. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Time seemed to have frozen. Monk Wei Fu looked like he was in endless pain, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his arm. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his gaze dimmed as he fell from midair. His arm was ruptured. Pest! The cultivators that were fleeing were scared out of their wits when they saw that. The god race is here as well. Perfected Lord Yujun's eyes were filled with despair as he lamented tragically. Are our human paragons truly going to endure such a calamity in Myriad Phenomenon City? The god race was one of the primordial 9 races, but they were unlike the Rakshasa race. If the Rakshasa race was well known for their speed, the god race would be feared for their bloodline. The bloodline of the god race was not red, but golden. Beings of the god race possessed extremely frightening power of blood chi, physique and melee combat capabilities. Monk Wei Fu of Diamond Monastery specialized in body tempering. However, he could not endure a single blow from the leader of the god race, and his arm was ruptured by a single punch. Thereafter, the god race leader caught up to him with a couple of steps and stomped his body into pieces, destroying his essence spirit in the process. If even Monk Wei Fu could not win in melee combat, there was no hope for the other nascent souls. The god race had a noble bloodline and proclaimed themselves to be the god of all 10,000 races back in the primordial era. Their lifespans were in union with heaven and earth, and they shared the brilliance of day and night. Their bloodlines were similar to the spirit chi of heaven and earth, and they could manipulate spirit chi and dermic powers with ease. Beings of the god race were adept in learning spirit arts and secret skills. Not only that, the power of the skills would be amplified when it was released by them. The Rakshasa leader did not dare to take on the human nascent souls head-on and could only rely on his movement techniques and speed. However, the strength of the god race leader was enough to suppress human nascent souls head-on. The descent of the god race was absolutely devastating for the humans who were struggling to survive from Myriad Phenomenon City. The god race leader's sudden attack caused golden blood chi to shroud around him. As though he was encircled by a golden ocean, he shone brilliantly like a divine being. "Nobody is allowed to leave without my permission." Although his tone was calm, it was unquestionable. The golden hair of the god race leader danced and his eyes shone brightly. He single-handedly held back Monk Yuan Kong and the perfected lords of Purple Firmament Sect and Clear Wind Temple. Even as a golden core, he was strong enough to fight against 3 nascent souls. That was the terror of the god race. Among the remaining 6 clansmen of the god race, one of them suppressed the woman with her hands and legs bound personally. The other 5 charged into the group of human paragons who were fleeing and killed on a whim. Galaxy Vortex. The paragon of Heavenly Dipper Sect saw that the city gate was right before him and knew that he could escape from Myriad Phenomenon City the moment he rushed through it. He gathered his courage and released his golden core phenomenon to welcome the attacks. Insignificant strength. Break. The god race clansman opposite him did not avoid or dodge, and his eyes were filled with deep disdain. With a smirk, he reached out and punched the countless stars before him. Boom! The sky of stars dispersed. The phenomenon vanished. Galaxy Vortex was ranked 12th for the phenomenon ranking this time round. But now, it was shattered by a bare-handed punch from a god race clansman. That terrifying blood chi, horrifying physique and frightening strength was absolutely unstoppable. There was no way to fight against it. It happened at almost the same time. All the other golden core phenomenons of the human paragons were shattered by the god race clansmen. Phenomenon ranking? Paragons? You're nothing but a bunch of jokes. A group of ants who are merely deceiving themselves. The clansmen of the god race reared their heads in wanton laughter. Rentu, who was 3rd on the phenomenon ranking, released his corpse mountain Bloodsea and managed to defend against a god race clansman. However, the god race clansman's attack caused his golden core phenomenon to sway with a dim glow, as though it could dissipate at any moment. Rentu had a terrible expression and was forced to retreat continuously. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. In midair, among the 3 perfected lords that were fighting against the god race leader, 2 of them were already dead. Monk Yuan Kong, who was remaining, was also at the end of the road. Within a few attacks, the god race leader caught hold of an opening and punched him in the chest. Monk Yuan Kong's heart exploded as he fell to the ground with fresh blood flowing out of his mouth. He died on the spot. The god race leader stood in the air and blocked the path of escape to the west of Myriad Phenomenon City. He had a divine might, and no cultivator dared to advance at all. The dense crowd of human paragons had just surged forward when they began to retreat, only to find themselves killed by a dark light streaking through the air at the back. The eyes of the Rakshasa leader shifted towards the god race leader as he smirked coldly before saying in an odd manner, The god race sure got here early. We're both the same. The god race leader replied indifferently, but he did not stop in his massacre. Poof! Perfected Lord Beidou's head was ruptured by a single punch from the god race leader, and his essence spirit was destroyed. Another nascent soul was dead. Myriad Phenomenon City resembled the purgatory with corpses strewn all over and rivers of blood. The human paragons were experiencing an unprecedented catastrophe. It wasn't that there were no humans that resisted as everything happened. However, against the terrifying combat strength of the Rakshasa and God race, the cultivators did not manage to create much of an impact before being suppressed. They either became cold corpses on the ground, or food in the bellies of the Rakshasa race. Of the 17 nascent souls, only Perfected Lord Yujun, Perfected Lord Luo Shui, Monk Yin Lu, Perfected Lord Chu Yu of Azura sect, and the Perfected Lords of Soaring Feather sect and Wisdom Monastery were left. Furthermore, all 6 of them were severely injured and sat on the ground crippled. They could not do anything but watch with despaired gazes. Sinner! I'm a sinner! Perfected Lord Yujun struggled and stood up quivering, as though he had grown significantly older within an instant. When he saw the human paragons slaughtered in the hands of the Rakshasa and God race clansmen like fish on a chopping board, it felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. This was Myriad Phenomenon City, a sacred ground for the human race. In the ancient era, the golden era with the birth of the human emperor alongside multiple emperors, how could any other race dare to step foot into the city? The ancient phenomenon stele was here. There were marks left here by countless predecessors. In fact, the shadows of the ancient emperors existed here. Yet, after countless years, although they were similarly beneath the foot of the myriad phenomenon peak in the same old ancient city, human paragons were being slaughtered helplessly by other races. I've let down Fairy Ling Long. I've let down the predecessors of the human race. Perfected Lord Yujun's face was frightfully pale due to immense blood loss as he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly towards the ancient phenomenon stele with a sorrowful expression. Heis! Monk Yin Lu sighed. Although Buddhism believed in the concepts of karma and reincarnation such that he no longer had many attachments towards life and death, he felt his heart wrench at the moment as well. May the heavens take pity on us. Past emperors, if you're able to see this with your spirits, the human paragons are undergoing a catastrophe. Can anyone save them? Perfected Lord Luo Shui was dispirited as she gazed at the gray, hazy skies above her. 2 clear streams of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, turning into crystals instantly as she murmured softly. The arrogant laughter of the Rakshasa and God race echoed throughout Myriad Phenomenon City in a piercing manner. However, countless human paragons could only howl helplessly in a heart-wrenching manner. Regardless of gender, immortals, or fiends, at that moment, the lives of the human paragons were cheaply and mercilessly reaped by the Rakshasa and God race. Their blood flowed for thousands of miles, and their miserable cries could be heard everywhere. In the blink of an eye, there were only less than 80,000 human paragons left from the initial 100,000. That figure was even decreasing rapidly at the moment. The remaining cultivators fled wildly in panic as they yelled with fearful faces. Some of them even gave up on escaping and knelt outright on the ground, begging the heavens to spare them. Myriad Phenomenon City had been relegated to an endless hell. Perfected Lord Tianming sprinted the entire way and was drenched in sweat. Part of the reason was because he had exerted his dermic powers to their limits. Another part of the reason was because he broke out in cold sweat due to the excessive shock he received. Myriad Phenomenon City was already far behind him. Perfected Lord Yujun, Monk Yin Lu, and Perfected Lord Luo Shui stepped in and rescued him from the Rakshasa leader. Coupled with the arrival of the God race, he managed to take advantage of the chaos to escape from the city. Even then, he did not dare to stop or turn back as he fled far away, afraid that the Rakshasa leader would catch up to him. Perfected Lord Tianming sprinted a little more, and the only sounds he could hear was the howling winds and his own panting. It was only then that he gradually came to a stop and turned back with a sense of trepidation. At the end of his vision was Myriad Phenomenon City, which was now a black spot the size of a palm. However, he could clearly see blood chi surging into the skies around the black spot, disrupting the firmaments. The arrival of the Rakshasa and God race in Myriad Phenomenon City was an extreme catastrophe, and probably less than a tenth of the cultivators would be able to escape. At the very least, the strength of Tianhuang Mainland's cultivation world would be immensely crippled for the next 100 years. Su Zimo sure is lucky that he managed to leave earlier by coincidence, allowing him to avoid this catastrophe, perfected Lord Tianming remarked spitefully. If he was in Myriad Phenomenon City, I could have killed him with the help of the Rakshasa and God race, and that will be a huge problem resolved. He stood in midair with an indeterminate expression in deep thought. A moment later, perfected Lord Tianming's eyes flashed with a firm look, as though he had decided on something. In a flash, he vanished from the spot. Diyin had a dark expression. He fled the entire time after leaving Myriad Phenomenon City, but Su Zimo was like a shadow hot on his tails. No matter how many cultivation techniques and secret skills he released, he could not shrug the latter off. The distance between them closed up instead. Diyin's spirit energy was almost depleted. He could not sustain his immense expenditure, although he was consuming elixirs continuously. He believed that Su Zimo was definitely not in a great state either. Even so, the lunatic behind him did not have any intention of stopping, and a chilling intent could be sensed piercing his back. What a lunatic! Diyin cursed internally. His legs were almost completely numb, and he felt a giddy sensation in his head. If he continued running, he would die of fatigue before Su Zimo caught up to him. As a peerless monster incarnate, Diyin was prideful and would naturally not beg for mercy. Furthermore, he knew that the situation between them was irreconcilable. If their positions were exchanged, he would not let Su Zimo off either. He once declared that not only was he going to kill Su Zimo, he was going to kill everyone close to him down to the very last person. In truth, that was also the exact reason why Su Zimo was bent on killing Diyin. Kill! When he realized that he could not escape, Diyin spun around and brought out the Great Qian Imperial Seal, smashing it down fiercely onto Su Zimo's face. In fact, his spirit energy was depleted so badly that he could not activate the spirit patterns on the Imperial Seal. Even so, the Great Qian Imperial Seal was indestructible and would be able to smash Su Zimo into sludge as long as sufficient strength was exerted. Humph! Although Su Zimo was hot in pursuit, his spirit perception warned him the moment Diyin made a sudden move. As such, he was prepared. The futile struggle of a trapped beast. Su Zimo wielded the coiling dragon seal, and demonic chi shrouded him as he yelled, Diyin, your spirit energy has been depleted, and you have no more techniques left. However, I can still kill you even without spirit energy. Clang. The sound of metal clashing was released the moment the Great Qian Imperial Seal and Coiling Dragon Seal clashed. It was extremely sharp and sparks flew everywhere. Ugh! Diyin grunted dully and his palms split apart. He could no longer maintain his grip on the Great Qian Imperial Seal, and it flew from his hands. 10 years ago, Diyin and Su Zimo were evenly matched in the fight at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. 10 years later, Diyin was no longer a match for Su Zimo. Diyin could not win even with the legacy of the human emperor. How did this man manage to cultivate his blood chi and body to such a frightening degree? Diyin's palms quivered as he tapped on the ground and burst in retreat. Boom! Su Zimo landed on the ground and burst forward like a divine steed, releasing a tragic aura. He wielded the coiling dragon seal with his right hand like an ancient demon with a torrential ferocity, while his left hand scooped through the air to grab the falling Great Qian Imperial Seal. Die! He arrived before Diyin almost in the blink of an eye. The two gigantic seals covered the skies like two massive mountains that possessed a boundless might as they crashed down onto Diyin's head. Diyin would be ruptured to death if that attack landed, even if had a connate defensive spirit weapon. When he realized that it was too late to dodge, Diyin yanked down a jade pendant that hung on his waist and crushed it without hesitation. Buzz! A resplendent glow was released and condensed into a light barrier around Diyin, protecting the latter inside. Boom! The two gigantic seals smashed heavily against the light barrier at the same time. Diyin was sent flying right away and only stopped after rolling on the ground for more than 100 feet. That's a protection dermic weapon? Su Zimo focused his gaze. A protection dermic weapon such as a jade pendant was exceptionally rare in the cultivation world because it could be carried around easily. These were items that were prepared by supersects or mighty figure Dao lords for the people closest to them. Di'in was the #1 perfected being of Tianhuang mainland and was a monster incarnate that dominated through everyone of the same cultivation realm. It was no surprise that he would carry a protection dermic weapon as such. He struggled to stand from the ground and his pupils constricted violently when he glanced at the light barrier around him. The glow of the light barrier had dimmed significantly. However, what truly shocked him was that a crack appeared on the light barrier. Although it was thin, he could see it clearly. The protection dermic weapon could even defend against the full-powered attack of a top-tier nascent soul. In other words, the presence of the protection dermic weapon along with his frightening combat strength meant that he would not be in any danger at all within the ancient battlefield. To think that a single attack from Su Zimo would cause a crack in the light barrier. Even the protection dermic weapon won't be able to protect you. Su Zimo had a cold gaze and charged towards Di'in in huge strides. Do the heavens truly want me to die? Di'in glared at the incoming Su Zimo with a snarling expression, and his eyes were filled with indignance. All of a sudden, a mocking voice sounded in midair. Fufu. These two ants are sure in a rather intense fight. The voice was erratic and sounded distant yet close at the same time. There was no way to determine its origin. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze. Electricity crackled through his eyes as he spotted a dark light that shuttled through the air not far away. The dark light stopped and revealed its true appearance. The intruder was tall and bulky with a dark complexion. He had red hair, green eyes, and a green face that was hideous while a gigantic pair of meat wings flapped gently behind his back. Those two gigantic seals are decent. I want them both. The intruder looked down with an arrogant expression and stared at Su Zimo and Di'in as though he was looking at two dead men. This seems to be... Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Di'in glared at the intruder and frowned deeply. Suddenly, his expression changed as though he recalled something as he yelled, Rakshasa race! Indeed! Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. In the ancient books at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he had read partial descriptions of the primordial 9 races. Di'in's remark further verified his guess.